Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 2 of the Next Ramos Release Tournament number 3, hosted by the Video Game Voters Network. My name is Frodan, and today, once again, I'm joined by PVDDR, who's back with me on air to do some analysis and enjoy some commentary. Paulo, how's it going, buddy?
Hey, good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing all right. I enjoyed a fun day of games for the arena tournaments that Tempo Storm was able to put on. And it was a great success, not to mention a lot of fun, memorable moments. I don't know if you got to catch some of the action, but players were drafting, and a few of them, unfortunately, had some fail moments, and it was definitely a good time. But I'm ready to kind of get back and see some good old competitive Hearthstone with Constructed and see what these guys can bring to Group B.
Yeah, definitely. Doing arena is a lot of fun, but I have to say I still prefer Constructed. I think the whole deck building thing is very, very interesting. And I'm glad we had a chance to see those guys here.
That's right. Today will be Group B, continuing with Naria, Hyped, Sevitz, and Brian Kibler. Now, yesterday we did get to see the first series of the group because we wanted to try and get a little bit into it, so that way we're not going too long today. We recognize that our European audience is kind of on borrowed time, at least for the rest of the week, because they have to go to work tomorrow, PV. So we're going to try to see if we can go through the rest of Group B, but I heard that today we have some great matches. Our next match that we're going to be watching in Group B will be Sevitz versus Brian Kibler. And this one's a cool story here, PV, because Sevitz is normally a player that's been invited to tournaments, yet he's a guy that's coming through the open bracket qualifier for this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, just like Fake, he came from the open bracket, but he could have easily been invited based on his results. You know, I don't know a lot of Hearthstone players, and I have heard of him. You know, I know him, I can recognize his picture, and he's certainly famous enough and has good enough results.
Did it win your heart and swoon you the way it did for me?
No comments on that.
All right. Well, don't worry. Protect your back. I got you. I think Sevitz comes in here with a lot proven already. He's a tournament winner, whether it's the open bracket style of like the Gamers Origin Cup / 2p.com tournament, or even this one, the VGVN. Great accomplishments there. He's also won the invites. He's won thousands of dollars already competing. The most prize win he probably had was OGN Invitational. And of course, we have Brian Kibler, who is one of the most winningest players in all of Magic the Gathering history. So two guys with already quite the medal behind their name. And I think we're going to get ready for our first series of the day between these two guys. Before we do, we want to remind everyone who's kind of an early bird here that you can enter for your chance to win the Zeus Mini Cyberpower PC by going to the link that you see on the stream, as well as at the bottom of the Twitch channel. We'll be talking about it all throughout the broadcast, so make sure to perk your ears and find out more information about how you can win this computer that's going to be given away, so that way you can upgrade whatever rig that you're running on and play Hearthstone in great 120 FPS plus. All right, our first series will have a Warlock ban from Brian Kibler, and Sevitz is going to ban out the Hunter. And this is kind of appropriate for Sevitz because he's one of the first players to kind of popularize modern Hunter banning compared to everyone at the time was banning Miracle Rogue.
Yeah, it's super interesting. Yesterday, Kibler did not ban Handlock, and he got 3-0 by Naria. So I was kind of hoping to see whether he would think, oh my god, maybe my lineup is a little bit weaker to Handlock than I thought it would be, and would actually just ban it. Or if he would think, oh, my draws weren't that good, you know, maybe my Shaman deck can actually beat it. And it seems like he went for the former. You know, he actually banned Handlock this time.
So lesson
we won't
learned.
be seeing a Handlock 3-0.
Yeah, lesson learned. Handlock is still very potent, and as much as you might have one deck that could stack up, still can give you a hard time. One of the better decks in the entire repetition of Hearthstone.
Yeah, and definitely Sevitz's deck is very interesting. It has 2 Sludge Belchers, which is not something we normally see from Hunter here.
Yeah, that's right. This has kind of been some secret tech that a lot of Hunter players are starting to sneak in order to be, well, one, strong on the ladder because it has good synergies with Undertaker and being able to kind of have a good board, but also because in these mirrors of Hunter, or even against the decks that are trying to combo you like Miracle Rogue, Sludge Belcher just keeps overperforming. This is what I've been hearing from a lot of the players.
Yeah, it's definitely, you know, very good at what it does. The only question is, does the deck want to do what it does? And apparently the answer for Sevitz is yes. And I know that Brian Kibler has beat a lot of Hunter on his way to Legend this season. He posted his results. It was like almost 70% against it. But we'll have to see how it turns out when he actually plays against a different version.
That's right. So this priest deck that Healer's been building, he's one of the pioneers popularizing it, along with Zed a lot, of having a tempo, death rattle, swarm the board, aggressive combat math type deck. It's a lot of adjectives to describe it, but Kibler definitely describes it as one of the more fun decks that he's engaged in Hearthstone. Not to mention that Kibler has also been streaming a little bit of it and showing some games in the past, so Sevitz probably won't be caught off guard in the slightest, because Kibler has been known to bring this kind of priest deck previously in his tournament run when he was competing in the Sunshine Open. Now, game one's about to begin, so let's hop into the board and see the battle between the two of the most handsomest men playing Hearthstone currently, and see who can win the Duel of Wits.
Okay, so a lot of mulligans here. People are just not interested in those, late game cards. The Sevitz does keep his Unleashed rounds. I think Unleash is a card you almost always keep, but because you have Undertaker, you might be looking for something different. If he didn't have Undertaker, I think he wouldn't even think about mulligan that Unleash, he would just basically keep it, but it's feasible that he wanted to just look for more under Death Rattle Menace to play on turn 2.
Yeah, and Mad Scientist, one of those cards that just give you so much synergy with cards like Undertaker, not to mention putting out traps and thinning your deck. An interesting pair of options here, but Mad Scientist usually puts out a good number of power on the board early game. And not to mention that it gives you the tempo from being able to squeeze out a trap that might be really effective in the early state of the board.
Yeah, and a huge draw from Backhealer in that Shadow Menace, which is potentially going to get rid of both Sevitz creatures without giving him the Death Rattle from the Mad Scientist. But no, because Sevitz actually drew another Death Rattle guy, so his guy is now 3 toughness. Ooh. And 4 power actually trades with the Dark Cultist.
So a little unfortunate that the 1 mana Death Rattle minion of Web Spinner buffed it just enough to eliminate the Dark Cultist, and now Kibler's kind of in a little bit of an awkward situation because Shadow Madness won't get full value. And of course, clearing the board isn't really a true clear with Alkanized Soul Priest and Circle of Healing because you have those 2 1/1s remaining.
Yeah, he's in a little bit of trouble here. He still has Holy Nova next turn, which will clear the board if he chooses to go for the Alkanite Circle combo, but it's kind of a waste of the Alkanite combo at this point. Yeah, so chooses to just pass the turn.
Right.
Because none of his options are actually good.
It's a scenario where if he Hound Masters, you still have the 4 damage because there's nothing that can go above 4 health at the moment.
Yeah, definitely not too worried about that. And so this is interesting. He chooses to just play Anima Companion instead of doing Coin's Ledge Belcher. So it just wants to save that for later. Now Holy Nova actually, gets something else. So it does get the benefit of all his Death Rattle triggers, but at least the board is almost clear again.
Oh, now Sevitz, by the way, has 2 freezing traps in his deck, PV, and something that's kind of an interesting interaction, as we do see Tiger as the card being taken from Web Spinner, an excellent role here for Sevitz, is that Shadow Madness can even pop the minion back into your hand as if you owned it or thought stole it. So there's like a way to use Shadow Madness to do 2 things. It can take out a trap and take out a minion if you use it effectively. Kind of a cool little trick.
Oh yeah, I hope Kibler knows that, because that's not how it works in Magic.
Oh yeah?
In Magic, if you steal something and bounce it, it goes back to your opponent's hand. Because it's a physical game, so there's no way, you don't grab your opponent's cards, just give it back to them. So it's a little bit different in Hearthstone, something you have to get used to. Yeah, Kibler is falling dangerously low here.
Well, if
There's the Tiger attacking.
Yeah, that's 12 damage in 1 turn, and puts Kibler in a really tough spot.
Yeah, and he has that trap. So Kibler probably has to go with Alkanite Circle here to clear it. And then he will be left with a 3-1 Alkanite. Can't imagine he's got much better options.
Yeah, and the problem is, activating these trap gives a little bit more damage back to the hunter. So
Yeah,
you're
because of
always
the
worried
bow.
about that.
Yeah, that's the thing with Hunter. It doesn't matter how good your deck is against it. Sometimes it's just very, very hard to beat. It just does so much damage with so few cards. Just a bow, a hero power, and a trap has so much damage already.
Okay, well now Sevitz kind of has to count and make sure to see if there's any opportunity to lethal, but he's a few points of damage off. But he's also drawn at least minions to play as opposed to just reactive cards like more Hunter's Marks or Flares and whatnot. So he's got stuff to do. It's all about being able to plan out your next course of turns. Oh, also another way to tell that it is Freezing Trap for sure is that the second one is in his hand and he's unable to play at the moment because in Hearthstone you can't layer the same trap twice over.
Yeah, now he's probably thinking, do I want to play Unleash, Coin's Ledge Voucher, or just Ledge Voucher Hero Power? Or maybe just Unleash Hero Power. Those are all valid options. I think I would probably go with the Unleash and Ledge Voucher. Even though you missed the opportunity to use the Hero Power for a turn. Nope, yeah, chooses to just maximize that Hero Power damage, which is definitely sensible when his opponent is at 8 life.
Ooh, Zombie Chow with Circle of Healing, but I don't know if you can. I don't know if you have time to get all this off. I mean, Kibler has some cool things at his disposal. In fact, Shadow Madness is one of the best ways to deal with Sludge Belcher. But unfortunately, he doesn't have all the mana and the time available to him. I like Sevitz going for the hero power because with Alkanai Soul Priest on board, Priest kind of wants to keep it to a certain extent because of how powerful it makes his 2-mana hero power. But at the same time, he can't heal himself and delay and put himself out of range for things like Kill Command if he plans to keep this Alkanai here. So it's a little bit of a tricky conundrum for Kibler here.
Yeah, that's definitely true. Though if he did play the Unleash plus the Hunter's Mark, he could be facing an empty board with a 3/5, which might translate into more damage next turn than the hero power was now. But yeah, definitely, now at least by holding the Unleash, he means that if Kibler overcommits, he's just dead.
All right, well, seems like he just wants to build back the board a little bit and try to seize it back, but he's going to leave up the Slime token because he doesn't have the opportunity to use his hero power anymore with Alkanai, and just set up a wall of taunts as best as he can. And this is what you need to do to stall against Hunter in case they have a Leroy finisher. Sevitz doesn't have such a thing, but he's got ways to push through damage. Despite having 2 charges on his weapon, most likely will have to be dedicated to removing this wall here.
Yeah, probably. No, he can't clear the board of taunts this turn. So that's already fine, I think. Only costing him 3 mana.
He's got Hunter's Mark, so he can push through one of them, and then his weapon could use to kind of chew through the Zombie Chow.
Yeah, it probably will. And he still gets to hit for 2 damage plus his hero power if he wants to. Oh yeah, right. Choose to play low tap instead of using the hero power. Definitely better here. Putting out a body that can't be answered immediately. And if it does get answered, it was going to take Kibler's whole turn to play a Shadow Word Death.
Wow, rough position for Brian Kibler because he draws Sylvanas and she's just way too slow in the current state of things. Even though normally she's a rather effective minion against what Hunter can do, it's just that you don't have the opportunity to set up, and you've already used your Defender of Argus, which we know that a lot of priests often cut the second one to try to make their decks a little bit more lean and effective. What did Sevitz pick up off the top that he immediately grabbed? I didn't see it.
I didn't see it either. Oh, Savannah Highmane.
Well, how about that? One of the best cards in the game.
Yeah, definitely not looking great for Brian Kibler here. He's not immediately dead, but you have to be thinking, how is he going to win?
Improve his hand a lot, though. Oh, he is running 2 defenders. Okay. If he drew Shadow Word Death, I felt like there was a chance to stabilize because you can use your full 10 mana to hit the Savannah Highmane, go for the clear, and then heal yourself back up to 11 while your opponent's sitting on a few cards. And if you've been paying attention, also the coin. A little unfortunate that Brian doesn't have the exact answers, but that's kind of what Priest is a lot of the times too. Sometimes the deck becomes, well, I have the answers. Do I draw them in the right order and in time for me to answer my opponent?
Yeah, this was still a pretty good draw. Like making sure does Sylvanas has to be attacked. You know, since he came after the high main, he has the chance to steal a 2/2.
That's true.
So I think Kibler would be fine with the board here. His only concern is his life total. No, not only concern, he'll still lose the board, but you know the most pressing concern here is his life total.
Oh my. Well, he takes the 1/1, so it's not like Sevitz can Houndmaster and press for damage. He has to play this turn a little bit slower now and drop the Sludge Belcher.
Yeah, and the 1/1 will probably stop the Freezing Trap from being played here. Well, finally gets to use his coin.
Yeah, he's just trying to squeeze in the hero power. Why not? Get your opponent one step closer. And now looks like Brian Kibler has an opportunity here with Shadow Madness on Sludge Belcher. Once again, one of the best targets in all of Hearthstone, honestly, to just get the value off the Death Rattle trigger.
Yeah, and playing the 4/3 was maybe a little bit dangerous, considering he knows Kibler has Arcanine in hand since he got bounced, so... Did you go through both circles already, or?
I believe so. He used one offensively and one defensively.
Oh yeah, he bumped it like that. Okay, so that's why he feels free to just, you know, jam the board with minions, even knowing Kibler has that Arcanine.
All right, well, Kibler's gonna take the Sludge Belcher.
Now give him temporary possession. Yeah, Kibler gets to clear the board here with Holy Nova.
So if Sevitz doesn't get a way to do direct damage in the next couple turns, maybe Kibler can kind of rebound from this. But then he's always floating eternally at the 7 health mark, which means kill command just becomes a way for you to kill. Not to mention that he doesn't have good pressure on the board either. He's only got 2 attacks, so Hunter still has plenty of time here.
Yeah, interesting that Sevitz keeps the Hunter Creeper in his hand, doesn't play it, so saving for Blizzard or for kill command.
Uh-oh.
There's a mind control.
Savannah high main here, PV. Although, mind control does allow you to take it, but you're starting to get a little bit too low on health.
Yeah, I mean, you do fall to 3 life on board, but you know that's not is 5 much different than 7. You know, kill command with a beast still kills you, and you still have that taunt to protect you. So I think it's definitely worth it.
Wow, second tracking. Sevitz has just dug through 7 cards in his deck and be able to try to whittle through a lot of the inefficiencies. And also is now starting to just play stuff so that way he can get a little bit damage in. It's starting to, again, come very close for Kibler to die here. Can he pull out?
It does seem like there's a lot of difference between 5 and 7 now. Since the taunt is out of the way, the weapon can actually finish him off next turn. And that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, no matter what, there's 5 damage looking at him, and Kibler can't heal out of this unless he was able to draw a card that could change it, but I don't think there is.
Yeah, he had to hope it was Explosive Trap so he could heal one of his minions and maybe draw something awesome, but it's not, so...
Yeah, he was able to finally stabilize the board and turn the momentum, but it was just too low on health, and Hunter able to just end this game. So... it was actually a valiant comeback effort. I'm so surprised Sevitz didn't even draw either of his kill commands too. That's a little bit of a unlucky scenario considering that I think he dug through 20 plus cards in his deck. Either way, good start to Sevitz from Team Liquid, and he's going to go to a 1-0 lead here.
Yeah. So why does Brian Kibler have to beat that Hunter? Just like it's the G deck that Colento was playing. Well, not just Colento, but he was the person who popularized it, and he was playing it in this tournament. So, and it seems Colento thinks it has a good Hunter matchup, and I don't see why it wouldn't be the case. You know, you have good early minions. You got the great combo of Spectral Knight plus Defender of Argus, which means you can't be Hunter's marked. So even though you could definitely lose the game, I think it's a bit favored for Brian Kibler here.
Yeah, Spectrum Knight, and if you get Defender of Argus, it is very, very hard for Hunter to push through. You need to have the minions on board already, or if you don't, you have to really hope that Unleash the Hounds with like Timberwolf can bring you back. But Sevitz does have such cards, and he's also got some good tech, and as long as he gets Snowball and rolling, you saw what kind of early lead the Hunter can get to just completely blow the game away.
Yeah, it looks like Sevitz deck. It's possible he has this very good early draw with Undertakers, and it's also possible it has this very good late draw with Sledge Bearshas and High Mains. So it's a deck that it is equipped to beat anything at any stage of the game, but it has to draw its right cards at the right time. If you draw Sledge Bearshas and High Mains early, that's very bad. And if you draw Undertaker and Web Spinner later, that's pretty. Web Spinner is not bad, but Undertaker particularly is bad in the late game. But yeah, if you can mulligan correctly and use tracking at the right moments, and you just draw your cards in the right sequence, the deck seems very, very powerful.
Well said, PV. Game 2 is about to begin for Sevitz versus Kibler. Now, Kibler is down overall in the standings. He's 0-1, and he needs to win the series to stay competitive in the overall group. Not off to a good start, as choosing not to ban Hunter to ban Handlock, or at least the Warlock class, hasn't panned out for him just yet, because both of these classes have kind of been giving him a little bit of trouble. But of course, we did see a little bit of unfortunate series of draws in the previous series against Naria. This time around, Kibler does have some valuable cards. He's got a decent start, ways to answer minions with removal, and he's even got Spectrum Knight early.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be a while till he gets to play that Spectrum Knight, but he does have a good curve. He gets... Probably not going to Wrath here, I imagine. But yeah, actually gets to make use of his 0 power early, which is pretty good.
Yeah, and it's important that Kibler was able to get something like Haunted Creeper to establish board dominance early, so that way cards like Web Spinner and Undertaker don't get the game way out of control. Now there's Leok, which is kind of interesting because of how nicely it lines up the swipe for the following turn. Ooh, Kibler presented with an interesting choice, though, of innovating something out early.
Yeah, he could innovate a swipe, or just a charge guy and kill the 2/4.
Yeah, I think so. You're still not afraid of Unleash the Hounds combo, so putting a 3 minion on the board is still okay. And you've taken off all the beasts, so Houndmaster can't get value, and that's unfortunate for Sevitz, who has just acquired his Houndmaster off the top. And now he's in a situation where, well, he's going to have to expend a resource that he didn't plan on using.
Yeah, that always feels pretty bad. Using Hunter's Mark on I mean, it effectively had 1 toughness already. You're just using it for 1 damage. It's like executing a 1 toughness guy. You always feel bad about it.
Yeah, that was like a Moonfire card, which is like 0 mana, deal 1 damage, right? You put Moonfire in your deck. But yeah, this kind of aggressive druid doesn't have many creatures that has a significant amount of health until... there's only a handful that you can use it on. You can't use it until even like turns 5 or 6 or 7. Druid of Claws, and then Cairn and Ancient of Lords. Those are the only things you can use it on that has significance. Everything else is just kind of minimal value. So he prizes Unleash the Hounds way more significantly, and he's even picked up the Buzzard so he can draw 4 cards next turn.
Yeah, but importantly, he cannot Hunter's Mark that night. So even though he's going to draw 4 cards, that guy's just going to stay there.
But he wants Timberwolf.
It's such a good card.
Timberwolf can help him get that +1 buff to the attack, and then able to land the damage necessary on the Spectrum Knight. But he doesn't get it, so he's going to have to clear everything else except for it. But the good news is that he's acquired a slew of great powerful cards that will help him over the next couple of turns. Yeah,
definitely. And he uses a 2nd Hero's Mark here. So he's pretty confident that Kibler is not playing the Ancient of War version. I'm pretty sure that if he thought Kibler was playing all those 5/10 taunt guys, he would not have used those marks.
Right. Well, Sevitz has written guides on this Druid deck specifically, so when you see Spectrum Knight and you see Harvest Golem and Haunted Creeper early on, those aren't minions that you typically see in the Ramp Druid because, well, they're not as powerful as like those Ancients that you mentioned. And Kibler, although by the way, he does have Spectrum Knight number 2 in hand, He does have ways to kind of impact the board with removal and smaller creatures, but I think double Spectre Knight is just way too strong, and if you pick up the opportunity to taunt them up with Defender of Argus, you're going to be in an excellent spot.
Yeah, Freezing Trap not even that awesome, because it just resets his guy back to 6 deafness. I mean, it does make him spend his entire turn, but definitely not what you want your Freezing Trap to do here. But yeah, Kibler is definitely, on the aggressive here, and he does have 2 swipes, so has a lot of damage in his hand.
Yeah, and there are cards that you can deal with it. Sludge Belcher, in terms of card for card and mana cost, is probably one of the better ways to combat something like the Spectre Knight, because it can't just easily push through. But Kibler does have tools at his disposal. He might pick up some better ones too in the next card.
Ooh, just drew more damage. So yeah, it's easy for people, when people play against Hunter, they generally think, oh, I have to be defensive because, my opponent's playing Hunter, he can just kill me out of nowhere. But sometimes the best defense is a good offense. And here, at least the trap disrupted Kibler's mana curve, so he can't attack Hero Powered as Ledge Belcher and replay the Spectral Knight. It looks like he's just not going to replay it.
Okay. I was going to save Savage Roar instead of, and just kind of use the Rat here to draw a card. Kind of accomplishes the same anyways, just leaves up a small little token. And he's drawn a few other small creatures to get Savage Roar to have the big payoff. So it seems like Kibler's board's starting to shape up and develop. And Sevitz still has to kind of just counter it with whatever he draws, and hopefully another way to have a high impact with the Sludge Belcher here.
Yeah, he does get a way to get rid of the Spectral Knight finally. With his bow if he wants to.
Right, now Kibler's still trying to figure out a way, find an opening where Savage Roar can maximize damage. You don't see many Taunters in the Hunter deck, and just look at how disruptive it's been. Oh my, Kibler does pick up Keeper of the Grove. That's a big draw.
It is, but does he use it now? Or does he wait for Savannah Highmane?
Well, Savannah Highmane makes a lot of sense in the situations where you want to control the board, but a lot of times you're trying to just rush your opponent. So you can make a justification of, no time like the present. Your opponent might not have Highmane. Holding Keeper could be something that's holding you back, because that's another 2/4 body, not to mention you kill off the 1/2.
Yeah, it's definitely possible that he just goes Keeper to does Ledge Belcher, and then Savage Roars and attacks for 9. Just trying to set up his 2 swipes. As long as some of his minions arrive, his opponent will be out of Taunters, no more Ledge Belchers. He doesn't have a Beast, so he would have to play Beast and Howlmaster, which he does have, but...
Alright.
So going for the more passive play here. Not necessarily passive, but not the most aggressive possible.
Interesting.
Which I think, yeah. Maybe, yeah, I don't know. It seems to me like his skill condition here is just going for the face more than, trying to control the board. But it's probably going to work either way.
Yeah, I was thinking about why you'd probably want to put less bodies on compared to you having more with Savage Roar, but looks like he's also being a little defensive around a second Unleash. Just show a little respect for it. Plus, he values the first body that you have with the Haunted Creeper, and make it more resilient to a clear from Hunter. Sevitz under a tough spot because he wants to kind of... he's coming up on turn 9, where if his opponent has combo, he could die. And that way you want to set up a strong wall. But it feels like now is the time to drop something like Highmane, because it's the least threatened by a strong minion. So if the time isn't now, then when will it be?
Yeah, I mean, at this point you have to choose. Do you want to try to beat the combo, or do you want to win a game in which he doesn't have the combo? Because if you do it half-half, you end up losing if they have the combo or if they don't have it. So if he taunts it, does he even survive the combo? I mean, he gets to kill a minion item. He gets to kill a minion like this, and
How much damage does Kibler have, by the way, PV?
With the combo or right
13.
now?
13. He's got 13 damage currently.
14, right?
Oh, 14, right, with hero power.
Yeah, 14.
Good count.
Yeah, so no, does he cycle that? Does he just, try to go for the throat? Yeah, I feel like playing Savage Roar last turn would have given him, the bonus on 3 minions, and that's probably the best it's ever gonna be. So now I don't think he's gonna get more than 3 minions now. But he still could. I mean, he still has that spider when he dies, he puts 2 tokens.
You bring up an excellent point, though. If you spread out the minions a little bit more and took a chance, you would have had, let's see, you would have had 12 plus the swipe. You would have had 16 damage. No, you would have actually had 7.
Yeah, I think...
Just kidding with the hero power. Well, funny how that works.
Yeah, I think here he has to just ignore the Savannah high main and try to, hit his opponent. Trying to control the board when your hand is all this burn is probably not great, so he probably just has to ignore the high main. Which he does, doesn't try to ref swipe it or anything.
Alright, well, that gives him ability to answer it, and now Sevitz has confirmed his opponent doesn't have the combo, so now it looks like Kibler has to deal with an 8-7 high main. He needs ways to push through, and he's got some fragile minions. But he does draw Drew to the Claw, which gives him extra charged abilities with Savage Roar.
Yeah, and how much damage does he deal here? So if he uses... So, let's see. He can deal 12.
Gosh. 12, and then set yourself up to maybe swipe to be successful. But your opponent has so much
13.
Power on the board.
So the 2 middle guys are going to go at high main, so it's going to be 4, 5, 6, and that. Yeah, he has 13 if he hero powers. And he will be at 22 himself, facing down a board of 14 damage. His opponent has to have 8 extra, plus hero power 6 extra, so it is tough. It is a tough position to be in. He doesn't know, so he doesn't have any form of damage in his hand. So from his perspective, he can't just go for it.
Alright, well, the Savage Roar does come out, and it's gonna be a little painful on the backswing, but I think he's got to do this.
Yeah, he doesn't have an alternative, just has to hit his opponent.
Right, swipe now becomes a finisher and says if you have the damage, you have it. But let's see, there's 14, 16 right now, so Sevitz only needs 6 more points of damage here.
Yeah, so it's like Kibler is gonna win.
I don't foresee him a way to kill his opponent this turn. And he doesn't have any way to gain health because Hunter is not known as a class that can regenerate. So a risk that ends up paying off for Kibler, but of course it was his only possibility to win. If he just played cleanup, this swipe would actually not be able to accomplish anything whatsoever. And now it looks like Kibler is going to take down the Hunter deck and adds another body count for this Druid deck, which has historically performed very well in VGVN history.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, I definitely think Kibler played this game right. He could have tried to go for the board, at least in the late turns of it. He could have tried to go for the board and recognize that he would probably not win that fight. So better bring the game to a fight that you can win, which is life total. So, if you've ever watched Mad Men, there's a sentence that, if you don't like what they're saying, change the conversation. Is a little bit similar. If you don't like what's happening here, change what the game is about. And he made the game about life totals instead of about board, a fight he could actually compete in.
Was that from The Dark Knight or another Batman movie?
No, it was from Mad Men.
Oh, from Mad Men. I thought you said Batman. I'm like, I don't remember that from the movie. I'm pretty sure that must have been the extended director's cut with commentary on Blu-ray.
No. Sorry.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
Now, looks like we're going into a Druid mirror to an extent. I'm trying to look at any interesting differences, and the only one that comes to the eye is the Black Knight choice inclusion for Sevitz and taking out one copy of Force of Nature.
Yeah, that's very weird to me. I'd be very curious to pick his mind. I mean, I love Black Knight. It's one of my favorite cards in this meta game. I think it's great. Probably better than Cairn, in my opinion. But Force of Nature is a lot of what this deck's about, you know? I'm very curious. He gives up a little bit of burst for, you know, a better game against, you know, a better late game. I think, you know, when the game is not about life, when it's about board, then Black Knight is better. But yeah, I'm very curious how it's gonna pan out.
All right, well, game 3 is about to begin.
And also, that's...
Oh, did you want to fit in one comment? Go ahead.
Yeah, also, there's a pretty good sign for Kibler that, you know, his opponent's best deck to beat his deck is the mirror match. So what that means is if he wins this game, he will probably win the next game. Because his opponent clearly thinks, you know, his other deck, Paladin, is not as favored against Druid as Druid itself, which is 50-50. So... yeah, pretty good sign here when your opponent can choose 2 decks and chooses the mirror.
Yeah, all right. So let's see if game 3 Kibler can turn around and secure a firm 2-1 lead and potentially be in a prime position to win this series. And he needs it too because he's down 0-3 over in the game score and 0-1 overall. So a win kind of stabilizes him and gives him a strong chance to potentially advance if he can beat Hyped, who is yet to play and will be taking on Naria next. Sevitz does have a pretty decent early curve. You want to just make sure it turns through 2 to 4. You're always dropping these minions, and he's got something kind of shaping up. And you know, at the same time, Kibler always has coin to kind of smooth out his curve, but it's still a little rocky at the moment.
Yeah, he does have a shade for turn 2, but he would really like to have another 3-drop for turn 3. So depending on what Sevitz plays, he could always raft something. He's considering whether he wants to spend his coin here. I think he probably should. He could go back-to-back keepers on turns 3 and 4, but then when is he going to play that shade?
That's a good question.
A bit of a conservative play from Kibler, you know, trying to save his resources as much as possible, you know, thinking if you can kill something with your hero power, then don't spend any cards to deal with it, but it's going to take 4 turns of hero power to kill that spider.
Yeah, Sevitz is already pretty far ahead, considering that his opponent misses 2-drop and he's going first, so he's going to be playing his threats slightly quicker than his opponent unless Innervate comes into play. And now Kibler does have kind of something shaping up. He can coin out Spectral Knight next turn and then have an ability to make a pretty strong board with Defender of Argus, considering that most likely Shaded Nextdoors will survive, barring any kind of surprise cards. But at the same time, how much damage are you conceding to your opponent? You have to kind of factor in the calculation of what your opponent can also have to build his board. Like, what if his opponent had Defender of Argus and starts shoving damage and you're just taking way too much? It's tricky.
Yeah, I think he has to preserve the board a little bit here. And I imagine he's gonna silence the Golem, but...
Huh.
Just silence the spider. So it thinks it's easier to hero power away 1/2/1 guy than 2/1/1 guys, which is definitely true.
All right. The Harvest Golem, of course, much stronger than the Echoing Ooze, considering the 2-attack 4-body from the Keeper of the Grove can bully. All right, Kibler would have loved to have that shade a couple turns ago so he can have double shade early into Defender of Argus, but alas... of course, we can kind of pair everything else together, and that's not always how the draws go.
Yeah, definitely. So here he uses 2 keepers, so he's out of silences. And if Sevitz could get, you know, a Spectral Knight with a taunt or something, basically any minion with a taunt, he knows that's going to stick. He knows that Cairn is not going away without a 4/5, because all the keepers are gone.
True. Oh, also I forgot about how Black Knight is one of the best answers, probably the best answer, to a Spectral Knight that's been taunted up by Defender of Argus. So in the mirror matchup, this card is a heavy lifter, considering the possibilities of what could happen with Spectral Knights and taunting, how you can't only target it with battle cries.
Yeah, for sure. Though in this particular matchup, the fact that he can't be targeted by spells is not that relevant. I mean, it is if you look at Kibler's hand right now, which is 2 rafts, but generally they want to attack into it with creatures anyway, so, you know, not that big a plus over a normal 4/6. But yeah, still definitely an upside. And definitely much easier to kill with Black Knight than with anything else.
Well, Sevitz kind of wondering if he should power up his Harvest Golems slightly, so maybe he could have a fighting chance against some of the minions that come out. Or do you taunt up the Spectre Knight in addition with the Echoing Ooze?
Yeah, or
Maybe
do you
have
just
his
play
pros
Karen
and cons.
Bloodhoof?
My shield for Argus.
Yeah, it's gonna go for the face tier with 5 damage, and Kibler's at a not super high life total at this point, considering he's, he seems pretty dominated on the board.
Yeah. And this is just a product of Kibler missing one of the drops, so he's a minion behind, and he's also a mana behind because of the way the way the turns lined up. So he's looking at a potential Savage Roar just pushing him out of the game, and he needs a way to stabilize, but it's really hard to with the current stats on the board, and he doesn't have like an easy way for mass removal. Druid doesn't have access to that at the moment.
Yeah, and you see that the shade that he could have played in turn 2 is still in his hand. So he basically never had a chance to play it because he fell too far behind. So the game definitely not going the way Kibler imagined it would. He has all those spells. He has a lot more cards in hand than Sevitz does, but he doesn't have the mana to cast all of them. Which is definitely one way to win this matchup. You could try to win because you have more cards and just outclass your opponent, but you could just try to win by being faster and establishing a good board presence before they can react, and that's what Sevitz went for. And now we're gonna see the Black Knight being put to good use.
Yeah, I think you gotta pick up an easy trade here, and killing off one of these minions, whether you kill off the Spectre Knight or you kill off the Ooze and just kind of let your opponent hold. But the way Sevitz phrased his turn was definitely indicative of Savage Roar, so you take out the bigger minion in case it was the worst case scenario. And now
Yeah,
Kibler...
I wouldn't play the... Sorry, go on.
I don't know, you can go ahead and talk about
Yeah,
that.
I think
You're using the Keeper here, right?
Yeah, the problem with Black Knight is the only targets are defender targets, so you want to use it as early as possible. Not as early as possible, but Argo's already gone. He just played one. So you're probably not going to have another target. Though there's also Druid of the Claw, so that's also a good target. But yeah, he could have just attacked it for 2 and played Karen Bloodhoof, which I think would have been my choice.
Ah, okay, playing Karen instead. Either way, the 4/5 body is out there. And now it's always constantly threatening lethal, even though if you might or might not have it. And with Black Knight's been used, Kibler feels a lot more likely to play this taunt, not afraid of what happens. In Sevitz top decks, the Savage Roar, is that enough to end this game right here? I believe so, because you have that extra burst
Yeah,
through
for sure.
With,
He even has the silence for the... Yeah.
Alright, so game 3 will go to Sevitz and wins a very important mirror match to put him at the match point here in order to go 1-0 in the groups. And Kibler is going to have to rely on his Shaman deck, which at first glance, once again, has a couple of interesting choices on his end with Sludge Belcher, with having the Haunted Creepers that kind of got rotated out of Shaman a little while ago when 6-0's deck started becoming popular. But by all means, this deck still is very viable and still strong on the competitive circuit at the moment. And Sludge Belcher always does surprise me, so as much as it might not fit at the moment on paper of what it wants to do, I'm sure there's going to be an opportunity for it to shine.
Yeah, definitely. I think this matchup is going to be a lot about who can establish a good board presence early and just never lose it. Because, sure, there is Lightning Storm, there is Swipe, but it seems like just having an early board pressure and being able to control combat is the key to this matchup. If either of those players just starts their turn with nothing in play, that's devastating. But if they have a lot of minions to work with, they're in a very good position. And whoever can make their opponent start with nothing is going to have a good edge.
The onus definitely feels like the burden of board presence definitely does feel more on the Druid side, because Sevitz doesn't have mass AoE compared to what Lightning Storm could do with spell power. Also, he even used one of his quote AoE removals like Force of Nature in favor of a minion that's single target. So Sevitz might have trouble if he doesn't have a good hand, and this Druid deck sometimes just gives you the heavier portion of the deck in the early game, and sometimes you're just kind of powerless to stop what's going on. Let's go on to Game 4 and see if Sevitz can continue his momentum and start off VGVN3 with a win and send Brian Kibler in a 0-2 spiral, which basically puts him out of the running unless the rest of the people in the group also lose their series quite one-sidedly. So Kibler needs to win this bad if he wants to stay competitive in the group here.
Yeah, especially because he lost in Naria 0-3, and that's the first tiebreaker. So if he does go 0-2, he will probably not make it, unfortunately.
All right. Well,
also,
the
another
curve
thing
looks
is that
good.
It does, yeah. He has plays for the first, 4 turns. Other thing is that, this matchup, the decks are somewhat similar in my mind, except Shaman's hero power is a lot better. It's a lot more connected to what he wants to do as a whole than Hunter's hero power. So if the game just goes long with, parity, then the Shaman hero power is going to outclass the Druid hero power a lot. So yeah, as you said, the onus is definitely on the Druid deck.
All right, well, these 2-3s are going to be the big bullies on the board. No matter how Sevitz tries to struggle, it's going to kind of, it can't really match toe-to-toe, card for card. Now, Sevitz does have Innervate, so his hand is really starting to shape up to be pretty decent. And this is an opportunity for him to kind of plan out his next few turns on how he wants to use his mana here.
Yeah, definitely. I'm pretty sure he doesn't want to use that Innervate. He could just use it to, hero power and cast a spell, or just jam a second ooze, which probably not good since he knows Sevitz can't Lightning Storm this turn, but he can Lightning Storm next turn. So you only get 1 attack. It's probably not worth it. Just flooding the board even more, casting your Innervate to do so. The choice is Shade or Harvest Golem.
Yeah, with the knowledge you just
like
mentioned, would you not play Shade instead, so that way your opponent can't Lightning Storm, in which case you have the ability to at least have it survive compared to next turn, it's a little bit more vulnerable?
Yeah, definitely. 3 Toughness is still not very resilient against Shaman, because all the removal is 3 damage, and Lightning Storm could do 3 damage, but it's much better than 2. And, he's not gonna have a better window than right now. So interestingly, he chose not to attack.
Yeah, always in the back of your mind.
Could have attacked. Because Hunter Creeper effectively trades for a 1-2-3 by itself. He had attack last turn.
Yeah, you make yourself a little more open to something like the Healing Totem, which we saw, but that's still kind of a lower probability, only 25% chance. Now, Kibler rolls Spell Power.
Yeah, and I assume... Yeah, if he hits the Healing Totem, he's just going to attack your minions anyway, so he's going to get value from that. You only heal 1, so... Can you imagine this exact same situation would happen, except one of those guys will be lower, and he would have 2 tokens. So he would actually be able to finish the taunt guys with his hero power. And maybe not expose his Shade to a 3 damage removal spell.
Okay, well, now Sevitz can remove effectively what's on the board here. And also put out some more minions, just start doing some ways to kind of sneak in damage the next couple of turns, and he has Ancient of Lore to follow up.
Yeah, he does have, pretty good turns 5 and 6 with Ancient of Lore and Spectral Knight. But again, I guess we're gonna get to a point where neither player has a significant board, so the advantage will still be on Kibler's side. We'll have the first threat first. Since if his Lightning Storms now, all he can do is just cast a totem.
Nice. I always like playing the first copy in your hand from the closest it was to the deck, or from being recently drawn, so that way it's like, oh yeah, I just conveniently drew the exact answer I needed to wipe the board or affect the state of things, and then just like, oh god, you got so lucky.
Oh, sorry, I've been casting this game the whole... I keep thinking Kibler is the Shaman guy. Sorry, Kibler is the Druid guy. So just...
no worries. It's just confusing because
most of the time I said Kibler. Sure. Just reverse it.
So Sevitz does drop Spectral Knight and opts to keep Ancient of Lore, so that way his opponent can't just simply hex and respond to it. Not to mention that it's not like his opponent can get great value off of things like Flame Tongue Totem. And I think it's just a strong choice. A lot of people would immediately say, well, there's only a 1/1 totem. Surely there has to be like an opportunity to use Ancient Allure now. But he's just wisely holding back, showing restraint, and he still has the opportunity to next turn if he wants to use Ancient of Lore if he sees the opportunity. Elsewise, I think now is a good time to set this minion up. Strong play.
Yeah, for sure. Though he... Yeah, no, that's definitely fine. Yeah, playing around Flame Tongue Totem is really smart here. And Kibler doesn't have any great options at this point. You know, he could just play a mana Totem and just draw a card and absorb 4 damage, but that's not great. And he could play Defender of Argus, just taunt to small guys that were gonna die anyway, so that's also not great. Yeah, chooses to go for a little bit more for board presence.
Ooh, and now this gives Sevitz an opportunity to get some value off of Black Knight.
It does, yeah, but does he even need it? It's probably the best play here. You know, it's not going to get much better unless his opponent plays Alak here.
Yeah.
Which is a very good Black Knight target, but...
Yeah, often, though, you don't get the luxury of having the ability to respond to Alakir, right? Usually the first time you see Alakir is the last time you do.
Yeah.
But
right. Even if you do respond to it, it's already dealt a lot of damage, you know. Not necessarily to you, but it's already cleared your board or something. But yeah, definitely just maximizing his value right now. And, you know, Kibler can strike back with an attack plus a fire elemental to leave the board at roughly parity. Except his opponent again has the first move, so his opponent can remove his threat and keep attacking.
Oh my. Kibler is opting to remove the Black Knight over something like the Spectral Knight. Which is, I guess, because he wants to keep his 2/3 alive, so he can't use a Lightning Bolt on it. And try to pressure the Druid into going for an easy trade, and that can allow him to consequently start building the board back. Interesting choice. And Sevitz is going to immediately respond with Ancient of Lore, which he's been waiting to do a couple turns and seeing if he had an opportunity to. And now he does. He can even innervate and try to follow up this play if he wants to continue trying to remove the board effectively in his favor.
Yeah, I doubt he would though. Yeah, he's just going to attack the minion and pass it turn here.
Oh my, Doomhammer draw. Oh, sorry, Rockbiter with the Doomhammer draw.
Yeah, that is a lot of damage, and, you know, a lot of damage to everything to Kibler, and Kibler doesn't really care, you know, he's at 30 life. So definitely a very strong card for Kibler to draw here. And not only does he get rid of the board, it also threatens 12 more damage over the course of the game. And when Sevitz is at 18, you know, 12 is a very large portion of that.
Yeah, definitely. Sevitz does have the ability to respond with spells and a combination of even battle cries. But now this kind of gives Shaman the ability to respond immediately. And it's not very threatening to see a Haunted Creeper this late unless you're afraid of the combo, but he's still got a good enough health.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, he can follow it up with Harrison Jones or Low Tab. Now the question is, do you use those hammer charges to, you know, kind of kill Keeper of the Grove, or do you just go for the face? Interesting decision here.
It could depend on, if you want to play Lothab to deny turn 9 combo possibilities, it could depend on your totem roll here. So you roll a totem first, see if you can be a little bit more defensive with a taunt totem, and then evaluate. Or even,
yeah, could be.
Even if you get Spell Power Totem, you can Earthshock and then kill off the Keeper of the Grove and then play Manatite Totem.
Yeah, or just attack the Spider and Lightning Storm and hope to hit a 4 and a 2/4 if you do hit the Spell Totem. But yeah, I mean, if you know you're gonna use the Totem anyway, you might as well just do it first so you know what's happening.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, so like it's not though.
There's a lot of ways to play this turn, actually, the more I think about it.
Yeah.
All right. And, I mean, Earthshock gives him flexibility because if he picks up Rockbiter number 2, he can use Earthshock in case his opponent has any kind of taunters that was coming out of the blue, like Druid of the Claw, in case he wants to be defensive. But now Sevitz has to use Swipe on Mana Tide Totem, and that's stuff that you like to see. It's just inefficient. Mana Tide Totem pays for itself. Of course, you're sad to lose it, but at the same time, you recognize your opponent had to waste a card, and now Druid's starting to kind of fall behind the card count here.
Yeah, I wonder if people, try to kill Mana Tide Totem just way too aggressively. It's something I generally experience, that people they see it and they can't bear the possibility of their opponents drawing an extra card, so they just do anything in their power to get rid of it. And in that scenario, it's very, very good because it pays for itself. They have to use the mana too, so it's just a super good arcane intellect. But yeah, the downside here is that Sevitz has no pressure, so he knows that guy's going to be there for a while, so he has to get rid of it.
Have you ever seen? I don't know how long you've been able to kind of browse stuff like this subreddit, but whenever I see posts that's just like as bust as they can to shut down a card they don't like Nurshire Cleric. This guy once posted that he double innervated and swiped a turn 1 Cleric just because he hated Nurshire Cleric and draws that much, and I immediately upvoted. I can get behind that.
Yeah, it's that kind of thing, it's just very unbearable to see your opponents drawing a lot of cards. It's a horrible feeling. You just think you're going to lose the game so badly.
Right. All right, the Rat for 1 picks up Druid the Claw, so it gives him ability to kind of choose how he wants to remove this, or if he wants to play defensive. Even has the availability of Swipe and Innervate to kind of push it out, and I'd recommend doing so because Innervate becomes increasingly less useful the longer you wait, because the mana is best served earlier on. That's the whole purpose of Innervate, as opposed to over time.
Yeah, especially in this deck, the other deck has a lot of 6-cost minions and stuff, so in the late game you could draw 2 and just play 2 of them in the same turn, but in this particular Druid version, you generally don't have that many cards in your hand, you don't have that many expensive cards, so you're usually not limited. 10 mana is usually enough to do whatever you want to do, so if you see an opportunity to use Innervate, you just go for it. You're very happy to get rid of it, because unlike Wall Growth, you can't cycle it.
All right, now Kibler's been patiently waiting with cards like Lotheb, and he knows his opponent's down to 1 card, which is that's just really tricky, because it's how much do you play around something like Savage Roar that can push you out of the game, and do you go for the extra clear so he can't get that 2 damage bonus? Either way, though, it looks like he can't fully remove the board, and just 1 Savage Roar might end this tournament run, essentially, because he can't lose here. He can't lose 3-1 in his second series and be 1-6 overall in the scores.
Yeah, but I definitely agree with his play of just, taking the damage and killing that guy. You're going to take the damage anyway, and it doesn't seem like you're going to raise your opponent next turn if you just let him attack your Flame Totem. So...
Ooh. Sevitz is 1 damage from being able to kill off his opponent. Keeper the Grove is the extra 2, and then Hero Power is 7. So he is still looking for a way to not die. I guess the silver lining is Lotheb is just a 5/5 body and nothing else, because he didn't have spells anyways. Yeah.
Now he's thinking, do I attack that totem? Or do I just attack him and hope, that's enough? Like he's just going to silence it and attack his opponent. Instead of, opting for some more direct damage as opposed to just trying to clear the board, which I think is smart when his opponent is at 8. Hasn't done that yet, but...
Well, yeah, Harvest Golem's coming down for sure. So he's like, get this out of the way. So I'm not delayed or roped by any chance.
Yeah.
But it is a little tricky, It's how do you go about this? What can your opponent kill you next turn? If you're just focused on this Flame Tongue.
Oh, he definitely can. No, your opponent has 13 damage if you don't kill the Flame Tongue Totem.
Right.
Yeah, now it's much, much harder.
Okay, so
there's only 9 and you're at 15. So he needs 6 more damage.
Yep, he needs 6 more damage. Alec here is exactly what it would be.
So he would be dead if he hadn't gotten rid of that totem.
Right. Okay.
Interesting.
Kibler still. Can you fully clear the board here? I think so, if he rolls a Spell Power Totem.
Yeah, he could Earth Shock the Golem. I mean, he's gonna tilt it anyway, so might as well just do it before all his calculations.
All right. Well,
Yeah, he could clear the board, but he will be at 1 life, I think. Is that right? So the low tap kills the 4/4. The 2 minions and Earth Shock kill the Golem, and then he has to attack and Lightning Bolt the other one. Or not necessarily in that order, like just Lightning Bolt attack and.
now that you have Taunt Totem, maybe you can play a little bit more liberally, like Lightning Bolts. You can keep as much health as your Loatheb as you want. Although he did use both swipes. Ah, this is tricky. I don't know. It's like you don't want to go to 1 health because on the off chance he has a way to push through your taunt and just hero powers you, you die, or even second keeper the grove. So I think you don't want to attack. I think you'd rather, I don't know. You leave up a minion, then he obviously might be able to kill you if he just pushes past and silences you. It's tough pickings here, and he's just gonna have to go for it, put himself at 1 health, and just cross his fingers that Sevitz doesn't have one way to get through this taunt totem here.
Yeah, he actually does not have lethal next turn, even if Sevitz can't kill him this turn. So Sevitz has a 2-turn window to draw basically a Force of Nature.
No, man, Loatheb is not it. He needed a Force of Nature, like you said, or second Druid the Claw, anything to push through this taunt totem. And Kibler's looking for damage too, but he doesn't get it either. You gotta trade and push and damage here. It's pretty clear.
Well, you don't have to trade because your totem. Oh, you're at 1. Yeah, you have to trade. Sorry.
Yeah.
I was gonna say your totem is gonna heal and he attacks the token with the low tap, but obviously if you're at 1, he'll just kill you on the way back. So.
Man, Kibler could have gotten a slew of better draws than this. Defender of Argus, Alakir, another way to do 4 damage of some kind if I'm missing any way to draw like after Drake, but he picks up Harvest Golem, one of the worst cards at his disposal.
Yeah, should probably trade that 5/4, right? Because the low tab is going to become a 5/5. Oh.
Wait. Uh-oh. Brian, no!
Now he's in trouble. Yeah.
No, he dies to just a hero pass. Savitz can't believe it. He's like, wait, what?
Yeah, he must have miscounted. He must have made the same mistake I made.
Uh-oh. Oh, no, that's definitely a brain fart there. Brian kind of just laughs it off. That was definitely not according to plan. He was trying to calculate so much of his damage in combat math of what he could have done and threatened. Because if he traded, obviously he missed the 5 damage and he still had the top deck like Alakir to win. So that was his best chance, I guess, assuming his opponent couldn't kill him, but he forgot about the hero power. There's the 1 damage that can kill him.
Yeah. That definitely happens. You know, you're so focused on one thing, like how can I maximize, like how can I make sure I kill my opponent next turn, that sometimes you just miss those, just small details that end up just killing you.
Oh gosh, yeah, it's become too much about the board, and too much about the board and killing your opponent and forgetting how much of your own health. Now, granted, if he was at like 15, then I think that's an appropriate risk sometimes, considering that your opponent's top decking.
If he has that 2, I think that plays good because the low tab has to hit the taunt totem. So no doubt he thought, oh, my taunt guy is 2 toughness, so he's gonna attack it with hero power. He's gonna go to 1, then low tab's gonna finish it off. He can't kill and attack me with low tab. Which is true, but he can just stack you with the hero power instead. So
right, yeah, and then it becomes like a Force of Nature or Savage Roar top deck to end the game to push through that taunt. Like it's understandable, but Kibler was again really focused on something else very clearly, that he was trying to pick out this appropriate way to win the game next turn, because he still also had plenty of ways to draw dead, like another Haunted Creeper or whatnot. So trying to maximize his chances, but he overlooked the one obvious play of just not dying. And it happens to the best of us, and unfortunately, it happened here where he's going to be 1-6 as opposed to potentially be tied up with Sevitz and maybe staying relevant in the tournament. But he is going to need some big help if he wants to advance. Hyped has to basically lose every single game here. And then Brian Kibler has to decisively 3-0 his next series, and Sevitz has to kind of go 1-2 as well. So it's going to take a little bit of difficult road, but Kibler most likely is out by a chance of it. I'm pretty sure Sevitz can win 1 game at least. And we're going to have to move on to our next series, PV. What do we have?
Yeah, we have, let me see. We have Hype versus Naria. which is something I'm really looking forward to because Naria was very impressive when I watched him yesterday. I really like the speed in which he played, and Hype has my favorite deck in the tournament, which is Mage deck. So definitely want to watch this matchup.
All right, so Naria versus Hype will be coming up after the break. Before we go, we want to remind you guys about your chance to win the Zeus PC. Just type in giveaway in the chat and find out more information. Just have to sign up a newsletter and find out what VGVN is all about and what they're trying to do to make sure video games are healthily promoted in the media and making sure that to fight for their rights in the Supreme Court. So check it out. While we take a break and we come back, more action from VGVN3. Welcome back, everybody, to VGVN3. Our next series will be the first appearance that we see Hyped in this tournament. He is coming back off of a second-place finish in the previous edition of the tournament, where he lost to Calento in the finals. But then again, everyone was losing to Calento, so there's nothing to be ashamed of. But now he has an opportunity to once again show his consistency. Hyped is one of the most highly anticipated players in the recent memory because of his ladder finishes that's been extremely strong and consistent since basically season 1, where he got number 2 and 3 respectively on the ladder. And now Hyped is starting to put some tournament results to kind of back his name here, as well as streaming a little bit. So he's starting to come into public eye, and everyone wants to see how you do, especially against another person who's also caught people by surprise yesterday with Naria, who showed pretty strong play overall and making powerful moves after powerful moves.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely a match I'm looking forward to watching. So just one small detail. Remember when he talked about how unlucky Sevitz was that he dug through almost all his deck and never drew a kill command? It turns out he actually doesn't run any. So I looked at his Hunter deck list, and there are no kill commands in Sevitz's deck. So he wasn't digging for those. That's pretty interesting, highly unusual, I think.
Oh, all right. Yeah, that's something we kind of overlook because it's an assumption, right? That it's
Yeah.
something that we didn't kind of pick up. Let's go into the game and see if by any chance these guys are running similar decks to what Kibler and Sevitz are or something else. You mentioned that Hyped has his mage deck, and that's something in his arsenal that's very unusual considering his mage misses some important cards. And now that the surprise factor is out, does that come into play whatsoever? Is Naria completely prepared for his mage? We'll have to wait and see, though, because we're going to start off the series with Miracle Rogue for Hyped, a deck that he's patented by now and has popularized significantly since his run on ladder. And then Naria will open up his Ramp Druid, which we didn't get to see last time because he 3-0'd with his handlock.
Yeah, though we did see a very similar deck being played in Group A. Two guys had a deck in Group A. Or three, actually. Everyone but Colento, I think, had a version of this Druid deck. So we got to see a lot of games with that yesterday. And this matchup, I think I got a favor though. It's really tough because the Druid deck has a lot of big walls that make it impossible for you to lose the game if it gets to a certain point. But at the same time, it applies no pressure. So Hype is going to be able to draw basically his entire deck, and then he's going to see whether that's enough to deal with whatever Naria managed to get in play by that time. So it's a race for Naria to accumulate enough taunts so that Hype's entire deck cannot deal with them.
That's right. So I think Hyped has the edge here. Let's see if it kind of goes off in game one and the Miracle Rogue can get the draws, or will there just be too many taunts, too many threats that's dropped by this Druid deck? Or even just maybe sometimes there's ways to pressure too with innervates and early wild growths and passivity from the Miracle Rogue. Now, it seems like Naria does have the innervate early on, which is a great keep, and from there you just kind of see what you get.
But not much to go with it yet. But if he does draw something, he'll be able to play pretty early because he has both innervate and wild growth.
Wow. Well, and the coin. So you can go for some big ramps in the next couple of turns for Naria. Hyped, in the meantime, seems like he's got pretty standard ways to answer stuff early on. He's still not sure entirely what kind of Druid this is. That seems to be the big factor in this tournament because Druids, once again, becoming a common class, but their dichotomy and difference between their speed, whether it's a slow ramp Druid or a fast combo Druid, has been kind of taking people off guard.
Yeah, and here we see that Naria chooses not to wild growth on turn 1 with that coin because he recognizes that he won't actually accelerate in any way. He'll still not be able to play a turn 2 Sunwalker, so he's going to settle for a turn 3 Sunwalker, which is already pretty good and keeps his coin.
What about turn 3 Ancient of War?
Ooh, yeah, you could also play that.
No, then Sap is just destroying your next couple of turns. At least you have coin to kind of pair together a semblance of a turn next on the next go here.
Yeah, if he immediately saps it, you can just replay it with the coin. So definitely a better choice.
Now, of course, this Divine Shield does pose to be quite problematic. You can kill it off, but it's going to need a couple of turns. And of course, you might lose your minion here.
Yeah, when you take some damage, not highly relevant because Naria's deck does not have a lot of burst. If it kills you, this is going to kill with an overwhelming board, so you don't carry you to 4. But yeah, it could be relevant. He does have that Savage Roar and that swiping in his hand.
All right, Naria picks up easy removal, even drops another minion, so that way you can cycle through. The spell power often doesn't become that relevant with a lot of the Druid cards. Swipe with 4 damage is pretty much the money amount of health that most of these rogue cards have, barring a Van Cleef or a Sludge Belcher.
Yeah, no, he could have used... Oh no, I think he just drew the damage. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say he could have used that if cycle.
Ooh,
yeah, he could have. He could have played Bledgemate, cycled Wrath, and coined up the hero power, but clearly he wants to keep that coin for turn 6.
Naria has an insane curve. Just look at how everything's going. Turn 6 Ancient of War, turn 7 Ancient of War, and this was following a turn 4 Sunwalker. So this is
Yeah.
starting to really become difficult. Hype needed Gadgetzan right here, so that way he could potentially start putting up something, but now it's starting to get tricky once again.
Yeah, he's gonna have to use double eviscerate to get rid of that 510, but that will let him play a very big Van Cleef. So he has to preparation, eviscerate, eviscerate, Van Cleef.
And then hopefully your
could
opponent
even
doesn't have
shadow step.
BGH.
Yeah, or Keeper of the Grove.
That's true. There are 3 threats. In fact, he's thinking about playing around BGH right here by dropping Van Cleef. But I think you just have to kind of go for it. Your win conditions are starting to get thin. You're not having the guarantee of picking up Gadgetzan anyways. So this is an opportunity for Hype to potentially start striking back. And Naria, where does he draw here?
Ooh, a blank. Yeah, Wild Growth definitely the best card you can have on turn 2. And not the worst on turn 10, but on turn 7, 8, it's really, really bad. And Naria's in trouble here. He has to use Swipe and Savage Roar to answer that Van Cleef. Or Hero Power. No, Hero Power doesn't work. Yeah, has to be both.
Well, he goes for the clear at least, so kind of resets in his favor.
Yeah, actually not that bad a position he was in. If Hype had used his Shadow Step to make his Van Cleef +4/+4, then that would actually dominate the board. But of course, since he has that leader already, doesn't want to use a Shadow Step, he's thinking that 8/8's already enough. Turns out it wasn't. 12/12 would have been a lot better, but couldn't have known that.
Yeah, and of course, that's super all-in. That's a situation where you can always say that with the information that you have, knowing what your opponent has, but Hyped, of course, just went semi in that case because of the Keep of the Grove or BGH here.
Yeah, of course. No, his play is totally reasonable.
All right.
Would have turned out better, but can't predict it.
Looking for the sap or something. Picks up Gadgetzan, so at least that's a play for next turn. And you know your opponent just used first copy of Savage Roar, which is very likely the only copy because these ramp druid decks don't often run 2 versions of the combo. They need to have bigger minions. So I think Hype feels a little bit okay, despite the fact that he's at only 15 health.
Yeah, for sure. He's probably not worried about, deck combo. That's not really what this game is going to be about. Ooh, low tab. A huge card.
Wow, that is a way to deny the Gadgetzans. And that's not good news at all for Hyped, because if he draws spells, they're kind of useless here. I mean, Hyped attacked into this Ancient of War to try to hedge his bets against, excuse me. What is the card I'm thinking about? Faceless Manipulator, that's right. So that way he can't have 2 5/10s.
Yeah, now he's actually facing lethal, and there's nothing he can do about it. He could play B right and finish off the 5/5, giving his opponents. Yeah, and he doesn't even want to sap any of those guys. He saps low tab. It just comes down next turn, and that's very bad for you. And he saps Ancient of War, it's going to come down as a 5/10.
But he's got a Druid the Claw to finish out with the 9 damage. And even the hero power, so he's got him a little covered. And the Ramp Druid has proven consistent and strong enough with its early curve with Innervate and Wild Growth. We talked about it, how if you get the early enough start, in some weird ways, you can pressure the Miracle Rogue despite having some of the slowest deck in the game. And Ramp Druid on display once again, showing that it's a strong class, or it's just a strong deck type that people shouldn't only just be considering the aggro version, but the Ramp Druid's been also the surprise deck of the tournament, in my opinion.
Yeah, I personally think it's a better choice than the aggro version. They're both good. They're both, decent against almost everything. But if I was going to play a tournament, I would choose this version. I think it's just better against what you expect to face. Such as this warrior deck.
Yeah, I think when I talked to Gara, and Gara was a guy who first put Ramp Druid on the map really for like a big tournament victory at DreamHack Bucharest. He was the one saying that Ramp Druid is strong because if you just make consistently good plays, it just gives a lot of opportunity for your opponent to mess up because there's just a lot of ways to really catch your opponent off guard and do good stuff. And you have a good versatility mix of things. Although on the opposite side, you could get screwed by bad draws, which we've seen a few times as well. Now, speaking of decks that can also have bad draws, Warrior is one of them, and it really needs to line up appropriately with something like Druid, because if you don't have the right removals, or any removals, and there's just early threats just picking your board apart, then you can be in big trouble. But at the same time, the late game scaling potential of this Warrior deck is massive. It's got cards like Ysera, and even Black Knight can be so big and swingy that it might not matter what happens after that, because the mid game has been determined by such a large development of the board on the Warrior side.
Yeah, definitely. I think, there's that saying, there are no wrong threats, only wrong answers. And I think this really exemplifies this matchup, because anything that the Druid deck does is a threat. But a lot of the answers for the Warrior deck have to match up with the specific threats. The only cards that kill anything are Execute and sometimes Shield Slam. But even in Shield Slamming at 5/10 is pretty hard. So I think Druid probably has the advantage here. But again, we've seen this matchup being played yesterday, and Colento, I think, actually went 2-0 with Warrior against the Ramp Druid deck. So perhaps there's not all there is to it.
Yeah, I think a lot of players do favor the late game scaling of Warrior against the Ramp Druid, but we'll see. There's opportunities for Naria to do things with Innervate and even use the combo if he sees an opportunity to end the game, and that just gives him some flexibility in the late game as well. So don't underestimate it. Let's go into game 2 and see if Naria can continue his undefeated streak in VGVN, as currently he's 1-0 in this series and 4-0 overall, and has been the quiet dark horse that people are now starting to pay attention to as potentially the favorite to advance based off his play so far.
Yeah, and a very bad hand for Naria here. When it doesn't have a play until turn 6, so he's really going to be relying on what he draws. Or his hype does.
Gosh. He drew the heaviest card in his deck, Scenarios. He drew a situational card that he's most likely not going to use before at least like turn 4 or 5. Because unless you want to just Savage War to kill off a small minion, there's really nothing else there. But he has Wild Growth, so that's a nice way. And all of a sudden, Naria's smiling. The first time I think we've seen him show any kind of emotion in this tournament.
Yeah, okay. Well, all he needs to do is draw a 4-drop here. And then his hand is going to move from unplayable to having a perfect curve. And interesting that Hype capped the Fury War Axe. He considered mulliganing it, ultimately chose to keep it. And it's a card that you would almost never mulligan, because it's so good early on, but if you would, it's going to be against this deck, because it has no minions that you can kill.
Yeah, what are the chances that you'll be able to have a nice 2-for-1 opportunity with Fiery War Axe? It's most likely just going to be killing off the second part of something, whether half the Shield Master or, whatever, or even the Harvest Golem, but even then it doesn't go 2-for-1 against Harvest Golem either. It just gives you half the value. And wow, Naria doesn't even play the Harvest Golem because he doesn't want to give any cards to Warrior. So recognizing that this matchup often is about the cards and making sure that you're not getting outpaced by your opponent whatsoever.
Back to work.
Yeah, definitely. Though Hype does have a way to get at least one extra card from the cool Trustmaster, which, much like the 3 War Axe, doesn't have any good targets. So they can team up to kill Harvest Golem if it comes to that.
Yeah, not good for Naria, as he had to use Wrath on Acolyte, and that's good news for Hypes, as he's able to get 2 cards and even draw out a removal spell. And he picks a Black Knight. Oof, that's going to be a big heavy-duty swinger. He got it early, which is really important.
Yeah, that's probably his best card in the matchup. If you could choose any card to have access to on turn 6, it would be Black Knight. It just gets rid of guys that are very hard to get rid of otherwise, like Sunwalker and 5-Dance.
What now?
All right. Well, Hypes can develop a weapon here. Personally, I think Deathbite is strong, considering his opponent's coming on turn 6. And if he plays one of the many minions that have 5 health in Druid's arsenal, you have an opportunity to kill it off while being able to maybe even get some synergies with other cards that come out. So I think Deathbite is more appropriate here as opposed to just Fiery War Axe and Armor Up.
Yeah, also uses his mana better, because there might be a turn in which he wants to play a 6-drop and a 2-drop weapon, and now he can do that, because he has a Fiery War Axe.
Alright, liking it so far. Now this is going to be a big swing of things. Black Knight is just so strong. As much as you want to get the maximum value as possible. Oh, just kidding. I was counting the mana wrong.
Yeah, he can't play it now.
Wild Growth. That's right. I was like, he's on 6 mana, so his opponent must be 6 mana, but he can't do that. My mistake.
Yeah. It's pretty tough, considering he also has on a 6 mana card. So his hand is very good. He has a lot of powerful stuff, but he might just not have the time to play it all, depending on how this game goes.
Also, something semi-amusing is that Naria also wants to use his hero power to kill off the remaining health. And also, as a result, it sort of plays around getting this optimal Black Knight value, because if there was nothing else to play, the strongest play by far is the Ancient of War. And then all of a sudden, it would probably get completely stricken out, and he'd be in trouble.
I don't think it's getting Black Knight, though. Hype recognizes that there could be a 5/10 coming out his way, and he doesn't have any other ways to answer it. Whereas this board, he can't actually fight through. So I think we're just going to see an attack here and a Cairn. Or maybe a Sylvanas, but probably Cairn.
Yeah, Sylvanas is best served against this Ancient of War, or if your opponent has Ragnaros, or if your opponent has just the stronger, bigger minions. Sylvanas being the strongest minion on the board is actually not always a good thing, because as much as she can trade and kill off, you also might not get value. And in these control matchups, it's so important to make sure Sylvanas acts as that extension of removal in case you don't have shield slams and executes.
Yeah, which he doesn't. I mean, he hasn't seen either so far this match. What he has seen is a lot of his late game cards. Yeah, I think normally the fact that Cairn is only 4 power facing a board of 5 toughness guys would be problematic, but the Death Spite is going to go off and it's going to make everything one. That guy's going to die, and the other one is going to be susceptible to the Cairn. Yeah, definitely agree with Hype play here.
All right. Well, let's see what Naria can get off this Wrath. His hand's still looking a little clunky. Both that does allow him to deny a lot of mana usage if he wants to use Execute, but Ancient of Lord just feels way stronger.
Yeah. I wonder what his thought process was by wrathing the 4/4 instead of the 4/5 instead of the 1/1 and hitting for 3.
Well, now I don't know either, but Hyped can now respond pretty accordingly with more weapons and trying to just fight back. Now he's drawn 3 of his weapons, the remainder usually in the deck. People have kind of cut out Gorehowl, and it's still gotten a little bit clunkier.
Yeah, and he has no armor for that Shield Slam yet.
Yeah.
So a card that's generally a good answer to your opponent's threats, just at this point does absolutely nothing unless you can pick up a shield block.
Are you afraid of combo by any chance? If you're Hyped, you saw Savage Roar last game, so you know he runs 1 copy of it, and there is enough power on the board to threaten it.
Yeah, there definitely is, but I don't think you can be too afraid of it. This is a situation where if you play around the combo, you end up losing to everything else.
Yeah, that's a good point there. Developing the weapon definitely seems the best. It's all about whether or not you want to save the health on yourself or the minions. But he's not going to play around it whatsoever. Looks like he's just going to try to trade his health and save his Cairn as much as possible. You can get behind that. Back over to Naria.
And he's at 22, so he's not actually dead to the combo here.
Oh my god, he is! He has Innervate! And that's actually enough damage, I believe. Oh my goodness, that's pretty devastating if you're Hyped. Oh wow, he drew the exact card that he was looking for.
Okay,
that is too bad. Oh man.
No, did it need the Innervate?
Yeah,
it did.
Okay,
So. Yeah.
He needed the 1 card. That 1 card had the exact damage to end this game. There were 19 cards remaining, and he drew the 1 that he needed. So less than 5% chance, but sometimes it happens. And you were talking about if you don't play around the combo, you lose against most everything else. But in that 1 scenario, unfortunately, Hyped ends up dropping the game here, and now he's going to have to rely on his mage in order to climb out. And Naria looks like once again in a position to 3-0 his opponent.
Yeah, moved to an impressive 6-0 run. Yeah, I don't really know how this matchup should go. I would think Hype is favored, but then if he's favored, why didn't he just pick this deck to begin with? You know, maybe he thinks he just gets easily countered by another deck in Naria's arsenal, and then doesn't want to expose it before he actually beats that deck? Or maybe he just doesn't think this matchup's good.
Well, I think that in general, you're afraid of stuff like Keep the Grove on Twilight Drakes and like how things stack up, because it maybe not even the BGH per se, but just of how like the threats kind of do take their time. I'm not sure exactly too. This is a little bit of a weird mage deck because he doesn't run cards like Fireball, which is a very unusual thing.
Yeah.
And you know, my Fireball for a long time was like a staple card, and he's got like Alex Strauza without other cards like Pyroblast 2 to follow it up, so that way you can end the game. So it's not a freeze mage by any means to try to use burn to kill. You use minions instead and board presence. It's a little weird, but it kind of works. And he streamed it yesterday even, I believe, or 2 days ago, can't recall, where he was doing some good dominance on ladder with it. Let's jump into game 3 and see if Hype can turn around, or will Naria be able to keep this streak alive and win 6-0 in his games overall, which has been extremely impressive.
Yeah, it would. So, Hype keeping that Sledge Belcher. Pretty interesting. And Naria mulligan into a somewhat slow hand, but most of his decks are slow. It's probably on the faster side because of Innervate.
Yeah, Naria's drawn Innervate and Wild Growth every game so far, and it's worked out in his favor. And he's also gotten some good cards to continue to push out, like an early Druid Claw, early Ancient of Lore. It really does depend on your read of the mage deck, though, because it's one of the best decks at surprising your opponent, or best classes, rather, at surprising your opponent. You never know what to expect from the freeze mage.
Yeah, though Hype has been playing this deck for a very long time, so Naria probably expects it to be this version. And here he hopes he could play a 5-drop, but then he would have no place until turn 5, so it's much better to just wait and have a good 5-drop play on turns 3 and 4. So next turn he just interface, and then the following turn he uses coin. And he's not under a lot of pressure here, because, you know, Hype is not really doing anything, he's just hitting for 2.
Alright, so Naria gonna fix his curve here, drop on turn 3, use his Sludge Belcher on turn 4, he can coin out Druid Claw. Let's see what secret Hype gets. It's Ice Block. And one thing to kind of keep in mind is that Mad Scientist is usually excellent in this matchup because of there's so many minions that you want to use cards like Duplicate on to get a lot of value. Like if you're able to get Duplicate off on Sylvanas and you just have more Sylvanas to fight against everything else, it's going to be insanely powerful against whatever big minions come out on the Druid side.
Yeah, even Duplicate on Sledge Belcher is such a beauty. Here, I think Hype got the better end of the deal by not, well, I guess it doesn't matter now, by not getting Duplicate immediately, because he probably doesn't want to get Mad Scientist duplicated.
Yeah, I have to imagine so. Ooh, and I think Naria
But
also
Naria
tested...
didn't attack into it.
Yeah, that's true. He tested for Mirror Entity by putting this in charge so he can answer card for card. Just in case it was in taunt mode and then all of a sudden he's a 4-6 he couldn't push through. So kind of a heads up play here.
Yeah, definitely now plays a low tab, which doesn't really hurt Hype that all since he wasn't going to play a spell anyway. But, you know, way better than just saving it for a better moment. Just get it. It's a 5-5 even if it doesn't do anything.
Do you want to duplicate your Sludge Belchers? This is a question that's coming in Hype's mind. Because if you go for an easy trade, you're going to get Duplicate, and you're going to get the secret, the second secret that's guaranteed. And,
yeah, I imagine you do. I mean, you might not play them, play them next turn or even the following turn, but Sledge Belcher does have a very good quality in that it costs exactly 5. So there's always going to be a point where you can play both. Which is not the same for Karen or Sylvanas, which could just clog your board till the end of the game, because you can only play 1 a turn. Those two he can at least guarantee to be able to play on turn 10.
Yeah, that is true. All right. Second duplicate coming into hand. So he can just kind of go back and try to whack at the board. But then the Sunwalker does pose to be kind of a problem because he can't pick a good trade. Meanwhile,
Yeah, he
he's
has
also...
to. Sorry, go on.
No, you're about to say something he has to do.
Yeah, he has to. If he wants to, play that Flame Strike, he has to suicide his whole board. He basically clears the board and passes the turn, but that's not a situation you want to be in. He gets a 1/2 token for his struggles. That's not a situation you want to be in.
Yeah, certainly not. Now, Naria does have ways to really put on a lot of momentum on the board. He's got Ancient of Lore to draw 2 cards. It's a 5/5 body, making it the strongest. Oh, can't forget about the idea that Naria also has Blood Mage Thalnos, so he can go for spell power swipes on these 5/2 creature, 5 health and 2 tokens. So, gonna be tricky for Hype to wiggle himself out of here.
I don't think most other Rim 3 decks are playing Blood Mage Thalnos. At least the ones we saw yesterday, I don't think they were playing that.
No, it's a card that's often cut here.
Yeah, no, he's gonna get some value off that Flame Strike now. Probably. Oh, maybe not. He just wants to develop his board more and see if he gets more from that Flame Strike.
All right, well, Hyped also has strong minions to kind of back everything up. He's got Molten Giant and Ragnaros, but there is a BGH waiting in Naria's hand. So it comes down to just this taunt wars where there's so many taunts on the board and denying the opponent to be able to attack. It's just become trading battles. How do you kind of piece everything together here? If you're Hyped, do you use this turn to set up? Because you thought you could go for a Flame Strike play, but now do you set it up so that way you might even get multiple iterations of Ragnaros? No.
Yeah, it's tough. Now you can still Flame Strike, but you cannot kill both creatures. Because either you use your hero power on the Ancient of War or on the Ancient of Lore. One of those is going to survive. So if playing Flame Strike and ending up with an even board is not a good thing, then leaving your opponent with a big minion is even worse. So he's going to be able to kill that the very next turn with his hero power. So maybe his best choice is just Flame Striking. The alternative is probably playing a Ragnaros, or even just playing 2 Arcane Intellects. He definitely doesn't want to play Duplicate here because he doesn't want to get 2 limes back.
Yeah, certainly not, because you're just going to get one of those weak ones. Oh, man. Ragnaros hits the face, and that's by far the worst target here.
Yeah, definitely. Even if you don't kill the Ancient of War, you make sure it dies next turn. And those 8 points of damage are not going to matter. Because again, Hype is not even running Fireballs or Power Blasts, so he's gonna have to kill with minions, and at that point, dealing 18 or dealing 26 should not be much different. When you have a lot of 8 power dudes, you don't care about 8 damage.
Alright, well, Naria does have the ability to respond with BGH. C's gonna use hero power to remove this really annoying Sludge Belcher. And the good news is that there's no Faceless Manipulator, though. That's always something in the back of your mind as a person playing Ragnaros. What if he just Faceless it? Am I in trouble?
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, here a almost board clear. Still lives a modest 5/5 taunt in play.
Alright, well...
Yeah, I have to say it.
Yeah, as he clears it, he just gets 2 strong 5-drop minions. Oh, there's 2 Flame Strikes, though.
Yeah, but Naria didn't play that as a 4/4, He played it as a 4/6. You could be thinking, oh, I'm going to be aggressive and just going to play it as a 4/4, but by playing as a 4/6, he denies both Flame Strike and Molten Giant. So Hype's in trouble here. He does pick up Polymorph, which is one of the best cards in this matchup. But right now, there are too many guys he wants to Polymorph.
Yeah, he needs to take Polymorph and make it Cone of Polymorph somehow.
Yeah, he does run 1 Cone of Cold, right?
He
Instead
does
of running Blizzards,
right?
Yeah.
Just combine the cards. It's like a bad season of Digimon where you just play the cards.
Yeah, he needed a Frost Nova plus Doomsayer here, but Naria even has the Keeper for that. So he's in some trouble. His option of
Right.
Flame Striking and Hero Powering is gone because he played Arcane Intellect. So does he play another one?
Yeah, you don't want your ice block to get popped if you can help it. Considering that he doesn't have ice block number 2, but Twilight Drake has to come down, get the extra health, and buy time until maybe he can get something else going here. The opponent has 7, 8 damage, and he doesn't want to die to another combo that he's underestimated. Oh man, by the way, there's Keeper of the Grove. Oh, but he won't care about that because he's got something else in his mind. Perhaps dropping a big legendary minion.
Yeah, Naria a bit of a miss sequencing here. If you probably just want to play Wild Growth before to see what you draw. Maybe he wanted to cast a Wrath as opposed to attacking it with his Ledge Belcher. So probably should have drawn with Wild Growth first.
Yeah, he could have silenced and then Wrath, right?
Yeah, now Hype is actually going to get good value off that Flame Strike. It's going to clear the board except for the 3-1. For the 3-1 that's going to leave a 1-2. So the game that looked very good in Naria's favor actually just kind of turned around.
Yeah, this is the second Flame Strike is definitely one that you're not exactly sure about playing around. And Naria's also kept Ancient of Lore for a while because he's not sure if he needs to use it as a healing mechanism. There's a lot of times where Alex Straza and Fireballs and Pyroblasts, you need to kind of actually save Ancient Lore as heals. And then you might be wondering, so that might be wondering, like, why are you playing Black on an empty board? It's definitely because there's a possibility that burn might be a win condition for Hype, but that's also like the knowledge that Hype leverages and says my opponent has to always be careful because I might have Fireball in the deck. You're not sure.
Yeah, definitely. And now he's gonna have access to. Now he's gonna get to duplicate a good minion regardless of what it is. So Naria is probably just gonna ignore whatever minion he plays and just gonna go for the throat here.
All right, the dreaded Molten Giant secret. And if you're, oh, he drew Savage Roar.
Yeah.
Wow. Hold on.
Do
How
I
much
wonder-
damage is this?
Hype played this giant for 6 mana when he could have played another 6-drop and played a giant for probably 0 mana next turn. So just wants to make sure he plays, the biggest possible minion, even if it ends up backfiring for him, even if it makes for worse next turn.
All right. Well, Naria tested for Counterspell first. Sees his Counterspell is not a possibility. Goes for Savage Roar, and this should pop the bubble. Oh, he's gonna kill off the Molten Giant though and play it safe.
Yeah, now he knows Hype has 2 Molten Giants. He knows he's going to play both next turn.
Oh, man. He knows he should have went for it. He was too afraid of what the Giant represented. But, well, gosh, because he was afraid if his opponent had Blizzard, and then he'd be able to start pushing for damage, he'd be in big trouble. But now there's 2 Molten Giants coming, and whatever follows up it. And Alex Straza even.
Yeah. Likely going to be using himself. Oh no, he's just gonna wait for the ice block to pop, and then he's gonna play Alex Straza. So wow. Yeah, Hype's sequence turned out a lot better than if he had played a 6-drop, because now he actually, the secret became 2 free 8/8s.
Okay, well, Naria still can pop it, but he's got bigger problems on his hands. There's a lot of power on the board. What a swing for the Mage deck. 2 8/8s and a sticky minion and one that can make your hero power useless. So now Naria has to figure out a way for him to stall this game and maybe outlast the secrets and maybe threaten to kill. Or
yeah, I mean his best hope was to put Hype at 1 and then hope he doesn't have an ice block and give him next turn with hero power. But now he even has Alexstrasza to stop that. So if you put him to 1, he's gonna go right back to 15. And what are you going to do? You can't clear the board. Look at this board. There's so much toughness. Like, you can't even count how much damage you take.
Ooh, he's going for Ancient of Lore, which, as far as I see, doesn't give him any opportunity to pop this ice block here, which means he's going to try to spend the turn removing.
No, now he just has to not die first. Right? His priority is not even just popping the ice block, it's just not dying to all his opponent's gigantic minions.
Oh, you're right. He's only at 19 health. Something that I wasn't paying attention to his health because I was kind of focused solely on what his opponent can do. Yeah, and then Polymorph just allows him to push through.
Yeah.
Here we go. And hey, you know what? That Ragnaros ended up being okay. Shooting the face, doing 8 damage. Gave Hypes the win, and now he climbs back in.
Yeah, but I don't think he needed 8 damage. If he had shoot a creature, it would have been better. But yeah, you know, that wasn't irrelevant. So I'm glad we get to see more of this mage deck. I think it's my favorite deck at the moment. I really like it. I'm playing on ladder with it. I think it's really good. It's probably going to get a lot better after, you know, the Hunter nerfs. Probably will be one of the top contenders.
Yeah, Hype streams it, by the way, quite a bit, and some of the plays definitely don't feel intuitive. You have to think very elaborately on some of the cards you have, plus the following turns. So a job well done there. But he also has to take down this Miracle deck, which Naria will show. It is the third deck that we've yet to see from him, and it's a little bit of a different style of play from those other 2 that he's seen so far. But he's also, Naria was ranked number 2 overall in BlizzCon, and he's been finishing high every single season on ladder, which means he has to be proficient with Miracle Rogue to a degree. There was a period where it was just every other player was dominating with it, who were on top of the ladders. Either, if not, you were facing against it all the time. So he's going to be comfortable with it, but Hype's also an expert, so maybe that can allow his knowledge to kind of come in here to even up the series.
Yeah, I mean, I have no doubt Naria plays Miracle Road deck very well. What I'm not so sure is whether he has experience against this mage deck. Because if you just play on ladder, no one plays this deck on ladder. So it's possible that he hasn't ever played against it, and maybe he hasn't even seen a deck list for that. So, you know, when you say, you know, testing for counter spells and stuff like that, you follow Hyped, you know he doesn't run those cards. But his deck gets so much better if people don't know that.
Oh, very, very good point. Game 4 is about to begin, so let's see if Hype can continue this, or Naria shut this down here and try and go up to a 2-0 overall series lead on the group and be in a position to advance into first place. Let's see if Hype's also able to draw into the right cards to stall. It's a little bit tricky because you really need cards like Ice Block to do work, so that way you're guaranteed insurance against Leroy finishes. But then you don't even have the ability to freeze the Rogue, so it's going to be a little tricky. Like, Hype needs to draw a good series of cards here against the Miracle Rogue.
Yeah. And this is one matchup where not having the combo kill could hurt Hype. You know, because even if he plays Alexstrasza, he still doesn't guarantee that he's going to kill his opponent in the next turn or 2 turns, and that might just be the time that Naria needs to, you know, get through the ice blocks.
Yeah, it is very true. Something that also should be said is that this deck does play with a lot of information loss, that you don't know what's in it versus some of the stuff that could be in it, right? Secrets, being a mystery, what kind of mage is it? Do you have fireballs? Do you not? Do you have pyroblast? Do you not? And with that in mind, as the series progresses, there's going to be a stronger advantage for Naria because he keeps seeing more of the deck.
Yeah. You know, now I think he's probably, you know, ruled out Mirror Entity. You know, stuff like that, because he saw a lot of Hype's deck. I mean, I think he saw 2 duplicates. And he didn't see Ice Block, but he had to know that was Ice Block.
But the duplicates do come into play, and that allows Hype to just put out Twilight Drakes number 2 and 3. Now, this deck does kind of function similarly to the Handlock in the sense where you want to get the opportunity to drop big threats and be able to use these big minions to end the game. But it does have like a lot of different other utility spells. So now Naria is back at the same drawing board. How do you deal with Twilight Drakes on turn 4? He has to Shadow Step his Gadgetzan for more answers. This is really cool.
Yeah, pretty hard to deal with. And it was very convenient too, because he didn't even have a turn 4 play if it wasn't for that duplicate. So if Naria had just ignored that Drake, then Hype would just pass turn 4 with no play. Now he's facing potentially... Right, he's facing potentially his Ledge Belcher and another duplicate. So if you get duplicate that against Miracle Rogue, you're in really good shape.
Yeah, the Sludge Belchers are just so powerful against Rogue. Ooh, but he's starting to get
Ooh, preparation.
Yeah, this is
Yeah,
nice.
that was huge. It'll let him kill the Drake and, you know, make his opponent react to his gadget.
All right, Hype does have a reaction immediately. Polymorph is the answer. Short of just Frostbolting and Hero Power, it's the same amount of mana anyways.
Yeah, probably polymorphing here. You know, there's usually a time where you don't care about gadget anymore because your opponent has drawn so many cards already. This is definitely not that time. Naria still has 15 cards in his deck, so polymorphing that has to be better than putting a minion in play.
Do you Doomsayer afterwards, or do you use Hero Power? Try and just do a little bit extra damage, save Doomsayer.
Ooh, Doomsayer is a very interesting play. It's hedging a lot. You know, and that's, well, I hadn't considered that. That'd be good.
What to do?
Yeah, because
I
what
would
it
have
does
to have
is
played a
it
lot more
shuts
with that
down,
deck.
yeah, it shuts down like Azure Drake and Lotheb from just being plopped down, and that gives
Yeah.
you an ability to play Twilight Drake and Duplicate next turn, and just start up the cycle once again.
No, I think that's good. I think that's actually pretty good. I had to consider that. As it turns out, it's not going to do anything, because Naria wasn't going to play a minion anyway. But, yeah, really good play just to make sure you get that advantage again. You know, you don't want to... Again, a big part of Hearthstone is just being able to pass the turn when you have the only threat in play and make your opponent react. And this way he makes sure that he's in that position and not Naria, because he knows the board's going to be empty when he gets to play his threat. Do you play that
Right.
second duplicate now? Or is that the point where you start worrying about you dying and you just want to get that ice block out there? I don't think so, but especially since one shadow step's gone. So I think you do have a little more room.
Yeah, I think so. It's always. I think it's a really good point that you're ready to use the Shadow Step, but at the same time, Hype needs to develop this anyways, right? If this gets
Well, he
sapped
could play the duplicate.
next. Yeah, but the next turn he's trying to account for what's the best way Rogue can deal with this Drake as well. If it gets sapped, next turn he can double Drake. So he also has the opportunity to do that. And if he wants to spend his next 2 turns doing these things, he needs to get the ice block down now as opposed to later, because he might not have the opportunity to drop ice block as a big threat.
True, but that also makes his mad scientist null, because his only secret left is ice block. He's already gone through both duplicates, so if he dies, he'll get no advantage. Whereas if the mad scientist died, you know, before he played ice block, that would be very good for him. But yeah, I see what you're saying. Definitely good to kind of play around Seb.
Yep. Naria can pop, by the way, right here. And he's just trying to see if this is duplicate or ice block. He just has to kind of go for it with the cards in hand. But what do you know? It is going to be ice block. And it's going to pop too, so guess what happens from here? Mad Scientist trades,
Yeah.
and you actually... Oh! Wow, this is a heads-up play. He's trading it. He's killing off his Leroy, so that way his opponent can't get ice block number 2.
Can you code your own minions? You can, right? So that's what Hype has to do here.
Oh my god.
He has to
Hype
kind of
needs to...
code the...
Wait, you can't code your own minions, right? No, I think you can.
I don't know.
I think you can. It says freeze a minion
Yeah,
and deal 1 damage to it.
I wonder.
So it doesn't say
Ooh, he
enemy
drew
minions.
Alexstrasza.
Oh, he's out of but he has no space.
Oh. Yeah, he has to kind of code, at least, you know, he kind of codes his own minion and then goes back to 15 next turn, because that will get rid of, you know, 3 of the spaces. Oh, that's insane. No space for Alexstrasza.
What to do?
This is a really cool play from Naria. I'm very impressed with how this worked out. Now,
Yeah.
Konakol on your own minion is so backwards. Like, how did this even happen? But now all of a sudden, it's like a situation where Naria doesn't... He actually can't win, I think. There's no burst that can really get him from 15. And now he's really aware that he might die next turn as well. So he needs a way to
Yeah.
kill off these minions. He probably has a sap. And after that, he really hopes his opponent can't do anything.
Yeah, his opponent can, unfortunately for him. So yeah, pretty cool game here. You know,
This
both
game
players
was
doing
awesome.
everything in their power to win the game.
Well, I'm sorry, we're calling it a little early, but we assume that Hype's gonna Alexstrasza himself. Unless he draws a way to kill his opponent right here, which I don't think he can. And then from
Yeah.
this point on, there's no way to deal actually with that Alexstrasza. Oh, wait, Frostbolt?
Oh, he actually drew lethal.
Yeah, there you go. So there you go. He
Not
ends the
necessary,
game.
but hey, very very cool game. Probably the best ending we've had in throughout this tournament so far.
All right, it's an even series, and this mage deck once again surprising people. And Naria definitely not happy with how that went because, of course, he had to go for the throat, and unfortunately, it didn't work out in his favor. Now, he didn't get to see this kind of awkward situation where Alexstrasza couldn't get played, and he had to kind of call his own minion as his only resort. And that's a really unique situation, but that might not come up to play here against Handlock, where I feel like Handlock is the bigger brother version of this Giants mage deck.
Yeah, you know, I was just playing the matchup, or at least watching the matchup when you could actually finish your opponent off with burn spells. But if you actually have to go through minions to do that, I'm not sure how this matchup's gonna work. But yeah, also last game, the thing you mentioned, we kind of glanced over it because a lot of interesting things happen. The backstab your own Leroy play is very, very good. It stops Mad Scientist from attacking, and it stops him from being able to suicide tokens to get room for Alexstrasza. So that sequence of play was really awesome from both players.
Yeah, that was the next level and high level thinking. Very impressive overall from these two guys, and this is why people are starting to say that these guys hyped in Naria should be the ones featured so that they can see some good Hearthstone. Let's go into Game 5 and see who is going to win this series. I kind of thought Naria would have a one-sided dominance again, but Hype pulling through, and I'm sorry I doubted his mage deck.
Yeah, and also there's also the factor that Naria, as you said, is getting more information every game. You know, it's possible he had no idea what was in Hype stack to begin with, but now he certainly knows. So he's able to make a lot of more informed decisions than he was in Game 1.
Yeah, Doomsayer would normally be a really powerful card against slow control heavy hitters because you have the ability to use Frost Nova. But there's a lot of ways for Handlock to deal with it. You can silence it with the Ironbeak Owl. You can kill it with Siphon Soul. So there's not often an ability to proc it. So, oh, he's also not sure if this is Zoo or Handlock. Another like weird way to play with your opponent's head, like because of the two very viable archetypes that you have in the current metagame.
Yeah, I do think I would lean towards Handlock almost every time because I think it's such a strong deck to have in your lineup, and you can't have both. So even though I don't think Zoo is bad, I think Handlock fills a role that no other deck does. It's a deck that beats Miracle Rogue and also beats other late game control decks, and that's not very easy to do. So Handlock is kind of irreplaceable, whereas Zoo is not. Though maybe Hype Stack is a replacement for Handlock if you do want to play Zoo.
I suppose so. That's an interesting observation there. Now, Naria does have a 4-drop, but that will get polymorphed, most likely. Barring any kind of other card he draws. Ooh.
Yeah, I'm not going to get a better target than 8/8.
Almost
so
played
this
too
is Hype's
quickly and grabbed Ice Block.
That would be devastating. This is Hype's only polymorph. He only runs one. So he's now officially out of answers. I guess he still has Doomsayer, but out of answers to, gigantic dudes. And low type's gonna be pretty good here. It's gonna effectively trade with Water Elemental and 2 instances of hero power, but he has the healer. So if Hype tries to go for that, that's gonna backfire.
Alright. Well, let's see how this kind of continues to shape up. His Lothar will be frozen for return, but Naria is able to kind of build up his board. Has Shadow Flame as well, which is important when he knows his opponent has things like Molten Giants, and he could kind of use it as an ability to clear the board and swing it in his favor. Now, one thing that's important to note is one of the ways Mage can kind of fight the handlock is through burn spells if things get too low. But Hype fights very honestly, very fair as you would describe it, where he tries to use just minions to kill. It's very rare that he bursts to try to win the game with spells. So with that in mind, Hyped might have to kind of provoke the beast in a way, where he might get more than he can chew, right? If he takes on too much health of the handlock at one time.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'm just thinking back to the last turn, what a really good play from Hype that was, not to, because the normal thing to do would just be to attack Lotab and hero power it to make sure you can kill that next turn, but that play would have been so devastating because of the Farseer, and Hype played around that, he played another element instead of going for it, which was, I think, really good.
Alright, well, Hyped also set up a possible Flame Strike, but not Lothab, excuse me. The Sludge Belcher has come out, and Lothab was already played, which is nice because Lothab against a spell mage is... You want it out earlier. You don't want it in the late stages where you really need to play like an ice block or whatnot, and it takes up your entire turn. Kind of have to say that Naria's hasn't been drawing the best. It seems like he's just trying to make do with the couple of cards that he has are legitimate threats, and then just being scrappy with the remainder of his smaller support cards. His only real threats have been the Sludge Belcher and the Mountain Giant, which was promptly dealt with.
Okay, so, guess to clear the board. Doesn't know his opponent has the Flame Strike there, if he so chooses to.
Okay.
Oh, I see an interesting comment on the chat about maybe Naria last game could have backstabbed the Mad Scientist before going for the kill and popping the Ice Block. So that wouldn't have won him the game because Alexstrasza was still coming out. That would leave the room for Alexstrasza there. But it would have prevented Hype from getting, from killing his own Mad Scientist and getting the second Ice Block if it came to that. So another interesting possibility.
Yeah, that's assuming he's not holding second ice block, or...
Oh yeah, for sure.
That,
but if he is, you're probably not winning, right?
That is true, that is true. Centering back onto this game and Hype, what Hyped has, it's kind of just sensing like what your opponent can do as well. Do you feel like you have an opportunity to build the board and use this Twilight Drake as the strongest minion? He just used Ironbeak Owl as well. Oh man,
go for the interesting combination of a very high toughness dude plus guy that kills it.
Alright.
Yeah, I know he's kind of hedging his options here, If he doesn't want to play one of those because if that dies then he'll be too far behind. So he has to play both.
Well, this sets up an Alexstrasza next turn as well. If you want to save your minions, you have to deal with my Twilight Drake by like if you silence or siphon soul this Doomsayer. It's a two-edged sword because of course Hype loses Twilight Drake, but now Naria has to kind of make a choice. I think he with the Soulfire draw though he can do both. He should be able to silence and also kill off this Drake.
Yeah, he can do that. He could also silence the Drake. And finish it off with the Soulfire. And chooses to ignore the Drake here for his opponent. And now he has two dudes that are that can survive Flame Strike. One that is 9 toughness and one that is 5, so Hype can't actually kill both with Flame Strike hero power. So even if he has that, Naria is still gonna have a board presence.
Yeah, but you got to remove as much damage as possible. If you try to go for just a really standoffish play with like Ice Block or whatever, you're just gonna ask to get bursted, and he can't clear it, but he can basically put himself in a position where he can guarantee clear next turn and put something legitimately powerful on the board. And also he's making sure to play around second Ironbeak Owl, so that way he doesn't lose too much value on this Drake.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's still a fine flame strike.
All right, he's got faceless with his Leroy, so things are starting to really look up for Naria to have a couple of ways to end the game soon.
Yeah, he's not so healthy himself. Like both players are. Is he gonna soul fire the minion away? Probably just trading because he knows he can just get hero powered. So you know, doesn't care that much.
He says you don't have double fireball. There's just no way. And he's like, there's no way you can fit all these cards in the deck. He's seen enough, and he's just gonna make a very confident decision. Now, Hyped has to kind of evaluate here. Ice Block most likely will go down, but Ice Block really pigeonholes your mana to not do anything else here.
Yeah, because I mean, the cards you want to play cost 8, 9, and 12. So, really, at least you have 2 Ice Blocks, so you know you have time to, you know, if one gets popped, you have time to play all your Giants and play the second one, so you have time to attack, but Naria has that Shadow Flame. So even if it comes
YOLO
to that,
Rag?
too much.
Rag has to hit this 8-8, or else this is it for the series, because Leroy plus Faceless and Soulfire is more than enough damage with this Molten Giant. In fact, any of these 2 targets. And that's going to be the series here, as Hyped is not going to be able to survive this next turn. And he took his best chance to win here, but overall, Naria has the cards to kill him right now.
Yeah, so Naria advances to 2-0. And I believe almost guarantees, I think he guarantees an inclusion on the semifinals here because his record is pretty good. You know, he 3-0'd the first one. And it's still feasible that he doesn't make it with this record if Kibler 0-3s and everyone else 2-1s, but...
Yeah, definitely. Now, Naria is in a strong position, like you mentioned, to advance, but so is Sevitz if he wins his next series. What do we have coming up next on the stream here, PB?
We have Naria versus Sevitz.
Oh, okay, good. So now Sevitz can win here and guarantee himself in the top 2, perhaps, as well, if he takes down the current leader on the board. But Naria looks like he's in a really good spot. Hyped gave him a run for his money with the Mage deck, but falling just a little bit short here as a score of 2-3. Still not over for Hype, though. He has to win his next 2 series, and he still has a much fighting chance against the rest of the crew here. We're going to take a few minutes, and when we come back, we're going to have our next series of the day here for Group B of VGVN3. Make sure to type in giveaway, and as well as type in YouTube in the chat to find out what's going on with the VOD system, and maybe catch the highlight of what you saw earlier today with Brian Kibler and Sevitz. We'll be right back, guys. Welcome back, everyone, to VGVN3. We just saw probably my favorite series of the tournament so far with Naria versus Hypes, and we saw quite the explosive finish with Leroy, but the game before that was definitely the memorable one for me, as there was a really cool freeze mage, or not even freeze mage, it's Hypes mage, versus the Miracle Rogue player. That was a really fun game to see. So if you missed that, make sure you check out the VODs at youtube.com/OneNationOfGamers. Now, our next series, PV, you said it was Naria versus Sevitz, and this is an important one for Sevitz because if he wins this, he is in a really good spot to advance in his group, and depends on his score, in fact. He might be even almost guaranteed sealing away unless Hyped is able to really one-sided defeat him. So we're going to see if these two players can really position themselves well. Naria, I feel like he's in a lock almost to advance top 2, but things could still go disastrously wrong if he loses 0-3 here.
Yeah, for sure. I hope we get to see Sevitz Paladin deck, which we haven't seen yet. It's the only Paladin in the whole competition. And, I really like to see it being played. So let's hope we get to see that.
All right, let's hop into the classes choice and see what these guys have banned. It seems Hunter has been the choice for both of them so far, and for good reason. Once again, Hunter is really strong against handlock, so you want to take that away. And Sevitz has been one of the players for a long time who's not only playing classes like handlock or even Hunter, but also one of the first players to ban Hunter, and for good reason. Now everyone's kind of caught on to why, and at the time people were still banning Miracle Rogue. So it looks like we're going to lead off with handlock versus the Ramp Druid. How do you like this matchup for either class here, PV?
Well, I think it's a little bit better for the handlock because its creatures are a little bit bigger and it has good removal spells. Though Sevitz only runs one Siphon Cell, which is unusual. Most people run two. So that could be a strike against him in this matchup. But yeah, your creatures are just a little bit bigger, and you have your hero power is so much better than Druid's hero power in this matchup. And both players are trying to play big things. You're gonna have 3-4 more cards to work with, and your big things might even come into play faster than theirs do because they're mountain giants, and you get your handful, and your drakes are also powerful. Druid could definitely win. It has a lot of the elements that the Warlock deck has, which is just big guys. He has a Black Knight, which his opponent does not, so that card's huge. Sevitz will probably have to watch for that, maybe not on his big guys sometimes. But yeah, I think though either person could win. Oh, it also has Big Game Hunter. But yeah, even though either person could win, and I think Naria's Druid deck is actually well suited up as far as Druid decks go to beat Warlock. I think Warlock has the edge.
All right, with that said, let's go into the first game and see if PV, his predictions kind of give Sevitz a little bit of the edge here. But, like we said, there are swing cards. There's Big Game Hunter that can stabilize. You have Twilight Drake, or you have Keeper of the Grove for Twilight Drakes. You silence and reduce it to the 1 attack or the 1 health, and then able to pick it off. And look how it matches up. He does have the perfect response for now, but Sevitz always does have the ability to draw into Mountain Giant in the following turns.
Dude, there's his Wild Growth. The ever-present Wild Growth. It's almost Naria's hero power at this point.
Hero power gain 1 mana crystal for the rest of the game, or 1 every single turn.
That'd be a good hero power.
That's actually is a hero power for one of the next Rammus's clash challenges. It's like gain 1 mana crystal, draw a card, or something equivalent to that.
Yeah, here we're probably gonna see. Well, the downside to playing a turn 3 Drake is that you can't play a turn 4 Mountain Giant, but that's still fine, especially because Naria has no board yet, so even if he plays the Keeper, you just end up trading.
I must safeguard.
So it's not like, he's going to keep it and attack it with a 1-1. Oh, so he has to innervate to a hero power here. So his innervate is basically a 2-4. So, which is a good turn for him, but could potentially, it's going to stall that scenario from being played by 2 turns.
Yeah, definitely. Now, Sevitz did use his coin, which in a way kind of gimped his ability to play anything this turn, but it was a risk I was willing to take considering the factors that you just mentioned. You wouldn't lose the Twilight Drake unless he specifically has 2 cards, Keep the Grove plus either Innervate or like a weird card like Claw. Oh, well, Sevitz also draws Twilight Drake number 2, as well as the ability to play Mountain Giant. Interesting 2 choices here. Do you like playing the Mountain Giant here or Twilight Drake for a little bit more health?
It depends on. No, yeah, I think the fact that the Mountain Giant threatens the Sledge Belcher, it just means you should probably play that.
Well, phew.
Otherwise,
Good
the Drake.
thing you didn't play the Drake, because guess what just came in the hand of Naria?
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, it's actually looking good for Naria so far, but you know the handlock deck is very good at falling behind early on and then just dominating the late game. So Naria is considering whether he wants to Wild Growth to play Cenaria's next turn, or whether he just wants to hold that until he has Cam Mana so he can use it to draw an extra card. When he chooses to play Wild Growth, you don't see a lot of Wild Growths into 9 mana. So, you know, this has to, you know, Sevitz has to look at it and think, well, he wants to use 9 mana next turn. You know, because it's actually a big commitment. You're giving up a card that you're going to get in 2 turns to be able to get 1 extra mana next turn. So, Scenarios is kind of telegraphed.
I must safeguard.
There's
you know,
Telegraph,
2
but
spells.
he's going to have to wait in line because this Keeper of the Grove is going to cut and try and reduce it once more. And Sevitz is just like, really? Does he have both Keeper of the Groves perfectly lined up? I mean, he's got 3 cards, or he got 5 cards rather, and he used 3 of them immediately this turn to be able to kind of push through. Now, Sevitz doesn't have immediate threat here, but looks like he picked up something right off the top, and it is a Sludge Belcher. And I guess the good news is that there's no keepers for this card.
Yeah. And, you know, here he cannot hero power unless he wants to Soulfire as well. Otherwise, the card will just be gone. Because he already has 9.
Oof.
Feel nature's wrath.
All right, well, as much as this is a really intimidating board, you're always kind of mindful of the board clears of what
yeah.
Handlock can do.
Yeah, he does have Power Overwhelming plus Shadow Flame. So all he needs to do is draw a minion that he can actually play.
An Ironbeak Owl.
Oh, he drew
Or
one.
in this case,
but
a Farseer.
it does not kill Cenarius. He had to be Ancient Watcher to kill Cenarius. Yeah, he might have to just do that and... yeah. Okay, that also works.
Alright, Soulfire's going to discard Molten Giant, and thankfully it's not something like Ragnaros, but he needs other big threats to kind of follow this up on. Now, it all comes down to whether or not Sevitz can also sense if his opponent's running combo, and whether or not he's worried about it, but also the fact that now that Molten Giant has been discarded, Naria might feel more aggressive with this Druid of the Claw here. It's all about weighing your options, right? Like, if you discard 1 Molten Giant, are you more likely to push in for damage here?
For the wild.
Are you more likely to have had 2 originally? Because that makes it more likely you'll discard 1.
And that's a tough question.
Yeah, I don't... yeah, I don't know. I think, well, here he could also kind of board clear. He did draw the Ancient Watcher a turn too late, unfortunately. But, you know, clearing that board, Naria will still get 2 Death Rattle minions.
Many possibilities.
He could clear or taunt up. I mean, he doesn't really have that many great targets to use the Defender of Argus anyways. So he can put up a 5/6 and a 4/4. Might even better just to taunt up Ancient Watcher over the Farseer. But if you feel like you're going to die, to just maybe the 1 copy of the combo by any chance, it's better to taunt as many as you can.
Yeah, I think I like taunting as many as I can.
My shield for Argus.
You know, and even, you know, it makes it a 4/4, so it makes it resistant to at least the 3/1 because just swing on it.
Alright.
Yeah, trying to, you know, increase his options before he decides what he's gonna do, and draws a Wrath, so good thing he played that first.
Yeah, this is excellent. Now I believe this allows him to go for a board clear. And what's important is that he's also removing every single card, so that way Shadow Flame is not going to be as potent as it could be if he left up a minion.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, wow. Never mind. Oh, just kidding. You end up going for it last second decision. Yeah, if you leave it up, then Power Overwhelming Shadow Flame is a clear.
Yeah, so now he denies the possibility of He could still get Shadow Flame because he can play the Faceless Manipulator, but that's a lot of resources to kill, you know, two guys that one of them is a token, one of them replaces itself, and one of them drew 2 cards.
Sometimes you do what you gotta do.
Yeah.
Well, I wonder if Sevitz felt like he should have used Mortal Coil on the 2-1 just in case to slide it into the mana. But I guess now it's too late because you can't kill off the 1/2 token. It's just 1 damage.
Yeah, and you know, we see that Naria is really worried about, you know, he's considering whether he can just go for it and risk Molten Giant, and decides that he can't. His opponent can't play Molten Giant anyway at this point. He has 10 mana, so just make him have it. 1 is already gone.
All right, looking like a Ragnaros turn to me here, and it's gonna have to hit one of these 2 bigger minions.
Well, he's actually just dead, right? Because his opponent has Force of Nature. Yeah, so it doesn't matter what it hits.
Damage. So even if it hits Lotheb, Naria has the guarantee. That's the best outcome for Sevitz, but he still has it. And if it wasn't enough insurance, he also has Swipe. Now, one thing I kind of want to ask is, wouldn't you rather conceal the Force of Nature and use Druid Claw and Swipe? Because then you can kind of leave this mystery of whether or not you have Force of Nature and Savage Roar in your deck.
That's true, but also by playing it, your opponent might just live in mortal fear of it when it shouldn't. When he shouldn't. So, you know, maybe by playing it, your opponent starts thinking that you have 2 and plays around the combo at all times when you only have 1, and the likelihood that you get both in your hand is pretty small. So maybe he wants his opponent playing around that. He thinks it's actually detrimental.
Ah, yeah. I guess feeding your opponent information to put him in fear, that's kind of clever too. I like that approach. Paladin going to be immediately queued up here for Sevitz. Now, Control Paladin is often deemed the father of Control because of what you can do with equality and how you can just reset the board. Your late game scaling is really powerful with Tyrion Fortering as one of your main win conditions. And it's just such a strong overall deck that can handle Control matchups very potently because you have a lot of ways to disarm big heavy cards with Peacekeepers and even an extra humility with Kodo.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. You know, I think a lot of this matchup is going to hinge on how much Sevitz can get out of his equalities. They're by far his most important cards. And if he can get a lot of value out of it, then it should be good for him. But if Naria can maybe maneuver around them and force him to play in moments which he's not comfortable with, and eventually get rid of both of them, then he just flood the board, and then it might be good for Naria. So definitely the card of the matchup here is equality.
All right, let's go into game 2 and see if Sevitz can turn this around. I have a feeling that this game might take a while, as Paladin games tend to do that. They're one of the slowest decks in the game because they don't have a direct win condition other than something like Tyrion. And even so, it's one of those situations where you're often holding it because you're trying to play around removal, and it's just more of a trump card. Meanwhile, you're trying to rely on your hero power to just kind of tickle away your opponent and make removal really efficient. Look at Sevitz's opening hand, by the way, though. He's got plenty of ways to handle the control in the late game, and some ways to remove some of the early threats with True Silver Champion.
Yeah, both players with super slow draws, which is to be expected in this matchup. You know, we're probably just going to see people trading hero power left and right. But one benefit that he drew Shade of Naxxramas. That's a card we don't often see in Control Paladin, but who's probably going to be pretty good here. You know, he can either start crushing with it, and Naria, you know, has to have an immediate removal spell, or just let it grow to very big amounts.
Yeah, that's a 3-mana. That's a 3-mana legendary killer. Like, you don't actually ever have to attack with this thing.
Yeah, because you know you're not gonna win this matchup on life. You know you're gonna win on board. So just waiting for it to grow out of control is, I think, the best strategy in this matchup. You know, in some other matchups it might be different, but if you're the Paladin, you know what your kill condition is, and it's not attacking for a 3 on turn 3. So one thing that I think is also interesting is that even though hero powers cancel each other, each turn that the Paladin manages to stick a hero power and the Druid does not, gives him a decently sized advantage. So if the Druid deck uses hero power and Paladin can't match, you lose nothing, you just get 1 armor. But if the Paladin deck manages to get ahead and use hero power many turns when you don't, then they get a sizable advantage.
All right, well, Sevitz opts to go for the much slower play here of trying to draw cards as opposed to give up his Acolyte. That does open up his Shaded Next Rammus to get removed, but he's kind of saying, well, if you have Swipe or whatnot, most likely you can't deal with everything unless you have a little bit more. You have to like innervate out this Keeper of the Grove in order to deny the draws. But that's not going to be that big of a concern. Harrison Jones in the deck of Sevitz, most likely going to come down here, considering that Harrison Jones is kind of useless anyways.
Yeah, much better than Dakota, which is both a smaller body and will have a good use potentially next turn. So do you deny the card here, or do you just kill it outright? Okay, we deny the card because I think we don't really care about minions. You know, that 1/1 there is just not going to do a lot. It's only a 1/1. Your opponent not drawing a card is much more important.
Yeah, I can definitely agree here. Alright, second equality for Sevitz. So if it ever gets too hairy, the first one can be used. You just have to make sure not to give up your second equality too early into the game. Otherwise, it's just gonna... What, is there raining dollar bills over there, PV?
Yeah, I knocked a coin out, sorry.
Collecting that caster money already? I see.
Well, it's not dollars, it's reais coins.
Oh, gotcha.
They're worth a lot less, unfortunately.
Aw.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, you guys still have really cool events that's going on with the Olympics and World Cup and all. Sevitz, by the way, doesn't have a direct answer to this Ancient of War. It would be really cool if he had saved something like the Humility, so that way he could have Kodoed it. But even then, you don't have the guarantee. In fact, he's going to use Equality immediately and try to just gain position on the board. And that's okay, I guess, because you get a full board clear. It's kind of like you healed your minion by having the 4/5, and now you're able to have the board presence.
Yeah, that's the dream scenario for Naria, which is your opponent is using equality to get rid of only one threat. Because you have more threats than he has equalities by a lot. So if you can get a 1-for-1 like that, that's very good for you. So Sevitz's turn was actually pretty insane. You know, he got rid of his opponent's board and played 2 big minions. But now Naria followed up with an Ancient of War, and he's gonna spend his second equality. You know, probably not. The moment he does that, he's in a lot of trouble. Because then Naria knows he doesn't have any more, he can just flood the board.
Wow.
Now, passing the turn, yeah, Naria, cannot commit everything he would want to. You know, not playing scenarios here, for example.
Yeah, but that's what's something good about these Death Rattle minions. As much as Control Paladin has been really powerful in the control matchups, it just gives you more resilience to things overall.
Yeah, definitely. And the tokens that are left are going to be good no matter what, because all your guys are turning to 1 toughness as well. So, if you have a big guy, you quality away as Ledge Belcher, then whatever you have left is going to trade with that 1/2 token. So definitely a problematic card for Paladins. And one which seems to be very, very present in this tournament. Almost everyone is running it in, the most varied decks. Druid, Hunter, Warlock, they all run Ledge Belcher. He does have that Silencer in his hand, but I think he only runs 1. And, there are a lot of targets.
Yeah, I think keeping Spellbreaker for a situation where your opponent really probably won't be able to get really good value off it anyways, like a big Death Rattle, or in the off case that your opponent has like your Sarah or something and you use your second equality and you can't remove it. I think it's just important to keep the Spellbreaker in these control matches because it could be like the way you win. Like say you play Tyrion and he facelesses it, you can Spellbreaker, so that way it's like your trump card.
It's funny that you need a trump card to beat your own card, but yeah, that's how it goes.
Yeah.
Generally. Paladins, they don't fear anything except their own Tyrion getting stolen, so they never use that Spellbreaker. I've seen that a lot, actually. It's pretty interesting. So Naria's going for pumps here, again. We've seen a lot more pumps this tournament than actual 2/2 taunts.
Oh my, Pyromancer allows him to basically punch through this little 3/1. But then how do you kind of time everything with it? Do you really want to use Consecration? Do you want to use Holy Light?
Yeah, you see, Equality here would, yeah. I wonder if Equality is better than Consecration. Oh, sorry, if Pyromancer is better than Consecration. This is basically saying he prefers having Consecration in hand over having Pyromancer in hand.
Yeah, he wants to take the board.
Unless he's playing low tab, in which case the 2 extra mana will make a difference. But yeah, if he's playing Sinjin, you know, he gets a minion out of it.
Reporting for duty.
And that's probably as good a target as you're gonna get. Well, other than Tyrion. So I guess you just save Black Knight for Tyrion. Yeah, you probably do. You have no other ways to answer it.
Because one thing that Paladin can do is answer threats one by one very effectively. So you have the ability to like Black Knight this or Peacekeeper one threat. So as much as you give up your second equality, you also can take seize initiative on the board and then not have to worry too much because Ramp Druid's only playing one threat at a time anyways. So most likely you can use Choose Silver plus whatever you have at your disposal to take apart your opponent.
Yeah, he's gonna get use of that Consecration now. It was good seeing you save that. It's much better in this spot than the Pyromancer would be.
Oh, absolutely. And now it's like up to Naria to figure out if he wants to get this Black Knight value here, or if he wants to get Ancient of Lore and draw 2 cards. That sounds good to me.
Yeah, it seems better. If he hadn't drawn that, say he draws like a Nineveh, I think he just has to Black Knight there and accept that Tyrion is gonna be an issue.
Wow.
Because passing the turn here, just doing nothing, just seems way too bad. But yeah, luckily he drew that, and it was one of the best cards he could have drawn. Probably the best card.
Absolutely. Now he's up in the card count, at least by his holding. Although now Sevitz does have a way to answer this without giving up too much of his board, and starts being able to get the hero powers in. Late game is where the hero power of Paladin really starts to shine, because you start stacking it, and then the damage really starts racking up over the course of the turn.
Yeah, I mean, Druid can answer that with his own hero power, but again, every time that your opponent fails to do so, your board is getting better. Whereas you don't have the same pressure on you. Ooh, another one.
Second Ancient of Lore. This is the 2 back-to-back huge draws off at the beginning of the turn for Naria to really start pulling away with it. And he's even have Thalnos and Swipe for the following turns in case, you know, Sevitz doesn't have the way to make his board resilient against the Spell Power Swipe.
Yeah, ooh, there's a Guardian of Kings. I think Sevitz only plays 1 Guardian of Kings, which I also think is kind of unusual. Most people play 2, but yeah, has it now. Doesn't care much about the life game, but does care about the body a lot.
Let me think.
Yeah, the 5/6 presents quite the problem for most druids. They like 6 health is just floating at the hard to deal with stage. Even Spell Power Swipe doesn't really kill it.
Yeah, you have to hero power it after that, and you know that's not going to be possible with that taunt over there. Though Naria does have a Wrath as well, so probably going to be able to do some clearing.
Oh man, yeah, Wrath with Spell Power Swipe clears most of this board. Look at this. This is not what Sevitz wanted to see at all, because now this Thalnos also cycles. So he's going to be up in the card count pretty significantly. What a big turn of things. And look at what 2 Ancient of Lores do to make such a magnificent difference.
Yeah, and Thalnos is really being, you know, a key player. And in this game at least, it was probably the card. If Naria wins this game, it will be because this was a Thalnos and nothing else.
Oh, put your faith in the light. Tyrion has arrived to the battlefield. And now Naria doesn't... Oh, he has to Black Knight it, but then at the same time, you want to try to remove its hero power... Not the hero power, sorry. The weapon that it gives to the hero. So that way he doesn't get the weapon. But I guess this is what you've been saving Black Knight for the entire game.
Did it Black Knight Harrison Jones? Yeah, now his on, you know, a 2-turn clock.
Yeah.
He does have a lot of taunt guys in his hand. Like, a lot. But... So yeah, his opponent does have the Spellbreaker. So if he has a way to remove the following taunt, then he's dead.
15 damage straight. And Sevitz is going to start pressuring the board even more. Naria has 2 taunts that he can play here.
Yeah, Naria's in trouble here. If he plays his 2 taunts, he's just dead because his opponent Spellbreaks the Sledge Belcher. And oh no, he has to attack a token, not to die. Okay, so he's not actually dead.
Yeah, he's not dead here. It requires a little bit extra for Sevitz. Like he needs Spellbreaker plus something else.
Well, only if he attacks a token. Which I imagine he will.
Yes.
Yeah. So now, yeah, now Sevitz can deal 3 damage to him. But here we have 1. And that's not gonna do it.
Yeah, well, Pyromancer isn't what he needed.
Yeah, I mean, if you can't get through this board right now, it's only gonna get harder. Because next turn he's gonna see a Lotep and another Druid of the Claw. Or maybe, you know, Druid and a Hillhar.
By the way, Naria has combo. So if this board just keeps being resilient with taunts, say he has Druid of the Claw, his opponent can't push through, he has Sunwalker, his opponent can't push through, then maybe he can flip this around and burst Sevitz and kill him. It's still a long shot, but just keep that in the back of your mind as these games or this turn start to develop, and maybe there's an opportunity for him to sneak back into it and win.
Yeah, so that's just saving his Spellbreaker for a turn in which, you know, he can Spellbreak and attack with his weapon. Just hoping his opponent doesn't have yet another taunt.
Wow, Keeper of the Grove. So he can start winning back the board and play stronger minions overall.
Yeah, has to play that taunt now, though.
Where shall I strike? I must safeguard the land.
Yeah,
Wow,
now
this was
Sevitz
so
is
big.
in a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, killing off that that 3/2 was so big for the Keeper of the Grove because now he can't push through the remainder of the taunts, and this is very annoying for Sevitz because he wanted to use his Ashspring to secure the game, but now instead he's back at square one trying to play catch up, and it's coming down to Fatigue Wars. But I feel like Druids is so far ahead on the board now that
Yeah,
cards
there's
like
no way it's
Lothar
gonna
will
come
really
down
start
to-
increasing the power level significantly.
Yeah, with the combo in Aria's hand, I doubt it's going to come down to fatigue. Do we know if Sevitz plays a Vengeance Wrath?
I don't think so. It's not very common all the time. Naria's counting damage, seeing if he can kill him this turn. He would be a little short because the Sludge Belcher just takes too much
If it wasn't
health
for the
away.
Sludge Belcher, he definitely would be able to.
What to do?
Yeah, I don't
Yeah, there's
see
no
it.
way for him to profitably. You know, he has to use way more than 7 damage on that Sludge Belcher. Because, you know, he has to use at least 9, I think.
He has to overkill it slightly. Now, he's just going to Wild Growth because most likely Lothar's going to come down. Ugh, Innervate doesn't really do much. I guess
that's basically the same as not Wild Growthing.
Time waits for no one.
I guess it gets one card closer to a bigger threat. Although I don't really know how much more he has. Maybe Sylvanas, if he's running.
I don't think he's running Sylvanas. He is running a Cairn, which he hasn't run yet, but that can be solid. That was at 2.
Uh-oh.
Oh, did he put himself dead to Consecration?
Oh, Naria could have actually cleared the board, looks like, if he was able to move a little faster. But he was spending a lot of time calculating damage that he ran at the time. So I don't know if that'll be a huge mistake, considering that I don't think there's 2 damage for Sevitz to do here. Oh, wait, oh, he does.
I am
Oh,
sorry.
oh my god, you're right. Wait, what
Oh,
is,
yeah,
what is
just-
going on?
Oh, he just
Wait, what just happened? Oh my
that's
god,
the
I
thing
just
we got
kind of
pretty-
realized what just happened here. I was like thinking about this Sylvanas draw, but this is exactly the same situation again. How does this keep happening?
Well, this wasn't as much as, you know, not seeing it. It was not being able to mechanically do it, I think. Because
Oh,
he
my goodness.
could have attacked those creatures, time just ended, I think. Right, those guys hadn't attacked yet, right?
No, they hadn't. He was supposed to clear it, and now he just lost the game because of it. When
Yeah,
it looked like
yeah.
he was able to actually win from that position.
Yeah, it looks like streaming is not the only thing Naria's computer can't do.
Sevitz has won 2 games because his opponents have given him the lethal with the 1 or 2
Oh.
damage on board.
Naria napping defeat from the jaws of victory, it seems. Oh, really unfortunate. And this is the kind of mistake that, you know, it's just so silly that you didn't think anything wrong. You're just like, well, I didn't have time. Naria's not, yeah. This is a pretty annoying thing to happen. Obviously, it doesn't make you any, less of a player or anything. It's just a very unfortunate thing that happened.
I don't know how Sevitz is doing it, but yet he's winning games, and his opponents are kind of bobbling it, fumbling at the goal line. If we were to use an sports analogy here. Now let's move on to the next game and kind of focus on the Miracle versus Paladin matchup. As I thought that game would be going down to a Savage War finish, but I guess it wasn't. Miracle still stacks up very well and nicely against what Paladin does, because Paladin does take its time. But I wonder how cards like maybe Shade of Nax Rammus can impact it. If Sevitz picks it up early, does it play any kind of role in helping it win against Miracle Rogue? I have to imagine it does, considering it's quicker than some of the late game cards that it usually runs. But at the same time, Paladin is kind of at the mercy of what the Miracle Rogue can do, especially if they have Auctioneer early in the game.
Yeah, definitely is the kind of thing, you don't apply enough pressure, so Miracle Rogue just gets to do its thing, and you hope your answers are enough, but they probably aren't. And this Paladin deck doesn't run nearly as many, high threats of stunts as the Drake deck did. But it has a little bit more pressure sometimes. You also cannot accelerate a big guy into play. But yeah, I really think this favors the Miracle deck.
Okay, Sevitz starting to pick up some of his early minions, but wants to prioritize removing on the board.
Yeah, doesn't want to, could have played his own 3/3, but just doesn't want to deal with it, basically. Doesn't have many targets per weapon, so I'm kind of going to do it now.
Alright, well, Naria's hand's still kind of looking pretty decent. He's got Azure Drake on turn 5 and Gadget Sands with whatever comes out. Most likely Azure Drake to take that hit while drawing a card for him anyways.
Yeah, Azure Drake definitely a very good card in this matchup. Even if it's just going to die to the weapon, it's going to deal 4 damage and replace itself in a turn where you wouldn't do anything else otherwise. So, pretty good here. Bruce does have his Ledge Belcher, which is a pretty key card in this matchup. It's basically very resilient to anything, and has to get sapped at some point. Very hard to grind through the 3/5 end. And I mean, he's gonna be able to do now. He has a sap eviscerate. Oh, sorry, shield eviscerate. But that's
that token, man. The token always catches you up. I mean, that's why Naria lost the previous game. It looks like he forgot about the token. That spawn, and as a result, that was the one damage that Sevitz needed to end the game. So the Sludge Belcher once again overperforming, and showing why it is just such a strong card to be put in most decks nowadays post Nax Rammus. So Bonus right here, by the way, is an interesting decision. Just try to go for immediate pressure and a strong body. But I kind of like it. Paladin needs to be more proactive against what Miracle can do.
Yeah, definitely. And here, unfortunately, I don't think he has a way to kill his own Sylvanas. So, if Naria manages to conceal his gadget, he knows it's not going to get stolen. But as it is, he might just Shadow Step it.
Yeah, Paladin doesn't have many ways to kill off their own Sylvanas. I mean, obviously you can equality it, but you also kill off most of your opponent's cards, and you're going to be taking a weak creature anyways. Oh, Naria draws Sap, one card off of what he'd like, and sapping of the Sylvanas would have been a big play, but now has to just kind of abort mission and get this Gadgetzan out of there pronto.
Yeah, it's still fine for him. He has the second Shadow Step here. So it's still representing a decent amount of damage. And the fact that the Auctioneer costs 3 next turn means he can play a lot of spells. To a point where he doesn't even care that eventually he dies.
I see.
Ooh, Lottab's gonna put an end to that though. So even if Auctioneer costs 3...
Excellent draw. His opponent just Shadow Step his Gadgetzan. Now he can't play spells. Well, he can, but it's gonna cost a lot.
Damn, his turn is not impressive.
Here we go.
Attacks face as well. Doesn't care about the 1/1s. Just wants to get his opponent as close to Leroy Shadow Step Cold Blood range as possible. But so far it's not very close.
Huh. Yeah. I mean, Spellbreaker here allows you to use your small 1/1s to clear board and push. You have the ability to use like build up Shade of Naxxramas, which most likely won't get cleared unless your opponent has a Deadly Poison Blade Flurry. It seems like Sevitz has good ways to pressure the Miracle Rogue, which again the Lothab allowed. It just dominated a turn where the Miracle Rogue wanted to go off. In the back of your mind, you're also worried about upcoming turns of burst if your opponent has a slew of cards, which actually with one Shadow Step used, you're not worried about, but just look at the damage still that exists in Naria's hand. He's got Leroy, Shadow Step, and Cold Blood, plus if he picks up Deadly Poison and Blade Flurry, you can piece that together for 22 damage.
Yeah, definitely. He does have that Holy Light, so he's probably wondering, do I have to use that now? Like, am I in danger of dying this turn? I think the answer is probably no. But, Naria could draw, another Eviscerate, and he does have that preparation. So... even then, he doesn't have mana to cast everything, but...
Okay. This is another alternative. Don't give away too much of your board. Force him to have Fan of Knives, whatnot.
Yeah, definitely a fine play. I apply a lot of pressure here.
Alright. Naria needs some magic to happen. But I can't... he's hired the best magician in town, so...
Yeah, whatever happens here is probably gonna include a Blade Flurry of some sort, but...
Yeah, that is a whiff of a draw. Yeah, but how much are you willing to wait on something like the Blade Flurry to come, or the Deadly Poison to come? Ah, and it's finally arrived. That is an important draw.
But now he bounced one of the guys that was gonna die for it. So I guess it's much better than bouncing Lothab, which it does absolutely nothing.
Yeah, this is important so that way you can get damage to potentially within the range of Leroy, and now, all of a sudden, the tables have turned, and that 9 damage is very hard for Sevitz to generate.
Yeah, and he doesn't have a way to deal with the board. He doesn't have an equality. So those two guys are just going to stay in play. One of them could get silenced, the other could get... Well, now he can shrink both. Like he drew Immunity and other Peacekeeper, but that's going to represent at least 2 damage.
Let me think.
Ugh, and there's no way to use Pyromancer's effect to try to clear off the minions. This is starting to take a turn for the worse for Sevitz. The Paladin deck, it can't really fight back as quickly. And just look at how explosive 2 turns with this Gadgetzan Auctioneer once again can still make this deck.
Let me think.
Yeah. Sevitz is in trouble here. All his answers, the best he can do, I think, is just, like, kind of neuter both minions. But that's basically a turn span where he did absolutely nothing. There's no way for him to answer the board and put a threat in play. He has to choose one or the other.
Alright, well, he's going to heal up. That's his best course of action.
Yeah.
And leave it up to his opponent to have the damage, which we see we have 16 in hand, plus the 2 on board. So he's missing a little bit here, but if he picks up another way to do damage, could be the way to end the game.
Yeah, and no silence on the gadget, so it's still active. He can still draw a lot of cards from it. I don't know how many he has 5.
Well, he couldn't have silenced it and played Humility. Oh man, Deadly Poison. He had it at the beginning of the turn. I wonder if that was enough. Oh, second Fan of Knives kills off the Shade of Naxxramas though. That's kind of unfortunate. Lights out.
Yeah, but no more cards in Naria's deck. Only 1 left, I believe. So the moment he plays a spell, he'll be out of things to do. So perhaps not silencing that gadget was, wasn't a byproduct of not having enough mana. Perhaps that was just by default. He just wanted the guy play to limit Naria's spell possibilities.
Ooh. Well, now it's starting to get a little interesting. Because Sevitz, if he drew like a heal and a clear, maybe he could have done something, but it doesn't look like there's anything he can do. Because there's enough damage right here with what's represented on board plus Leroy. And you can't, silencing this Gadgetzan doesn't turn it back into a 1/4, it turns it back to a 4/4 because it loses both Humility and the Cold Blood effect.
Oh yeah, and you actually enable him to cast a lot of spells after that, so... Yeah, I don't see a way out for Sevitz here.
All
By the way,
right, so it
Sevitz,
looks
if
like
you-
game 3 is going to go to Naria, and he's going to take the series lead, taking out the Paladin deck, but we didn't really expect Paladin to be the best against this kind of deck. It's just a little too fast for it.
Yeah, I would say Paladin is a little too uninteractive and like unable to apply any pressure. And that's exactly the kind of deck Kibler wants to play against. You have to see what weapon does Sevitz have to maybe beat this Miracle Rogue deck.
He has his Druid, if I recall correctly, and that Druid deck should be able to put on a lot of pressure early on, and maybe use Savage Roar to finish the game. It does kind of depend on the start. I'm always kind of mixed on this Druid deck because I always feel like sometimes there's those few games where you get the wrong end, you get those Haunted Creepers and Echoing Oozes on turn 6 and 7 draws, and you're just stuck with Cairn and Spectre Knight on turn 1. And those are the games where you just actually are powerless to do anything.
Yeah, and this could be a matchup where removing one Force of Nature for one Black Knight could actually hurt Sevitz a lot. Because Black Knight does absolutely nothing, and Force of Nature, is maybe one of your ways to win the game.
Oh, that's a good point. Good point for sure. And there are cards like Spectral Knight that can be very impactful given how difficult it is for Rogue to deal with. But overall, I would say that this Druid deck stands a great chance. I'm kind of downplaying a little bit, but by no means should you underestimate it. It's very good. And I think we're about to discover what it can do in game number 4.
Yeah, definitely. Though, yeah, giving the edge to Miracle Rogue here, but Druid deck could definitely still win. Because unlike the previous Druid deck, and unlike Paladin, it actually applies pressure. Which is one of the most important things for Miracle when you play against Miracle Rogue. So, Naria does have one of the best openings to deal with pressure, which is Coin into SI7. Which will generally kill your opponent's only creature. Not in this case, we'll kill half of it, but kills your opponent's only creature and leaves a body in play that's bigger than whatever they're going to play next turn. So, definitely what you're looking for in order to draw with Rogue is that Coin SI7.
Mm-hmm. And he immediately sees that it's also that aggressive type of Druid, that it's not going to be a ramp Druid that's been sort of popular in this tournament. Definitely more popular than this token Druid.
Yeah. I think there are only 2 people playing the token Druid, Colento and Sevitz, if I'm not mistaken. Wait, if you're watching
Kibler
this...
was also playing it as well.
Oh yeah, right. Sevitz, apology, I'm probably butchering your name every single time, but I know I probably say a different thing every time I spell it, but...
Oh, Sevitz? Don't worry. Everybody does, including his own teammates. Artos has mispronounced Sevitz for a long time. Call him savages. And Sevitz like the nicest guy in the world. How can he be a savage?
Ooh, so now the Shade doesn't attack. So what does he not want to expose it into? I guess, backstab plus an attack from the weapon, or even SA7.
Yeah, basically the cards that were just revealed this turn. He's like, well, I'm just gonna nope out of this one and just save it. And there's no way really for the Rogue to kind of just deal with this. It's the same effect as the Spectre Knight, except as if it was frozen, it couldn't attack. It's just Rogue can't actually kill it without mass AoE, and it's going to be really difficult. Not to mention that he can use it as his guarantee insurance to kill off Gadgets and Auctioneer if the situation called for it.
Yeah, but I'm guessing next turn it attacks. It's going to a point where, he has to be eviscerated plus attack to die. And that's probably as good as it's going to get. Because unlike Spectre Knight, your opponent, if they can remove it, that's because they don't have to. Because it's not attacking. So, yeah, I definitely like attacking with it this turn.
All right, now Naria has quite the tall order on his hands. Well, it's going to have to return the Shade Nash Ramus and remove that damage. But he's using a lot of his spells, and this is one of the downsides of Miracle Rogue. If you don't have Auctioneer, your hand could run thin very easily, and you're still taking damage every single turn because there's just way too many minions on the board just sticking and attacking you every single turn.
Yeah, I mean, that is the characteristic of this Druid deck. Its minions are very hard to remove. I mean, look at what Sevitz has right now. It has 2 guys that replace themselves, another one in his hand, one that, can't be attacked. A lot of very resilient minions.
Alright, well, a kind of a dead-end draw once again. Lotheb is too heavy on the mana curve because he only had 4 remaining from the Fan of Knives. Now Sevitz getting closer to being able to just kill his opponent. Doesn't even necessarily need something like just Savage Roar. He's got Swipe, and he's just counting down ways to kill his opponent over the next couple of turns.
Yeah, I mean, Naria has access to Swipe and Keeper, so that's 6 damage on top of whatever else he has in play. So he only has to keep 4 damage in play to win this game. And, you know, when his opponent is on 8 mana and he has 26 life to work with, he has to think he's not dying. So that will require some sort of board clearing by Naria, which is going to be pretty tough, considering, you know, there's that 4/4 guy.
Alright, Sap will keep him not alive, actually, because Swipe's still 9 mana, and that's exactly the damage that he needs to end this game. So it looks like Sevitz able to use the aggression, and with the combination of Miracle Rogue not being able to get something like Agitated Auctioneer will end up being his downfall here.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you know, there's 0 casting cost spells are very good, but if you're not replacing them with someone else, with something else, you run out of a hand very quickly. You know, you just play 3 spells in a turn and then you have nothing left. That is a problem with the Miracle Rogue deck.
All right, now a bigger problem. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now with a bigger problem for this Druid deck are big taunted creatures that you can't deal with, which a deck like Handlock runs, or even the Ramp Druid. So Sevitz is running into one of his worst matchups. I would say the Miracle Rogue is one of his better matchups for sure, because you can be aggressive. But you don't always have the luxury against a deck like this, which can hit you with Mountain Giant taunts, and you're not running BGH. So you either have to rely on Keeper of the Grove to silence, or you just have way too much damage that your opponent, it doesn't really matter. Or also your opponent could not have any taunt givers for Molten Giants too. That could also be a case.
That's pretty unlikely though, considering, you know, they draw so many cards. And even if they don't have them immediately, they have Sledge Bafters and stuff, so they can draw into that. But, you know, here is where replacing a Force of Nature for a Black Knight pays off, you know. It didn't hurt him in its bad matchup, but now he gets the benefit of it in his good matchup. So this card could be huge. It could be the best card in his deck for this matchup.
Oh, it could be huge indeed. Let's go into Game 5 and see if Sevitz can make the comeback against Naria and give him his first loss of the tournament. And, you know, Sevitz is still undefeated as well. So if he wins this, I believe he's also in a prime position to advance top 2 in the group, and it'll be very difficult for Hyped to advance. He needs to win very convincingly in his next few series. Although he hasn't played his head-to-head to Sevitz yet, so that could be his edge. Either way, Sevitz wants to win this one to guarantee him a good position to advance in top 2.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, if Sevitz wins here and Brian Kibler loses to Hype, then we might see a 3-way tie, and then we're going to have to see how that works out.
Now, one thing that Handlock always has at his disposal is to fight a little aggressively with cards like Ancient Watcher early on. This is kind of a unique situation where you don't often see Handlock doing it, but when given the situation, he doesn't have any 4-drops clearly in his hand. It might be his best course of action, considering that he's got nothing else to do, and life tapping against an aggressive deck might be suicide. You might take way too much damage from trying to get the cards that you need to drop on turn 4.
Yeah, for sure. Though, not really a great start for Naria. As good as it looks to have a 4/5 attacking on turn 3, I don't think it's what he wants to be doing in this matchup. He knows he's not going to race. You know, it's very unlikely that he races. Though he does have the Mortar Call to finish off the Shade. You know, if Sevitz's plan is to grow the Shade into a 5/5 to attack into the 5/4, into 4/5, Naria does have the Mortar Call to finish it off. So that's one thing in his favor.
Doesn't look like to use Wrath more aggressively here and try to go for the trade? Or, I think so. I think this is too much of a dent into what you're trying to do here. And then the 1/1 can still contest. Not to mention you still have Keeper of the Groves. So for like Twilight Drake that comes out next turn, for example.
Yeah, no, that's it's like a decent enough course of action. Ooh, so uses the Mortar card immediately, so not going to be able to remove that shade in the very next turn. You know, because it's going to grow to a 5/5, and so far it only deals 4, so...
Yeah, this might be the time for Sevitz to strike. And he is going to use his Keeper of the Grove to start pushing out a little bit more damage. Keep his 1/1 alive.
Yeah, and he can play low tap now, but by the time low tap gets to attack, the shade will be 6/6.
Yeah.
So, it's going to eat a Siphon Soul. But, you know, what if he just attacks the 5/5 with his 6/6? Then he's going to have to Siphon Soul a 6/1? Or I guess he has Ancient Watcher, so he could just Ancient Watcher plus Shadow Flame, if it comes to that.
Yeah, Sevitz has to make a tough decision of, does he want to give up a lot of health and make himself vulnerable to, I don't know, Hellfire or just like you said, Shadow Flame? Or does he kind of clear his board and make himself open to Siphon Soul? And the bad news is that Naria has both in case his opponent chooses either of his options. Or he could also ignore Lotheb. I forgot about that play if he chooses to do it. But I highly advise against that.
Yeah, it is that situation where, you know, if he floods the board, they all get killed, and if he only leaves a big shade, he gets Siphon Souled. So there are no good options for Sevitz here.
Man, Lotheb's pretty sick, let me tell you.
Yeah. Okay, so chooses to, you know, run into Shadow Flame, which, you know, it makes sense because his opponent has already used one Ancient Watcher. So he has to have the second one and the Shadow Flame, and people have been shying away from Hellfire, and even if he does have Hellfire, you still keep the 2 keepers. But no, he had, you know, the perfect combination. And now with 2 Siphon Souls in Naria's hand, this might spell trouble for Sevitz, because he's like 2 guys are just gonna get killed.
Oh, check this out. Sevitz keeps drawing his Battlecry minions like Black Knight when it's not going to be applicable. And he wants to save it for the inevitable taunts that come out. And then this Twilight Drake just comes into the hand of Naria when the Twilight Drakes already have been used. So that's another good spot. And he's even picked up a Taunter too with Defender of Argus. So the hand's already starting to pick up for Naria.
Yeah, now, does he use the hero part but himself the combo range? He decides to do it. And, you know, once he does that, I don't think he cares about going down to 12 or even 10. You know, 14 is the key number. And, you know, by using it once, he says, okay, I'm gonna let the combo be lethal. And I'm gonna draw a bunch more cards in exchange for that. So get to play the Black Knight turn is Ledge Belcher, which normally would be very exciting, but in this matchup is a bit of a letdown. You know, it's probably one of your worst targets. But recognize that he has to apply some pressure. You know, his hand is a bunch of blanks. So he has to deal some damage.
Wow, 4 great draws here for Naria. He has ways to taunt up this Azure Drake. He's got Sludge Belch to back it up.
Yeah.
He can even take out this Black Knight and Soulfire it, but he could risk discarding a very important taunter. Oh, Defender of Argus.
The thing is that he has 2 very important taunters in his hand. You know, he has one guy that has taunt by itself and a taunt giver, and 2 Siphon Souls. So I don't think he's super worried.
Okay. Now,
you know, he has the ability to kill whatever his opponent plays next.
Now, from Naria's point of view, he also has the ability to be aggressive because Alex Straza can come out next turn. Assuming his opponent doesn't have anything, but most likely you're going to be using it defensively because 15 is slightly outside of the range. So as much as it might open up possibilities, you have to also be careful not to overextend.
Yeah, I think I would expect this turn to be a Siphon Soul.
He can't afford it though. It costs a lot.
Oh yeah, because I love that. Oh okay, never mind.
Ooh, Twilight Drake just fits the curve with the Sludge Belcher pretty nicely.
Yeah, he does. And that guarantees he's not going to die to the combo. Just way too many toughness of creatures in play. That was poorly phrased, but...
Gosh, Sevitz seems like he's hitting just way too many taunters.
Yeah, and we're at the point that you mentioned, you know, this deck is going to be drawing those Echo Uses and Spiders in the late game, and they're not going to do much. So it kind of has to draw its things in the right order, and this is definitely not the right order for Sevitz. You know, he wanted that in turn 2, not in turn 15.
Meanwhile, he's not sitting on the most comfortable health either. There's going to be these Twilight Drakes attacking every turn, and it's going to be difficult to hold them off. Not to mention that his opponent could also pick up Leroy, so I'm leaning towards Naria to go 3-0 in groups here and win Game 5 unless Sevitz can turn it around in the next turn or two. But with the cards in hand, it's going to be really tricky. The best he can do is just remove a minion off the board.
Yeah, I mean, what can he do? What can he drop? You know, it probably has to start with Ancient of Lore into something good, because only one card is not going to be enough to be Naria here.
Okay, goes for a swipe on the healthier minion instead of the lower health minion, so that way it can't get an easy trade with Echoing Ooze. But then it's a little bit more resilient to the other ones, but more resilient to Savage Roar and Force of Nature. So Sevitz trying to play a little bit slower, it looks like. He's saying it's most likely going to be the trade battles, and I can't really afford to just swipe the biggest target in hopes that I'm going to have the ability to do it. Now, Alexstrasza does come out here, and it's going to be the biggest minion on board. How does Sevitz respond to it? He needs Ancient of Lore now here, PV.
Yep, he does. And he draws the next best thing, a 1/2 spider.
Not really at all. That's pretty awful. And like we were saying, just like gosh, you just can't really do much in this scenario.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the zombie chow here. Yesterday, yeah, we saw there was a player. I think it was Firebat. Who every single time he just in those insane top deck wars just drew his one zombie chow and did nothing in the very late game.
Right, and it's Ramp Druid, which usually has such a high quality of dense draws where there's big minions, and you just draw the one mana cost creature. Well, oh my goodness. Leroy makes him 1 damage off lethal here, but I think you're comfortable enough to tap.
Yeah, it's kind of greedy tapping there, but you can't really fault him for that. But, I mean, what are you hoping to draw? That's better than what you already had to play. I don't know.
Just a way to kill him. Maybe Power Overwhelming. Maybe Soulfire number 2, Hellfire. Any kind of way to do extra damage so that way Leroy can kill them this turn. But, you just don't know if you don't ask. That's kind of the policy here. And Sevitz only has Savage Roar and Innervates, so it looks like he can't take this series, which means Naria's going to go 3-0 in groups. And the apologies are coming out. But guess what, PB? He didn't mean them at all. He was being sarcastic.
Yeah, he probably didn't. That was the first time he doesn't say well played immediately after his opponent's dead, so he probably is a little bit sorry.
All right, well, congrats to Naria as he advances to first place in this group very decisively. And Colento now has kind of a competition here for some of the most dominant performances in VGVN in group stages. Considering that it's kind of hard to go 3-0 in groups. The field of players are very strong overall, so to go 3-0 against Sevitz, Brian Kibler, and Hyped, I think is a very good accomplishment, and people need to be careful of this guy.
Yeah, for sure. So now we get to see Hyped versus Kibler, which is the match that will define whether, Hyped can actually make it or not.
That's true.
Kibler can't make it anymore, I don't think.
With his record, I'm gonna say it's highly unlikely. Unless he 3-0s Sevitz. No, I think Hyped won 2 games, right? So I think it's going to be really unlikely for him to advance. Most likely he's out here. And then Sevitz, of course, and Hyped still have to go head-to-head, in which case that can also determine the second place of the group and just the raw record. So we're going to take a break, guys. When we come back, we're going to have more from VGVN3. Find out more about your ways to enter for your chance to win the Zeus Mini Cyberpower PC by going to vgvn.onenationsgamer.com or type giveaway in the chat and click on the link to just subscribe for the newsletter and find out more about this organization trying to fight for voters' rights in the USA. So check it out, and we're going to be right back in just a few. Welcome back, everybody, to VGVN3. Our next series is Hyped versus Sevitz. Now, a little bit of the improper ordering on the standings, but you get the general idea. Naria is firmly in first place, guaranteed to advance, and it comes down to Sevitz versus Hyped, who wins this series. Or no, it's Hyped versus Brian Kibler, excuse me. I completely misspoke, PV. Thanks for correcting me. Hyped versus Brian Kibler will be coming up next, where Hyped wants to win this, so that way he can stay competitive in the group. If he drops 0-2, then all of a sudden there's a possibility for a three-way tie, I believe, if Hyped beats Sevitz, and then we have to kind of see where the standings are.
Yeah, but I believe it goes by games, and Sevitz already has 5 game wins, and Kibler can only get up to 4. So unless I misremembering tiebreakers, I don't think he can advance.
Oh, that's true. And by our count, which looks like Brian Kibler's eliminated, but he can also play the spoiler, as well as win back some of the pride for a little bit of a misstep earlier in the tournament, which is quite unfortunate. Now let's go into the ban screen and see what these guys have prepared for the class selection. Seeing how Hunter was banned very commonly, but Brian Kibler seems to be taking different routes. Maybe it's not always a Hunter ban, maybe it's a Warlock ban, maybe it's a Shaman ban, maybe it's something else. It's a Miracle Rogue ban this time.
Yeah, definitely one of the most powerful decks. So, those seem to be the big 3. Hunter, Miracle Rogue, and Warlock that most people are banning, with the edge going to Hunter. Hunter has been the most banned deck here. But no one has banned decks that people are famous for. So no one's banned a Hyped's Mage deck yet. Or Kibler's Priest deck, for example. Or more unique things like Sevitz Paladin deck also went unbanned so far.
Well, I think before there was a very clear tier 1 deck of Hunter, people were more willing to experiment with that. For example, there was a lot of debate whether or not you banned something like Priest from Amaz, because at the time Priest was considered a very weak class. But then Amaz sank thousands of hours playing Priest, so then you take away one of his comfort classes, right? And then Amaz obviously took that information and started adapting other classes like Druid and Hunter into his repertoire. And this was before Hunter was even considered good post-Nax Ramus, so Amaz one of those hipster Hunters for sure. Hyped, by the way, has been well known to play Miracle Rogue, so it's not like it's a happy moment for Hyped. It's like, well, I guess I play Hunter, but he loses Miracle, the deck that he's played tens of thousands of games by now with. But it's okay. He's going to lead off the series with Mage. Mage against the Priest is kind of tricky, with Priest without Shadow Word Deaths against Molten Giants. I feel like Hyped definitely has a good understanding of how to defeat this matchup, and he's got the AoE to back it up in case things get crazy with Flame Strike. I kind of want to lean towards Hyped's Mage deck, but this deck is still very foreign to me, PV.
Yeah, I think the Mage deck is definitely an advantage here. Bearing kind of like a Sylvanas or a Mind Control, stealing a big guy, or a very good early game. If Kibler opens up with Undertaker into, Loot Hoarder into Dark Cultist, or even better, Hunter Creeper into Dark Cultist, then he could win the game. But if the game goes longer, I think Hyped has the advantage. And I don't think the Priest deck can stop the game from going longer consistently. So it will require a good draw from Brian Kibler to make the game end quickly. Basically, right. Undertaker or bust, kind of, the way I see it.
Yeah, I think so too. I think I can get behind that. The Undertaker is going to be really valuable to get the Death Rattle Snowball underway. Now let's go into game 1. How will Brian Kibler be able to bounce back? Will he win some of his pride, or will Hyped be able to win his first series of the tournament and face off against Sevitz for the possibility of advancing in second place? All right, kind of a slow start for Hyped, but this Mage deck is not exactly the most explosive out of the gate. And Kibler has a curve, but still kind of waiting for the best.
Yeah, in this Mage deck, the only card I feel we're truly happy to keep in your opening hand is Mad Scientist. Everything else you're very indifferent about or really don't want. So Frostbolt really good here. But yeah, it's also the only other cost card that you want to play on turn 2, other than the Mad Scientist.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Now, Mage deck seems to not really have much to do for the next few turns, so he's going to utilize his mana now to play this duplicate, because hero power is easily negated by what Priest can do. And he has Molten Giant, so he's got ways to stall it out. If he's getting too low, he Molten Giant Frost Nova, and then Priest has to deal with the repercussions afterwards.
Yeah, he's gonna play the Power Word Shield to get his guy out of hero power range, which is just gonna prompt a very bad turn from Hyped. But the very next turn, there's already a Sledge Belcher coming out, and it's gonna get duplicated, and Kibler can't stop it. So we're looking at many turns of Sledge Belchers ahead of us.
To the future of Sludge Belchers, yeah? Let's make a toast. I think Kibler also drew into one of the better cards, Defender of Argus. That's a great way to just build your board. Also has Undertaker, though. And then Undertaker, of course, sets up for like a next turn Cairn. But I think value on Defender of Argus is too good to pass up.
Yeah, definitely. And gives him a chance to fight the Sledge Belcher kind of. He could potentially heal his Lit Hoarder to attack into Sledge Belcher and make it survive.
Yeah, interesting. Hype's kind of calculating what's the best way to manipulate his duplicate. But Sludge Belcher seems to be one of the better ones. It's like you mentioned, in later stages of the game, if you're getting swarmed down, you don't have the opportunity to drop double Sylvanas anymore, at least. Maybe if duplicate was out when Sylvanas was 5 mana, it could, but not right now.
I never caught that. When I started playing, Sylvanas was already 6 mana. 5 mana Sylvanas looks great.
You want to know what's crazy is that it still took a while for it to catch on. Like, when BlizzCon rolled around, I think Trump was the only person who played Sylvanas in his entire deck. Or inside the competition. Like, no one else played Sylvanas. It was really weird.
I'm playing Sylvanas in all my decks right now.
Right. It's like, well, at the time, people were still kind of figuring out the game. Like, it's kind of unfair. People were playing, like, Imp Master with Sword of Justice.
What is Imp Master? Oh, wait, okay, the 1/5 that makes tokens. Okay.
Yeah. So then you have, like, the 2/2s, and then it's like, you spawn them, and they keep getting buffed. That was, like, the decks that people were making.
So no attacks from Brian Kibler here.
Wow. By the way, Polymorph on the Cairn is probably the best target possible other than Sylvanas. So Hype getting great momentum here, shutting down that really powerful card from Priest.
Yeah, and Hype now gets the chance to attack the Loot Hoarder before he can heal back to 4 toughness. So that was kind of a missed opportunity here for Kibler to get Vela for 0 power, but understandably he wanted to get that big minion in play. It would take his entire turn to do that.
Yeah, that was really forward thinking, in fact. Hero powering the Loot Hoarder on turn 4, so that way this could be a possibility, and then it wouldn't be able to be healed out of range. So, nice heads up play.
Yeah, for sure. So it was already a 3 toughness guy. He got pumped by Defender of Argus, and then could have been healed back to 4 toughness. So yeah, definitely very heads up.
Right. Kibler now can start drawing cards with oh, just kidding. He has an Arcanized Soul Priest.
Yeah.
All right. How do you deal with this? Do you flood the board and just try to hope Sylvanas doesn't take something of value?
I think so. I mean, at first you probably ignore it. But, just... He does have Flame Strike mana. He doesn't have it, but Kibler doesn't know that. And there are 5 cards in his deck Kibler doesn't know about, so... It could be very dangerous to just flood the board and ignore Sylvanas, because you might end up with no board at all.
That is so true. You might be overextending into something else. But I think your board is a little bit too valuable just to risk giving it away to just Sylvanas and playing passive into it. So he's just going to push for damage. This gives Hype the opportunity to set up a Giant plus Frost Nova, and he can set up a Flame Strike for the following turn. He's got a lot of tools at his disposal here.
Yeah, I imagine Frost Nova is going to come up now, and the next turn Flame Strike plus Hero Power. He can just use Sylvanas to get rid of, the Spider right now, then Holy Nova and shoot the Alchemy. Then next turn he can clear the board. Or just Holy Nova and, Frost Nova. Frost Nova and Sledge Belchers also works. But yeah, since it's much better to Frost Nova now than in Flame Strike next turn than doing it the other way around. You get a lot more value of Flame Strike next turn, I think.
Definitely. I think you also want to plan how to incorporate Molten Giant and maybe Frost Nova number 2. You got so many ways to seize tempo into your favor by using this Frost Nova. It's actually pretty bananas, like what you can do with this. Not to mention he's also got second duplicate, so he can keep getting big taunters like Sludge Belcher that can really annoy and harass the zoo. But Brian Kibler has, oh, in fact, he's got a good way to deal with this. He's got Shadow Madness.
Yeah. You know, it could potentially be bad for him still if it still the Sludge Belcher or, you know, even the Arcanine. But yeah, definitely a good situation.
7 chance to do this.
No, it's not going to get better than that, that's for sure.
All right, attack first, Shadow Madness. But if it takes the 3-5, or even the Arcanine away, that'd be really devastating for Kibler.
Yeah, I feel like he should, unless he's planning on not hero powering your guy anyway. Yeah, you know, he could maybe let his opponent steal something and then hero power that away, but I guess he just wants to go for the damage. And wouldn't be able to since he stole the Arcanine, so a good play from him.
Oh man, Arcanine stays frozen. Did you know that?
Yeah. I did
well,
not.
I guess that's funny. Situation that you happen. Wow, second Molten Giant, and he still has Frost Nova available to him, and with a full board, Priest really can't do anything, just use spells, and there's nothing at Brian Kibler's disposal to guarantee him to be able to finish this game.
So, do you think he should just go for double Giant Frost Nova now? Did the next turn Flame Strike the board away?
It's the obvious play.
Kind of like his opponent away. You know, Flame Strike right now is not horrible, but yeah, getting 16 power over creatures in play does seem better.
Yeah.
And Kibler can't even play another minion here.
Nope.
He's flat out of minions in play.
He's got.
So his turn is just gonna have to be go.
Yeah, he should threaten and heal his opponent's Molten Giant. That's pretty much all you can do. Wow, what a big swing of tempo to seize it away. He just basically denied 9 mana from his opponent.
Yeah.
Oh, and now he's got Mad Scientist, so maybe he can start digging closer for his Ice Block.
Yeah, he needs something to heal, so he can kill his Mad Scientist. I don't think he runs any heals. Yeah, I mean, Kibler doesn't run Holy Fire, so the only way for him to win is actually just either playing creatures or the Arcanine Zombie Child combo. There's only one Arcanine left, and Hype's 2 at 13.
I think Hyped could have attacked the Giant into this first, and then saved...
Yeah,
if he was going to do this, he could have saved some health on his Arcanine Soul Priest. Yeah.
Yeah, could have attacked with, like, the... Yeah, I guess so. Doesn't seem like it's going to matter a whole lot, but yeah.
Well, now he doesn't get the full clear unless he attacks with the Giants on everything, and that's going to be kind of annoying. I think you just kind of have to ignore it at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, if the Giant is attacking anyway, might as well make it attack the 3-5.
Yeah. All right, well, back over to Brian Kibler. He still has big problems on his hands. He's got ways to heal his opponent.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
At least he can finally heal himself, you know?
Yeah, I guess he can put that hero power to good use.
Yeah, I mean, I think it has to be heal your opponent's minions. You know, play Narsha and Cleric and heal that Arcanine. If that doesn't work, you play Circle Healing. But at that point, then, you know, even Arcanine doesn't help you because both circles, you don't have both circles anymore. But yeah, only solution I see.
Like a Hail Mary to me.
Yeah, only solution I see is play Cleric and heal your opponent's guy and hope to draw into your second Arcanine. Imagine how different this game would be if Hyped hadn't stolen the Arcanine, he had stolen a 1-1 instead. He would have had to play this game so differently. Because suddenly, you know, Kibler's hero power would be very threatening, and his hand would also be very threatening. You know, instead of 3 cards that do nothing.
It might have died to Flame Strike with the hero power instead of the Mad Scientist, but you're right, because then he'd be able to actually do a little bit more damage too, because he'd be able to hero power the face and do 2 damage. He'd been more active, but for sure, like taking that Arcanine Soul Priest is pretty unlucky.
Yeah, I feel like Kibler really just had to hope his next card was Hawkeye. Unless I'm forgetting something and both Hawkeyes already being gone, but I don't think that's the case. I don't
I
see
don't
how he
believe
can
so
win.
either.
I don't see how he can win like this.
Well, see, what can you do anything now?
Yeah, he's
I
playing that
don't.
duplicate, so well, no, one duplicate's already gone. So Mad Side would always get Ice Block anyway.
Mhm.
But he didn't have to play that duplicate, but you know, just puts you in a pretty good position.
Yeah, there's really nothing Brian Kibler can do whatsoever. The game's been checkmated because he can't kill the mage no matter what this turn. And he's got cards that can heal his opponent, so he's just going to concede. And Kibler's Priest has been taken down 3 times in a row. And unfortunately, he's going to have to rely on another class here once again in order to combat in this series. Now, he's going to go to Shaman, which I feel like is pretty decent for the same reason why it's good against Handlock. You have the Earth Shock for the Twilight Drakes, and you have big boards. You just have to make sure not to overextend too much into clears and flame strikes. But when you do, maybe you can disable his biggest threats with Hex and then go for a win.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. I mean, Shaman is favored against Handlock. I don't think it's overwhelmingly favored, but it is. And, you know, Hype Stack does seem a little bit like Handlock. So, yeah, it's definitely possible. You're right.
Yeah,
It's
at the same
definitely
time, though, it's like Handlock also helps kill himself, and Shaman can burst. Versus there's stuff like Ice Block, which could give the Shaman a hard time too. I'm not entirely sure what's the percentages at all, but I want to lean towards Shaman here.
Yeah, and there's also the fact that Ice Block against Shaman could buy you more than one turn. Because against a class like, you know, Hunter or Mage or Druid or even Rogue, you know, if you were at 1 life, they can guarantee kill you next turn. So you have to do something. But Shaman is not that class. You know, if you were at 1 life versus Shaman, it's possible that if you clear the board, they can't actually kill you next turn.
Also true. Also true. Unless they have something from the hand directly, that's for sure. Let's go into game 2 and see if Hyped can continue this trend, or will Brian Kibler start winning with his Shaman here and potentially take a series to play the spoiler.
So again, yeah, Hype doesn't really want to see any of his cards that are not, you know, Arcane Intellect or Mad Scientist. You know, Frostbolt is a potential keep. You know, it does get rid of Flame Tongue Totem, which is one of the ways the Shaman deck could just burst you out of the game. So I like keeping it. I think I would if I was him. And Kibler's hand is a little bit slow, but, you know, nothing super slow. He does have a couple threats.
Yeah, he's got ways to kind of keep his hand going too, like Gnomish Inventor, and then Feral Spirits is often great value early on. So I like what you said. So what do you feel like are some of the key cards, aside from just the removals that line up for the Shaman here? Is there anything that we're kind of forgetting, PV, that comes to your mind that like might be really helpful for Shaman to win this match?
I don't think so. I think, you know, it's just establishing your board presence and, you know, killing your opponent's creatures. Like, the thing, Shaman is good because you are spending so, like, you know, a lot less mana than your opponent to answer his threats. Your answers cost 1 and 3, and his threats cost, you know, 4, 6, 7. But if you can't capitalize on that, you know, if it's turn 10, does it matter that his threats cost 6 and your answer costs 3? It really doesn't. So I think Shaman needs to establish an early board presence. But I guess if I had to choose something else going for it, it would be Hero Power, which is, I think, better than the Mage's Hero Power. But probably not better enough to win the very late game, unless an early advantage is acquired.
All right, well, I think I can get behind that. I can agree. Now, Hyped introduced with like an interesting development of sorts. He's got 2 of his secrets already in hand, by the way. So Mad Scientist already kind of like one of the scenarios where, how much value am I going to actually really get here? And does he want to go for a board clear of some kind? Does he want to try and get a secret early on? He doesn't really have any other minions. His hand is very situational at the moment.
Yeah, this is a pretty good turn, though, for him, I think, because having that 2-power minion in play, unopposed, means he can just threaten all the totems that Kibler plays. So you really want to be able to attack those creatures to not let the board get out of control. And by playing the way he did, he uses coin, sure, but he guarantees that he can kill the totem for free next turn, unless it's the 1/1 totem. So yeah, I like his play. So now Kibler either uses hero power and plays a spider, or just plays feral spirits. And if he plays feral spirits, one spirit is immediately going to die to attack plus hero power, and then he won't have a play next turn. So I think he cannot, he cannot afford the overload next turn. He has to have 5 mana next turn, so he has to hero power and play a spider here.
You don't like the no mission inventor play?
Yeah, actually I do. Yeah, actually I think I like that play more than any alternative.
Well, maybe he was trying to play around something that doesn't come to mind immediately, because now it's like an Azure Drake turn.
Yeah, you want to hero power as much as you can, obviously, but in a situation where you're hero powering to basically save 2 damage because it's gonna die regardless to a free attack, then I definitely like the no-mission inventor better. All right.
Fair enough. All right, now with 2 duplicates in hand, that means Hyped has Ice Block here already popped up and locked and loaded.
Yeah, and his Mad Scientist is not going to do anything anymore. Though Kibler doesn't know that, he might, Earthshock it or something to prevent a second from coming into play.
All right, this is where Shaman can really start collecting value off of the Haunted Creeper, and if it goes according to plan, you can go for an easy trade.
Yeah, with Flame Token, and definitely the play here, I think. And Hypes only has 5 mana, so he can't Flame Strike your way this turn. I think if that is duplicate, you don't really care that he gets 2 water elementals anymore, because it's one of his weaker minions anyway, and he can only play 1 next turn. So I think you're going to win this game by constricting him on mana rather than on cards. So you actually want him to pop that with a duplicate. You don't particularly care.
Yeah, good observation. Also, this is still just the second game, so you're not sure about what the lineup of secrets are. So you have to kind of be very cautious. There's 5 or 6 secrets that Mage can run that might ruin your day. So be careful just to not overextend a little bit into stuff.
Yeah, this turn he actually, played around most things. He played around Mirror Entity by just pulling a totem. Ooh, Hyped setting up the, that's very unlikely that this thing survives against Shaman, but it looks like it will. It's very easy for it to get silenced or
not with a lightning bolt draw, though. That's exact damage for the fire.
Oh yeah, that finished it off, yeah. And puts another minion in play, and one that has 5 toughness, so it survives Flame Strike. I like the positioning here by Brian, by the way. It's more likely that your opponent wins to kill the Drake, so you just put it on the left. And if you hero power, your totem's going to right, so you're gonna get minions in that spot anyway. Yeah, and Hype doesn't have Flame Strike here. And even if he did, he would still take 6 damage.
Well, not looking good, so he's just going to have to play a minion and hope his opponent doesn't have the perfect response.
Yeah, at this point, do you think, well, my opponent didn't play Flame Strike this turn, he probably doesn't have it, I'm just going to set up a wall of taunts and hit him for, a lot of damage, or 16 damage this turn, and then, 16 more next turn, and pop that Ice Block.
I wouldn't mind, honestly. It sounds pretty decent. You don't even have to play Feral Spirits if you want to lock up your mana. You can play Defender of Argus.
Yeah, or Sledge Belcher.
Or Sledge Belcher.
Sledge Belcher is good because it guarantees your elemental is not dying next turn. Even to Flame Strike plus an attack.
Sure. So play Sledge Belcher right next to the Flame Tongue Totem after you attack.
Yeah, that seems very sensible. I would definitely ignore that Cairn here. If it soaks up 10 points of damage while trading with a couple of creatures, that's exactly what Hype wants. So I would just go for the face.
All right. Well, Kibler looks like he's finally turning around. Well, Doomhammer is going to also give himself just more damage, I suppose. I don't see why not. And Hype's in a very difficult spot. Yeah, but now he exposes
himself to... Oh, he really doesn't, to Flame Strike.
Oh, well, hey, man, you called it.
Yeah, but, it's still tough for him because that Doomhammer is going to, it's enough to lethal him every time. So he's going to pop the first Ice Block, then the second one, and Hyde has to kill him before that happens. He does have a nade, which is a great way to do that. But Kibler has kind of a wall of taunts here.
Yeah, and he also has a Frostbolt. But he has Fire Elemental as direct damage. So it's actually very important for Kibler to hold this Fire Elemental.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Hyde has to draw Alexstrasza here.
Well, he has 2 turns to do it. Sylvanas is not it.
Yeah, I mean, I suspect you're right. We're going to see a Frostbolt here. Oh, are we? Because he can't clear the board, didn't he? Oh, he could clear the board, but it would cost him... Yeah, we're probably going to see a Frostbolt here.
Well, he's got Ice Block number 2, which most likely will have to come out here. And it's so difficult for Hype to try to figure out a way to 2-turn lethal his opponent.
Yeah, it is very difficult. So he has to hope that the Frostbolt buys him a turn.
But by developing Frostbolts...
I mean, you can't play Ice Block Sylvanas anyway, so might as well just Frostbolt it and playing Mad Scientist and hoping that your opponent doesn't have a way to pop Ice Block right now.
Okay, Environmental will do so, and then it just comes down to whether or not Hyped has a Taunter.
Yeah, he needs Alexstrasza here, or his Lich Belcher, I guess, also works. But Kibler has Earthshock, so it has to be Alexstrasza.
All right. Well, the follow-up to this, Feral Spirit seems as good as a play as others. Just, again, putting out minions so that way you can get the strongest chance to lethal your opponent. Hyped does pick up a Taunter, but like you said, the Earthshock will allow Kibler to push through, so it looks like Hyped has drawn short of ending the game.
Yeah, I mean, Hyped has to know his chances of surviving are not high, because his opponent hasn't played the Hex or an Earthshock yet. And so he probably has one of them. But if he didn't, then he would have his Lich Belcher duplicate. So...
Yeah, it's too bad. Unfortunately, he didn't have Double Belcher. Double Belcher probably could have done something. Attack with the Mad Scientist and reveal no secret whatsoever from the deck.
Yeah, so Hab's going to do what he can, but it's not going to be enough.
Right, well, now Brian Kibler is going to even up the series.
He's just dead on board here, right? Not even... Has he attacked yet? Or?
Well, he's going to trade into the Fire Elemental.
Oh, okay, right? I thought
he
already attacked.
He knows that he's dead if he leaves this up. Yeah, okay. Right. And then the Earthshock reveals it. The Hex would also be good, but Kibler knows that there's 2 ice blocks already, so there's no possible way. It only has to be Counterspell or Spellbender, but it should be good enough.
Ooh,
and Kibler's going to win and even up the series here.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. It was a reasonably close game. You know, Hype managed to, almost pull it off, but in the end, the pressure was just too much. And he's going to go with Hunter now. And historically, Hunter is a deck that most people associate with being very good against Shaman. Particularly because, your hero power is very good. They have no heals, only some taunts. You can go through that with hero power. And because their hero power makes your unleashes a lot more powerful. But lately, people have been saying that some versions of Shaman actually have a good matchup against Hunter. We see Fake from yesterday. He didn't even have Hunter. He was relying on his Shaman deck to beat other Hunter decks. So, this is a big proving ground, I guess, for this matchup.
Yep, it's not as clear-cut as you thought it'd be, as Shaman does have a chance against a lot of what the Hunter can throw at him. Now, the specific Hunter from Hyped seems to be a mix of the early game aggression of Undertaker Hunter. If you just get a good start, you just snowball. You have a lot of death rattles to make effect, but you're not scaling back the late game at all. We saw some players cut high mains from their deck. Hyped has included it and has only run like a couple of traps. He took out a Mad Scientist. He just really values it. Only playing 1 Houndmaster, which we also saw Sevitz doing.
Yeah, well, 1 Mad Scientist is very bold here. I mean, even if you only have 2 freezing traps, it's not that bad a minion by itself. You have Undertakers. There's definitely a chance one is correct, and he probably knows a lot better than I do. But man, does it take a lot of games to come to the conclusion that you want exactly one mad scientist?
All right, well, let's go into game one, or game three here, as because you said one mad scientist, totally threw me off. Let's go into game three and see if Hype can win with this Hunter deck and show why this class is to be feared. Or will Brian Kibler get good draws? Urshock is a great start for things. Hex, of course, against the high main, so we keep that in his back pocket for now. Meanwhile, Hype doesn't have exactly the cleanest of mulligans, so he's going to try to toss away for an earlier start.
Yeah, and he does get, the combination of Leopardnum plus Savannah High Main, which are two cards with somewhat incredibly different game plans. But, this can happen when you play, both kinds of deals in your deck. That's the price you pay for, being able of having, both a good early game start and a late game man.
All right, well, he's kind of whiffing here. Double High Main is very slow with the two heaviest cards in his deck. And doesn't really even have a clear indication of what to do after that. So it's going to be kind of tricky. Hype doesn't have, the insurance of Unleash the Hounds yet. But he's got Buzzard. So maybe as the game develops, he can draw into ways to do stuff.
Yeah, definitely. And, this Hype's 100 deck seems to be the kind of deck that you have to reevaluate, what position you're going to take based on what half of your deck you draw. And it seems like, with this hand, he should probably go for the long game instead of... not that he has a lot of choices here, but yeah. Ooh, he does draw the next part of his combo.
Wow. So now this Eagle Horn Bow can set up by killing tokens and making it so that Unleash the Hounds is very powerful. Now, you're worried about Defender of Argus, making sure that it doesn't buff things out of range. So if you kill off the tokens now, then Defender of Argus will disallow you from being able to do it in the next turn, because then you up to 2/2. So this is an interesting choice here from Hyped.
Yeah, it definitely is. Yeah, I think you have to go with that. It's, kind of the obvious choice, and I think in this case the correct one. You're gonna get Defender of Argus here, but it's not that big a deal. Your opponent's gonna have 4 minions in play by the time you Buzzer Unleash. So even if you don't get to kill all of them with your Unleash, you're still drawing 4 cards. So at this point, Hype hand is so heavy that he probably isn't worried as much about cards as he's about, stuff in play. So he would prefer to have more things in play than more cards in hand, even by like a big amount.
Well, now that no Mission Venture is out and no Defender of Argus, Hype can kill 3 of the minions guaranteed and maybe even pick up Hunter's Mark to clear it. And clearing the Shaman's board is always the thing you want to do against this class to deny synergy with a lot of the cards that they have.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like it won't be possible to get rid of his board, but still gonna kill 3 minions and draw 4 cards for his troubles. Does pick up a Leroy too, tripping up for a lot of damage in his hand. 2 kill commands in the Leroy.
Yep, 16 right here. You start in the back of your mind worrying about something like what Hex could present if your opponent builds the board. Say he drops a minion, you're dropping High Main, he hexes, drops another minion, and then you're back in a position where it's going to be really tough to fight back.
Yeah, definitely. And now that one Unleash is gone, right, Kibler could just feel safer to just play more cards. And yeah, it's going to be a devastating blow for Hype here when this High Main gets hacked. He's going to take, 7 damage. And his opponent will still be able to play something else. Ooh, and a second hex. So it's a second High Main or his Ledge Belcher will not leave as well. Like, he won't take 7 because he's good.
I like Flame Tongue Totem here too to start pressuring and putting a lot of damage back on the Hunter.
Yeah, I do so too.
Okay. Going a little bit of the safer route.
Yeah, just to kill the beast. It stops Houndmaster, makes kill command weaker, though it actually kills everything there anyway. It draws his second Unleash.
Oh man, second high main because you feel like the board isn't even that much stronger than it was before. But then the second hex, and Brian Kibler's nodding. He knows this is exactly the game plan. So,
Yeah.
Hype taking a breathe sigh because realizing that he's like, oh, you needed precisely those two cards to deal with it that efficiently. I guess the good news is that Brian's taking a little bit more of a passive stance. If you had Flame Tongue Totem out and was pushing damage, Hype would be in a really difficult spot.
Yeah, he is in a really difficult spot. He doesn't have any Timberwolves in his deck, so like playing Unleashed Hounds here won't even do much because he doesn't have enough damage so that they're threat and lethal, and he doesn't have enough power to actually kill Kibler's creatures. Because he needs two. Ooh, now he needs even more. Yeah, I think he's just pretty dead here.
Let's see if there's a way for him to squeeze out. If you kill command and unleash.
He doesn't have a Hunter's Mark either, so all those tokens are not even going to be enough to kill the taunt guys. He has to... I don't know what he can do. He's going to play Sledge Boucher and, hope that's enough.
But I believe that's just enough damage, I think. You just push through, because he's got 6 in the hand. Well, he's got
Lightning Storm. I don't think it's enough damage. Like, even if Lightning Storm can only... With Lightning Storm, he can only do 9, right? Because he has to Lightning Storm plus attack Voucher and then attack it again. So he has 10 damage.
Oh, you're right. He's 10 damage right now.
He has to roll a Spell Power Totem. Yeah.
Spell Power Totem actually can help you win here.
And even if it's not that, the Taunt Totem is still good. And the 1/1 Totem is also not bad. So.
Alright, well, Lightning Storm first. You roll high, maybe you can dream big. And he does get it. Most certainly probably should roll the Totem now. See what he gets.
The thing is that if he gets the Spell Power Totem, he wins anyway. So he doesn't have to do it first. Oh no, he wouldn't have. He rolled low. Yeah, you're right. You should have done it first.
Well, Hyped ends up looking like he can't do much here, and once again, Shaman's surprising, and the Hunter and being able to take it down. And Hype's supposedly best response here has been sniped by the Shaman deck that's been performing very well against this class.
Yeah, I mean, look at his hand. It's stacked, but none of his cards, actually do anything against such an overwhelming board. He got pretty unlucky in that he drew all his 6 drops early on, and he could only play 1 a turn, and they both got answered by a card that cost 3 mana. So a huge tempo swing.
We know Hyped is dead, but if he kills off this Flame Tongue Totem, his opponent's still short of damage. And you mentioned that the 1 extra damage from Shaman sometimes can be tricky to get if you don't have a lot of cards left. So maybe if Hyped rolls a taunt of some kind, able to kill command, maybe he can do this. But I don't think there is. There's not a taunt right there. He doesn't have Houndmaster. And it looks like Hype should be going down after this.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't know that, but yeah.
All right, Brian Kibler's up 2-1 over Hyped. And if he takes down Hyped here, then it's going to be very difficult for Hyped to actually advance because he needs to 3-0 Sevitz, I believe, if that's the case.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely not a good position to be in. So yeah, Brian Kibler manages to, again, beat Hunter with Shaman. I think that was the outcome every time we've seen his matchup been played in this tournament.
All right, now we're going to go to Warrior versus Shaman. Matchup that I don't really feel like is that good for the Warrior, but maybe he can do this. He is playing Brawl. Kalento, we saw him not playing Brawl. That was probably the reason why he struggled so much against a class like Shaman. But Hyped is, and he also has some interesting other tech choices like Ysera, which seems to be like one of those big late game cards that can go toe to toe with most control decks.
Yeah, even then I would still have to give the edge to the Shaman deck because Warrior's board clear is not that great, and And it's very easy for the Shaman deck to just have a good threatening board because of its hero power and a lot of ways to make your creatures more powerful. That you end up forcing good single removal spells into very bad minions. And at the same time, you have single threat removal spells, but you also have good targets. So I think it's better for the Shaman deck here.
For sure, I'm gonna agree with you, but I'm also a little hesitant because Warrior can always surprise people, and the early lead can be really good for hype to the point where it might not matter. Go into board and see what hyped can do to pull himself back, or Brian Kibler get his first series win and take out, I guess, the runner-up from VGVN2 and send him home a little bit early.
Yeah, definitely don't want Lightning Storm here. I'm surprised you don't want Feral Spirit though. At first place is like a card I always want.
Yeah, Feral Spirits can give Warrior a really tough time, especially if you make sure to avoid giving cards like Fiery War Axe, the 1-for-1. And then you protect really valuable minions, whether it's cards like Manatee Totem or Flame Tongue, and then you're able to get really good trades.
Yeah, but I mean, even the kind of like worst case scenario, which is Fiery War Axe, is still a 1-for-1 and they take 4 damage. So I mean, you get a little bit constrained on your mana, but Feral Spirit is kind of like Druid's Animal Companion, in which you probably want it in most hands. I think it always does at least something in each matchup. Be that defend your guys or threaten some damage. There are very few cards like that, I think, in which I would always keep. But that's probably one of those.
Well, Unstable Ghoul challenges the Haunted Creeper directly. Makes it a little bit tricky for Brian to see what he wants to do from here, but Harvest Golem is a drop that you probably don't want to miss. It's just so strong early on.
Yeah, definitely, and it will let him kill that ghoul. Ghoul, wherever you pronounce that.
Yeah.
Without losing a lot.
Yeah.
So Hype does have
goal is something Brazil couldn't do against Germany.
You were correct. We got one.
Yeah, I guess.
Huh. Yeah, so now he could play Acolyte and, kind of guarantee to get 2 draws off it at least, unless it gets silenced.
Which you're always afraid of Earth Shock.
I imagine it's got to be the best play here.
I think so too, because you have to force your opponent to have it, and getting a really good early lead with Acolyte, make sure you don't get out of cards, is part of the early game plan of Warrior, so that way your late game can be transitioned smoothly.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Oh, there's your shock.
Oh, man. Well, that's perfect top deck for Kibler.
Yeah, he actually has 2 decent targets here. Yeah, it has to be the Acolyte, I think. He doesn't care about that gold that much. He's still going to be left with, his Harvest Golem and 1 toughness and 2 Spiderlings.
Yeah, I certainly think so. I think you also kill this off. You don't really care too much about the spell, Power Totem, or anything. You do lose the 1/1 token, but it's a little annoying. Oh, he's going to go with Feral Spirits to protect his board and try his best to do what he can with it, so there we go.
Could we see a Brawl here?
Ooh.
Well, now that he drew the goal, probably not, since the goal is almost a mini Brawl by itself, and doesn't use coin.
Yeah, it's too early to Brawl.
Yeah, there are 5 minions there, though. Yeah, that's probably what he's considering, either Brawl or Unstable Ghoul. And also, if he does play Unstable Ghoul, does he want to Armor Up or play Armor's Myth?
If you play Ghoul, though, next turn you can play Black Knight, and then you can kind of remove it. Unstable Ghoul most likely will snipe some of these smaller tokens, and the board is not as scary as you think. But then that also gives 2 turns for Shaman to kind of set something up too. So,
yeah, no, I do think Unstable Ghoul is better. But I think if he hadn't drawn that, I think he would have just brawled. Maybe not. If you play on stable goal here, the Harvest Golem can't really attack into it because then it will also kill the 2/1 minion that comes from Harvest Golem because his death route is going to happen first. So that puts you in a pretty decent position.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think this is probably this is probably the best option that Hyped has. And now Kibler's kind of picked up a turn where he can do something against a smaller board, but it's a little annoying. He's got to take away some of his HP here.
Yeah, for sure. And the best would be to just attack that 2/1 into the goal so that you can clear the armor smith with the two wolves, but that makes you lose your token and makes you lose a wolf. So definitely not a good position.
And the Harvest Golem is just a spectator this turn. Because if you attack into anything, you're going to be losing the token.
Yeah, you might have to, though. Maybe it's worth it to be able to kill the Armor Smith. Because if the Harvest Golem doesn't attack, then the Armor Smith doesn't die.
That's a good point. I think the Armor Smith does represent a big annoyance. You still can actually answer it, though, with a Rock Biter, but I think Rock Biter is better served for another purpose. Oh, he rolls the Healing Totem.
That's pretty good. Yeah, I would just Rock Biter it as away. Rock Biter. Yeah, Healing Totem was pretty good here. Okay. Though he's probably getting one of his guys Black Knighted.
Yeah. Ooh.
But it feels better to Black Knight the 2/2 than a 2/1.
I guess, for your own for your own sanity, right? It's like, oh, it's not just a 1 damage Infernal, I guess, but now what's important for Hyped is also seeing cards like Rockbiter being used immediately on Armorsmith and not for a burst combination. So as much as Kibler is able to kind of eliminate the board every time, there's going to come to a point where Hyped also is not afraid of certain ranges that the Shaman can do. So like Kibler is spending a lot of his resources, so that way he has board presence.
Yeah, but I think that's how this game is won. I think this is definitely a game about board and not about life total. Mm-hmm. Like, especially if it's turn 6 and he's at 33, like, how much do you really want to burst him now? I think just establishing a better board, using your hero power to get more totems, getting gradual advantage every turn is a better approach than trying to burst him. I'd definitely be happy to use my removal spells and minions rather than saving them for a burst turn.
Yeah, I agree. I think the tempo plays with cards like Hex and building the board are so strong.
No,
I don't like using Hex on this, though, because there's so many stronger targets for sure.
Yeah, that minion is just exactly enough big size that it's very annoying, but also small enough that you don't really want to remove it. So, if it was a 4/4, it could have died. If it was a 7/7, you would gladly Hex it, but it's a 4/5. So it's kind of annoying.
All right, well, Hype's starting to draw into the denser part of his deck so he can start having bigger threats and hopefully make his opponent play really inefficient. As much as these totems where 1/3 can do a lot of work, surprisingly, they have to crash into the gate that is the Sludge Belcher.
Yeah, I think the Sludge Belcher does merit a Hex here. There are a lot of more powerful minions in your Hype stack, but if you that Sludge Belcher is going to trade for your entire board. So I think you kind of have to pull the trigger here as much as you don't want to. Unless you're going to Lightning Storm, which is... Lightning Storming actually isn't better, because it also kills the Black Knight you have the spell power done. Yeah, definitely Lightning Storm.
Alright, well, Lightning Storm and the ability to see what trade you want afterwards. Not to mention you have Defender Vargs to build the board, but this is good. Lightning Storm is often... a little bit of a more expendable card, that's the word I'm looking for, when you're facing against a deck or a class that only plays 1 threat at a time, like Warrior. So you often don't really get to hit more than 2 targets, honestly.
Yeah, and we're probably going to see a Brawl next turn.
I would have to imagine so, considering that both defenders have been used. You've also seen a Feral Spirits. One of the things you're afraid of Brawl is that the immediate reload off of what Shaman can do is still scary because they can play Fire Elemental, Feral Spirits, and then they have 3 minions on board. They can just Feral Spirits, Defender of Argus, and put 4 minions with Taunt and make your
Yeah.
weapon kind of useless.
Yeah, for sure. But at this point, it just seems way better than any alternative. This board is no, it's a bunch of bad creatures, but it's actually very threatening. I would be very surprised if he doesn't brawl here. I can't imagine Kibler is going to commit more to the board, other than his hero power.
He's going to shield block and just wait for his opponent to load up a little bit more. And then Lotheb actually seals away Brawl for the next turn. So Hype's going to pay for 8 mana twice over. Or sorry, 9 damage twice over.
Yeah, he takes, he takes 10 now, actually, and he's facing 18 next turn, and he can't even shield block Shield Slam.
All right, well, now next turn he's got Armor Smith and Brawl. Kibler has the Hex, and he's got the damage with Lightning Bolt. And I think this gamble from for Hyped, it could pay off if he's able to get past this point, but it's high stakes.
Why did the 2/1 attack the frog?
Playing around Molten Giant.
Yeah. I feel like the best option here would probably be just to Hex after combat, because you don't care about that 0/1 staying there. Well, maybe you do because of Brawl. Yeah, here in this position is always interesting. Do you play your guy before Brawl to give you a chance to actually get, be the only guy in play, or do you hold it after? I think here you hold it, but it's always an interesting decision.
Yeah, when you have the ability to shield block, shield slam, and like in the worst case scenario, I think this is better.
Yeah, no, here I think it's the clear decision, but there are a lot of interesting situations where do you just add something else to the board in the hope that you get to keep one of your guys if you're that desperate. Here, I don't think he's very desperate.
Oh, it was close. Let me tell you.
And that was the worst one. How's that totem called?
This is called the Searing Totem, but you can also call it the Paladin Hero Power.
I think it's a pig for some reason. I guess it's not a pig.
Oh,
yeah, so now...
Really? I guess the little edges can look like ears. So oink, oink.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of what I hear when I roll it anyways. It's like...
So game's looking pretty bad for Kibler now, who, lost all his board and then has all those spells in his hand that are only good if you have a board.
All right, Hype actually picks up Sludge Belcher, another target that could warrant some Hex if Kibler loses the board. He needs something big here to bring him back into the game, but Shaman also struggles with some of the card draw. Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, there are no good alternatives for him here. I think that the board chip is kind of settled. Well, he does have Fire Elementals and Alakir in his deck. So, but yeah, now, he can't burst his opponent, and he can't win the board either. So what his skill condition left? I don't think he has any.
Well, he's got Doomhammer, but that's going to still be tough to push through this entire state of the board. And his opponent's going to be gaining a lot of armor off of double Sludge Belcher with Armor Smith behind it. That Kibler's even thinking about Lightning Bolting that so it doesn't get too far out of range. Now, there's still a lot of threats that the Warriors also going to start hitting into too. Some of their late game cards beyond Cairn, like Ragnaros, Alex Straza. We know Hype runs Ysera, and there's only one Hex. So Kibler's eventually just gonna be out of ability to shield himself from whatever comes his way.
Yeah, definitely.
As soon as Hype draws it.
Yeah, and he's actually saving the Hex here. Oh, is he gonna take? No. I guess he's attacking Lightning Bolting it. But it looks like he kind of delays the inevitable at this point.
Yeah, hyped from this point can keep cycling too. He's even got removal for maybe another card that can come. Oh wow, Sylvanas draw. So if this gets hacked, there's still another big minion coming. And Warrior controlling the board against Shaman. As much as Shaman was trying to use his hero power, everything is a little bit feeble at the moment.
Yeah. Anything that Kibler can do now is just worse than what his opponent already has in play. I think it's definitely not looking good for him.
Okay, I'm trying to think of a series of draws that can bring Kibler back into this, but I'm not really seeing it. He's even holding his Doomhammer, saying, I don't even want to attack the frog. You're not worth my time.
Yeah. Probably should have attacked the frog, but... Okay, so Ragnar's here, and you're happy whatever the outcome is. You prefer hitting face, but you don't care if it kills the guy.
I think you want to hit face because this is just a 2-8. That was basically an Oasis snap draw where, well, you have Mana Tide Totem to draw. If this is a taunt totem, maybe that can give him a way to draw 2 cards, but absolutely no way. He picks a Fire Elemental. This is going to be really tricky.
Yeah, for sure. Again, at this point, it's pretty academic, I think. Even picked up a weapon to make sure that Ragnaros hits face. So,
okay.
The weapon effectively attacking for 8 damage.
Kind of surprised Hyped allow his Sludge Belcher to take an extra damage to be taken out by the Doomhammer.
Yeah, he wanted to guarantee a hit to the face, but yeah, it was not necessary, I guess.
Well, I'm saying he could have used his weapon to kill the 1/1, and Sludge Belcher could have killed the Mana Tide.
Oh yeah, you're definitely right. Yeah, he doesn't at this point. I don't think he cares about, taking a little bit more damage. He's a healthy 25.
All right, yeah, Kibler also doing a good job, just trying to scout what his opponent's running too, because you want to make sure you can see what your opponent might have tech-wise, in case it surprises you. Like he sees Ysera, and then the next deck he runs, he has to kind of keep that in mind. But there's just so much removal. I'm pretty sure Hyped, there's just no way for him to lose this game whatsoever. And Kibler is staring at his last turn here.
Yeah, I mean, Kibler does not even have a hex anymore, and let alone 2 hexes, which is what he would need here.
Boom.
No, I guess he doesn't die immediately.
Well, yeah. I suppose this Ragnaros could keep him, the Ragnaros could miss for a couple turns. Sludge Belcher, able to do something. And Sylvanas could actually take something, though, because the Flame Tongue Totem does buff it.
Yeah.
In fact, because of this, did you want to place the Flame Tongue to not kill Sylvanas? I don't know.
But then how are you going to deal with Sylvanas? This is going to be their next turn. So I really don't think it matters, because I don't think it matters what you do, but assuming you have some great card in your deck that you could top deck, then I would do it the way Kibler did it. Okay, and Ragnaros refuses to put Kibler out of his misery.
No, Ragnaros doesn't end games. Oh my, Alakir. Wow, if he had Alakir and still the Flame Tongue, could have been a different story. And now he's going to have to kill his own minion, betrayed by his own cards.
He doesn't lose Divine Shield to do that, but yeah.
Well, he's going to kill off the Acolyte, but if you don't push for damage, when are you going to? Now, interestingly enough, Hype can't actually play this Big Game Hunter because it doesn't allow you to be played unless you trigger its Battle Cry, which means you have to kill off Ragnaros. But
really? It's not opponent? Oh, I had no idea.
BGH has to target 7 or higher attack creature, so it's just gonna sit here. Although there are cool combos that you can do because of it. Stay in you're running the Thaddeus Twins as Ragnaros just refused to end the game once again. Then you run the Thaddeus Twins, and you have Stalag come out as your second minion for the combo, you can BGH your own Stalag to have an 11/11. Now
Sure.
that's a weird case scenario where it doesn't always apply, but it's just like one of these scenarios where you could do that in case it ever comes down to it.
Yeah. I mean, I guess if you're gonna have your opponent have a Ragnar's in play for many turns, Shaman is the class to do it because you can. There's always you're always gonna play minions from your hero power so that it could potentially let you develop your board while getting your hero power hit every time.
Wow.
But yeah, now that the Drake is dying.
This is starting to become a little bit hilarious that Hyped can't finish the game with Rag. Like, what is going on that Rag can't finish the game? Is he going to hit the 1/1 here? And then all of a sudden he's lost 4 rolls in a row?
Yeah, Hype like use and execute for no reason.
Okay. Finally. Good lord.
Because he could have killed the 1/1 and then Ragnar's would either shoot the Drake or Kibler, but obviously at this point it doesn't matter. Ragnar's finally does it.
All right, now moving on to game 5, where the Druid deck tries to go against the Warrior, where I feel like Druid is in a really advantageous position. This is a deck that can really throw off the Warrior early game. The threats that you can place with Innervate can lead really strong plays into the late game with Savage Roar, and you keep the armor low at all times. So this is going to be really difficult for Hype to pull out if Kibler gets a good start.
Yeah, again, those matchups are all very start dependent. You know, if Kibler stumbles or Hype has, a lot of his early game in his opening hand, then he could survive up to a point where, he can no longer lose the game. But yeah, if Kibler comes out very quickly, it's, it will force Hype to, have a lucky brawl or something.
All right, another series, another game 5. It's been pretty tightly contested in Group B, short of one really dominant series. In the very beginning, Brian Kibler versus Naria, which ended up 3-0 in Naria's favor. Let's go to game 5 and see who is going to come out on top. Will Hyped be able to even up his score and face Sevitz with a chance to advance? Or will Brian Kibler bring Hype down and force a weird potential tie between Hype and Sevitz? Who knows?
Yeah, and who doesn't want to keep unstable goal? Interesting. I would imagine this is one of the cards he was looking for against this particular Druid version. It matches up reasonably well against the Death Rattle token makers, and is a way to stem the bleeding early on, but apparently not interested.
Yeah, that is curious.
Meanwhile,
I think he's also wondering what kind of Druid it is.
Oh yeah, definitely, because that guy is so bad against Ram Druid, so maybe he just doesn't want to risk it. Kibler's hand, on the other hand, is very interesting. He's going to have, turn 2 and 3 Shades, potentially. Shade is pretty good against Warrior, if it grows up to a point where, it demands 2 cards to be removed.
Yeah, double Shade is pretty insane start for the Druid deck here, because you just can't remove it. You can't remove what you don't see without Brawl.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like it has to be Shade here. I'm always, a big fan of just playing Shade as early as you can, so that it grows more and more. So there's definitely a chance that, just playing Harvest Golem is correct. I will lean towards Shade. Harvest Golem.
I think Shade is a stronger start overall than Harvest Golem comparatively, because the extra attack is more important, and like you said, the more time you have. There are scenarios where if you want to stick your board, if you're fighting early on against pressure, but I think Shade is better.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's you lose out on some damage because you're not attacking with your Shade. You would be attacking with Harvest Golem. But Hunter Creeper I did not expect. One good thing about Shade is that if you play Harvest Golem and they play Acolyte of Pain, then that's kind of annoying. You have to give them 2 cards, whereas if you have a Shade, you can just attack it.
Yeah, also good point.
But now you might just have to give him, maybe even 3 cards if he doesn't want to suppose that Shade.
All right, Hype gonna get some mileage out of his Fiery War Axe now before later, and now also make it where the Shade might have to reveal himself if picks up Unstable Ghoul. That's excellent.
Oh, that was a great card to draw.
Yep.
It was actually fantastic because now Hype can't even finish off that Acolyte with what's in play. He has to hero power it, and then it's 2 more cards for hyped.
Well, he drew Keeper the Grove, so that's one way to deal with it.
Yeah, it is.
The best way to deal with it.
Yeah, I think that's probably what he's going to do. So Keeper does have, a decent amount of targets, and 2 of them are in Hype's hand already. So he won't be as unhappy to see the Keeper he might otherwise be.
Think of an alternative play, and I'm pretty sure Brian is as well. But I don't see anything that's that much better. Well, he's going to go for Spectrum Knight. Well, I guess it makes sense considering that this is a really powerful minion, and it's another thing that Warrior can't deal with, at least at the moment.
Well, he can. He could just attack it with everybody, and that would kill it.
Oh, you're right,
the weapon. And...
the extra whirlwind effect.
Yeah, it's probably going to do that. He will be glad to do that. Yeah, draws 2 cards and gets rid of, what is probably Kibler's most annoying minion in his entire deck.
So Kibler wanted this to happen, and he gave up his coin, so that way he could get the board clear by itself, like his suicides into it. But
yeah,
I don't know. Like you give Warrior 2 cards, and now he's Sludge Belcher, so it's not like this Shade can contest anyways.
Yeah, I think it would have been better to just play Keeper there, or at least not exposing your Spectrum Knight to just being killed on board, since it's such a hard minion to kill. And your opponent got to kill it for no mana, so he actually just gained a lot of tempo. He got to be the one that passes the turn with a threat in play. So you do have that guy to silence it, but now your Shade can't attack again because it would just get killed by this Sludge Belcher.
All right. Well, Karen is another good card just to be very sticky. Hyped still kind of worried eventually about what the Shade can do, but he's got Shield Block, and maybe compare that to Shield Slam. Not to mention that Kibler doesn't seem to be playing very fast, right? He doesn't have some of the power turns that he's come to expect yet, where it's like a Defender of Argus on like the Echoing Ooze just yet, which might come the following turn. And even if that happens, Hype still has like weapons and ways to kind of climb back with some taunters. So I think Hype's in a pretty decent spot here, unless Kibler can start really swarming the board and forcing Hype's hand, so that way he's taking too much damage.
Yeah, I definitely think so. I would definitely take, Hype at this point in the game. He has better board, better hand. Uses to attack the 2/1, which, makes it vulnerable to an attack plus hero power, but apparently doesn't really care about that Sludge Belcher. It's just a 3/5 now. So he would be happy to spend it, like trade it with a minion from Kibler's side plus 2 mana on a turn where 2 mana will only leave you with 4, which is pretty bad. You generally want 5 mana left to play your better cards.
I would love to see the Echoing Ooze and Defender of Argus. That's probably the best synergy that you can ask for this card. Late game, its power has dropped significantly compared to the face of legendaries, so squeezing out now is more important.
What else do you taunt though? Do you taunt the 2/1 so that he can trade with the 3/3, or do you taunt the Shade so that he can kill the Cairn? Probably the way he did it is better.
Yeah, I'd imagine so. I think it's all right.
And we finally see, the Shade coming off.
All right, well, double Armor Smith and another Sludge Belcher, so he can start gaining armor. Now, keep in mind, Hype does have ways to gain back health, so if he feels like he's within combo range, he can start being able to stack it. But this Shade is starting to get a little bit out of control.
It is, yeah, no execute for him, which would be the perfect answer here. He can't attack it. They're 2 taunt guys.
Okay, Kibler has Swipe. So can he go for an efficient removal sequence?
It depends on what he wants to do. Like, does he want to, the problem is that his opponent's going to gain so much armor off that swipe as well.
Yeah.
You could just swipe the 1/4, but This way he only gains 3 armor. But doesn't seem optimal.
No, and your alternative plays seem like you're just going to be crashing the gates, so, and doing the same thing. Like, you're not really removing that much. You're spending 4 damage actually on this Armor Smith. So maybe the opportunity to play Shades and Harvest Golem. But then how much are you extending into Brawl? You have to keep this in the back of your mind too.
I don't think you can afford to play around Brawl here. It's another one of those spots where, if you don't lose to that card, you might just end up losing to everything else by trying to play around it. If he has Brawl, he has it, whatever.
Okay. Well, in that case, I still like playing Harvest Golem, because if he does have Brawl, at least you still have the ability to have a minion.
Yeah, definitely.
Aha.
Oh, and draws the Execute. A little bit too late. A turn too late to be exact, man.
Alright, well, Hyped can deal with it. That next Shade, he has a weapon to start removing. He can kill off one of these minions, have a 4/5 on the board, and he can drop Armor Smith to fill it out.
Yeah, he can
be reasonable.
Yeah, I think, killing his opponent's 2 bigger minions this turn and dropping Armor Smith and, maybe killing another minion with the weapon is probably good. Just kill everything except for the Harvest Golem and be left with, the weapon that will be able to clear out the Golem from Harvest Golem next turn, and an Armor Smith, and a 4/5 and some armor.
Yeah, and also he's got, like, Alex Straza, so there's a lot of opportunity for him to, like, flip the switch, where if the Warrior deck is not under a lot of pressure and it just seems like there's no way for him to die in the next couple turns, you just go ahead and Alex Straza your opponent, and then you have, like, the weapon to activate Gromage if you draw into him in the next 2 draws. So there's a lot of room here for Hype to play with based off the information that Kibler comes. So I think this is a paramount turn for Kibler. If it wasn't already the past couple of opportunities, I feel like now is the time for him to start recognizing what he can do with some of these legendary cards.
Yeah, but it doesn't look like he can do a lot. What were his possible plays here? The best might
off Armor Smith. I hate Armor Smith so much when I'm playing aggro decks. Just like if you play Druid the Claw defensively, he can he still hasn't played a lot of removals, so you're asking him to get like a really efficient way to do something like Death Spite plus a trade in. I don't know.
Yeah, though it does force the Death Spite, so that he cannot kill the Harvest Golem tokens. I think I prefer that over killing the Armor Smith, because that would expose the Druid to the weapon as already in play. So perhaps just gonna play, he draws a card he cannot cast.
Sarah.
2 shield blocks in the hopes of finding something. Another card he cannot cast. Okay, so
sacrifice your Armor Smith here. I think so.
Yeah, probably. It's gonna be a 1/3 anyway. Yeah, you have to. Because if you don't do it, you just give your opponent the opportunity to attack it himself, or to attack something else if he so chooses. So it might as well just take the opportunity away from him. When you can make a decision, or let your opponent make the same decision, just make it yourself. Even if it's not good for you, just make it yourself.
Alright, Hype's starting to play cleanup. He's going to be at 31 health, way outside of combo range. Kibler seems to be drawing not the cards he needs. I feel like Ancient of Lore is even better than Defender of Argus, even though Argus is something.
Yeah, Argus is not super good here, but it's way better than a Spider or a News. Yeah, we can see that Hype just didn't attack his opponent for 4 last turn, because A, he has Alex Straza anyway, so he was probably going to drop to 15, and B, his hand is so stacked with good late game cards that it doesn't matter how much his opponent is going to be at, it only matters that he doesn't die. He's going to, with those cards in his hand, he can kill Kibler whether he's at 25, 30, or even like 60 life. So doesn't really care about hitting for 4.
Alright, Kibler's pretty much all in on whatever's here. And Hyped is sitting pretty nicely. He's got ways to just kill off whatever's on the board, whether Ragnaros, Gromosh, and armor up. He is in danger of dying to combo though if everything goes off, so he has to be mindful of this.
I wonder.
Yeah, he's got to be worried about it, and Kibler does have half of the combo, so.
So with Shades in right there, that's 3. Oh, well, never mind. I was gonna calculate based off killing it. If he's gonna play Ysera, he just leaves it up. But if Shades is 3 and you kill off a minion, that's 8 damage plus the 8 from Savage Roar. That's 16. And then if you armor up, you're going to be at 29. So no matter what, I think Hyped actually dies to combo here. Which is kind of crazy to think about.
Even if Gromosh is a guy, so let's see. 8 plus 14 plus 6, so that's 28. I don't think it dies.
Oh, 28. You're right.
Yeah. If he plays Gromosh.
He has to Gromosh and armor up then.
Yeah.
Okay. Miscalculation.
But then
something that Hype's doing too. He's just like counting everything. He's gonna leave it up to chance. Now we saw Savage Roar or Force Nature top deck in the past, and Brian Kibler is gonna really hope he gets the last piece of the combo to end this series. And it's kind of likely with a deck like this. Ooh.
That was close.
Scary moment.
So that's still fine for him. You know, he just plays one of those not to hit for 6 damage. So he deals 18 damage this turn. I think it's gotta be worth it. Better than killing Ysera. I don't think you care about Ysera. You have to hope it was not one of the board clears.
I wonder why Hyped went for Ysera 2 over something like Alex. I guess it's because the high health count. So that way, and also you're playing around the chance that he has big game hunter. In fact, I'm pretty sure that's why he didn't play Gromosh and Ragnaros, because those would have been vulnerable to BGH.
Yeah, maybe he also thinks, you know, okay, if I play Gromosh and hit a guy in armor up, I survive, but I stay at 1 life. And can I truly win the game? And I would lean towards yes because of Alexstrasza in his game, but maybe the answer is just no. In which case, it makes no sense to play around the combo if you're going to lose to it anyway. Yeah, I like Kibler's play here. I like attacking with everybody. You know, and then even if your opponent drew the 5 damage card that clears the board, you could still win next turn.
Faceless Manipulator. Well, Hyped, how does he survive this now? He has to... He's like in a really tough spot at the moment.
Well, I think he has to play Alexstrasza here. Like, you know, attack a minion and play Alexstrasza. But does it die anyway?
His opponent will have 8 plus the 4 from
15.
Shield Power. Yeah.
He will die
he has
anyway.
to, I guess, Faceless and then Nightmare taunt. That might be a way to stay alive too.
Nightmare is the +5/+5 thing and dies at the beginning of next turn?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean...
That stalls, I think so.
It does, yeah. Wow, that would be a pretty interesting play.
Oh, he's going to go for a BGH play too. This is cool. This is a little clever move. I like it.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, great play from him.
That is sick. Now he still dies, I think, to a Savage Roar top deck.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay, still tense moment. Can Kibler pull this through? He's been trying to press. No, it's an Echoing Ooze.
Yep.
Oh, gosh.
Pretty close. So he could put his opponent to 3.
What to do?
Right to 5, because there's... Yeah, wow, it's not looking... Suddenly it's not looking good for Kibler anymore. I mean, he's
very
here has
impressive
got
play
to be
from Hyped here, and
yeah.
Now it's still like the case where you have to be mindful of your opponent to being able to kill you, though.
Kibler has to
So,
just pass the turn here, right? Because he can just attack into a minion that's gonna die anyway.
well, you play Echoing Ooze and Hero Power, right?
Yeah, yeah. But, you know, there's no point in attacking or playing Force of Nature.
No, absolutely not. Okay, and then... Oh, it's a little tricky because Hyped... Let's see, how does he go for a clear? I don't think he can. Alex Strauss on yourself definitely might be your best option, though.
Yeah, I mean, you still lie. To...
I wonder.
Yeah, you still lose to the combo if you do that, but... You know, what choice do you have? At least you don't lose to one piece of the combo.
That's true.
And you don't lose to, like, one piece of a swipe either.
I cannot do that.
Alright, Gromosh allows him to kill off 3 minions, put out this 10 attack creature, and maybe set up for lethal next turn. Because what you can do is you can make Gromosh and then Alex draws him next turn. So Hyped is going to go for a 2-turn kill here. He's going to clear as
Yeah,
many
he
as
does
he
have the
can.
Nightmare.
Huh?
He does have the Nightmare for next turn.
Yes. So if
Even if
Gromosh
he,
survives,
you know,
he's in a
like-
position to win.
Yeah, he does put himself dead to... I think Kibler has one swipe left in his deck, right?
Yeah, but that's only 10 damage plus the 1 damage
Oh,
from
yeah,
the
it
Echoing
doesn't-
Ooze.
okay,
He
no,
still
never
needs
mind.
Savage Roar to end this game.
Yeah, yeah. You're right. He needs Savage Roar. I'm just miscounted.
Oh no! Oh man, Hype's getting up because he realizes like at this point, like, oh man, I'm basically at the mercy of what my opponent can do. And Brian Kibler gets a big giant cloud of smoke for his draw on this turn, and that is really unfortunate.
Yep, and there's nothing he can do here. You know, he doesn't know that he's dead because he doesn't know his opponent has Alexstrasza, so... But yeah, he really is. He
Wow.
could Force of Nature to kill the Gromosh, but then he can never win the game, so he
Right.
can't do it. He has to just hope his opponent doesn't have Alexstrasza.
Let's see. He needs to kill the BGH, I believe, too, because that's over the damage threshold. The armor. So he does end up killing it, but he ended up using his own. All right, so Hyped is going to take this series, and it was pretty intense, but overall a really fun series of games that we saw. And Brian Kibler unfortunately drops out 0-3, but I think his series were really fun to watch. So better luck next time, Brian, and hopefully we can see you come back for more Hearthstone tournaments.
Yep. Good run. Unfortunately, it didn't work out, but yeah.
Wow, pretty intense games, and Hyped now enters the series versus Sevitz basically tied. If you win 3-2, you advance because you have the head-to-head advantage, and you have a winning record. So now it just comes down to who wins this best of 5. Doesn't really matter about game score anymore. And Sevitz,
I like it.
he started off 1-0, but you know at the same time he also had a little bit of help from Brian and Naria. The big question is asked: is Hyped gonna miss an opportunity to survive and just die to a 1 damage token or hero power? I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see.
All right, so guys, the last series of the day is going to come after a break, but real quick, we want to talk to you about what VGVN is doing. They're giving you a chance to win the Zeus Mini PC that's going to be given to one lucky winner, I believe, or you can find out all the information at the link too. So that way you can find out if you're eligible. I believe it's to the U.S. citizens, so that way they can find out more information about your residency and eligibility requirements. Type giveaway in the chat so that way you can figure out how to sign up for this newsletter. It only takes a little bit of time, and you can find out more about what VGVN stands for, as they are the sponsor for this tournament series. So make sure you let them know how much you appreciate that they're supporting the Hearthstone team. We're going to take a few minutes. When we come back, the final match of Group B to determine who is going to move on between Sevitz versus Hyped. Stay tuned. Welcome back, everybody, to the last series of the day between Hyped and Sevitz. The winner of this moves on to the top 4, and the loser will drop in 3rd place, and we'll say better luck next time. Now, again, people who are just joining us and kind of figuring out what's going on, you can see the current standings. And if you look at Group A, Colento and Fake were the 2 players who advanced, as Fake was just barely able to narrow out Firebat by 1 game difference. And then today, it won't be the case there because we have a very clear first place with Naria, and then one player will be 2-1, the other player will be 1-2. Sevitz comes from the open bracket, as he did qualify through 256 players, and so he's not the invite. He's actually the guy who's trying to make his name for himself, so to speak. But he's already doing a great job, and if he can continue it versus someone like Hyped, I think he'd be very satisfied with his tournament result, because last time in VGVN, he was also coming in as an invited player, so it's cool to show skill in both departments here, coming as like the quote unknown as well as the invite.
Yeah, definitely. And we've never seen one of the non-invite players making it to the semifinals, and now we already have Fake, and we might also have Sevitz. So there will be both players that feel as good as this.
Sevitz is an open bracket person who could go through the top 4. Now, Hyped, he does play some unusual decks as we get ready to go into the class selection screen. He has the Mage, but then you said how Sevitz is the only person bringing Paladin, and I kind of wonder how these permutations of classes ends up facing against each other. We see Miracle versus Handlock to start things off, which doesn't look very good for Hyped, but he does have some other ways to handle this, as we do see a Hunter ban for both sides here. Yeah,
definitely, and this is probably one of Miracle's worst matchups, but it's definitely winnable, which just speaks to the strength of Miracle as a deck. Even if it's horrible matchups, even if bad matchups aren't horrible. But yeah, definitely have to give the edge to the Warlock deck here. You can just play more taunts than your opponent can remove, and they only have 2 saps, and at some point you're going to overload them. You have no pressure, which is what you generally want against Miracle Rogue, but you don't really need it because the late game is yours.
That's right, and you also have cards like Ragnaros as a way, just like after they're done sapping, you have just like a threat that's doing 8 damage every turn anyways, and Miracle Rogue's kind of out of options. So that's an interesting inclusion of tech. We've seen Ragnaros be effective for other players from MYM, and I suppose Sevitz is also adapting it into his arsenal. Let's go into game 1 and see if Hyped can do this, or will Sevitz be the one who's able to secure 2nd place and get a good lead with his Handlock deck. All right, so Hyped ends up pushing away most of his cards here, and he ends up getting an okay start. Now, I don't think I've ever seen Sevitz play Zoo. I think if he's ever brought Warlock, it's always been Handlock. And I think Hyped is aware of that, so you can kind of make a pretty strong assumption based off player preference and history that Sevitz is more likely to bring Handlock here.
Yeah, and also that Hyped is more likely to bring Miracle than Aggro Rogue.
Right.
Which we haven't seen a lot of after Next Remus. Unfortunately, it was one of my favorite decks before that, but, this Ledge Bearer just killed it.
Alright, well, Sevitz does have Lotheb, a very important card. He's also got Twilight Drake to drop on turn 4, so his hand is shaping up pretty decently. Hyped has a very important turn where he drops something on turn 3, so that way, if he has spells like Eviscerate that he draws into, then he can answer it. But he gets immediately Soul Fired. Oh no!
Ooh, okay,
he loses Lotheb off the discard, and Sevitz is really unhappy about that. Ugh,
yeah, he wouldn't mind losing any other card here. He would prefer a Molten Giant or an Ancient Watcher probably, or an Owl. Like, all of those would be great. But even if he lost either Soul Fire or the Twilight Drake, it wouldn't be bad. But Lotheb was devastating.
I wonder.
Man, I'm just trying to soak in what we just witnessed. The fact that Molten Giants might be sitting here dead for a while, because you'll be at like 18 health before you die, so at best you can drop 1. Sevitz definitely had 2 out of 6 chances here, or 7 chances, excuse me, to discard something that he didn't want, and he took the 1 card that I think he wanted to keep the most. Now, Hyped still has to deal with this double Twilight Drake that's most likely coming out here. It's gonna be a little tricky, and he's just figuring out if there's a way to even use his SI7 agent maybe just to kind of stall.
I wonder.
Probably not. I mean, you could play Naria SA7, just no combo, but I'm not sure that would accomplish much. So his alternative might be just passing the turn, so perhaps.
This guy's
Yeah, just getting a 3-3 out there is better than just passing with no play. Ooh, and that's Sludge Belcher picked up.
There you go. And now Sevitz ends up discarding the Sludge Bell. Oh man, this is a disaster. Soulfire has been grabbing every single best card in Sevitz's hand and taking it away from him. And effectively, basically killing, like Soulfire, or I guess if you interpret it, Farseer and SI7 killed Lotheb and killed Sludge Belcher.
Yeah, they did.
So that's pretty devastating already.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, though Sevitz does have a good board. Like he has 2 cards that are pretty hard to kill, and that kill his opponent in 3 turns.
All right, so Gadget Zan is gonna start drawing, and Sevitz will wait and kind of think over like the probability that those 2 things happened in tandem. It was 1 in 7 and then a 1 in 5. And you kind of compound it and multiply it, and Sevitz like, God dang it.
Yeah. He has to make sure that it doesn't, you know, dominate his thoughts here, because that doesn't mean those plays were wrong. You know, he was just unfortunate.
Choose soon.
And it's very easy to just be locked into thinking that, and then you just end up missing something else that you could have done. So has to snap out of it. You know, it happened.
Alright, well, now Hyped has all of a sudden a magical amount of cards here. He's got like 8 cards, 9 cards off the draw, and that's a lot to potentially deal with these Drakes who aren't sitting at high health. Sevitz has a very passive turn, most likely dropping an Ancient Watcher and just kind of seeing what he can do, and he has to make even tougher decisions, like do I try to go for a minion board presence or do I give up one of my Drakes?
Yeah, I think you hit it with the 4-5, but you know that is worse in the case of a sweeper. But Blade Flurry wouldn't kill the remaining guy anyway, so it would if you get attacked. You know, Blade Flurry plus your power at the second time. So he decides to, you know, just keep the high health minion, knowing that his guy's gonna die anyway at 1 toughness.
Yeah, the problem though, then Eviscerate becomes likely as a finisher, versus you just saw an opponent had SI7 agent, so I guess you're just playing based off the information that you have. At this stage though, like Sype drew around 5 cards, so he already has the opportunity to potentially have anything at this point. It's not impossible. And a second Gadget Stand Auctioneer has been revealed, and that's more bad news for Sevitz, because he also, this Ancient Watcher, if it goes down, like, that's his Shadow Flame target if you draw Shadow Flame, and he can't deal with like a Concealed Auctioneer.
Yeah, he can deal with an Auctioneer here. Well, he could silence it, but you know, it's still gonna... Yeah, assuming James Barton dies. Yeah, he could silence it, but he's still gonna take 4. Ooh, Leroy. Yeah, but unfortunately both his Soulfires are gone. So, you know, the kill potential of that Leroy is greatly diminished. But he does have the Faceless Manipulator, so he can wait to turn 9. That's 12 damage.
Oh man, those 2 turns seem like an eternity though. How do you expect to live for 2 turns? It's gonna be kind of tricky. Hyped is also aware of it, of what this deck can do too. Not to mention he already has Leroy and Shadow Step, and that's 16 damage right now.
Yeah, and he has the Conceal and the Lotheb and an Eviscerate, so he's got pretty much everything. Charged off, you know, straight out lethal in his hand.
So many options.
Now, there is 6 damage, and Hyped is just wondering if Leroy plus Power Overwhelming or Leroy plus Hellfire can finish it now too. So, as much as it might be tempting to go for a big play, I think he actually has to remove here.
Yeah, I think so too. You know, better just play it safe. And if he doesn't take that 2 extra damage, then I guess there's no way for him to not take the 2 extra damage here.
So many options.
because he can only kill one of his opponent's guys. So yeah, he's gonna be at 12. So he's gonna have lead on turn 9. Question is whether you can kill him before that or simply play a healer.
All right, now Sevitz with a very tough question of how do I get this to kill next turn?
Yeah, he is dead to Leroy was 1 Shadow Staff. His opponent does have, so he has to kill a minion here.
He was really hoping this was Shadow Flame, because then you could attack with the Drake to the face and Shadow Flame, and you have Leroy.
Yeah.
Oh, and then Ragnaros is definitely not it. And
nope.
Yeah, now you've made yourself extremely vulnerable to everything that's going on. Is he gonna try to Leroy and Mortal Coil to draw something else? But what can you really do? You have to draw Power of Overwhelming. No, you have to draw Power of Overwhelming. I realized what Sevitz was doing. He was drawing for power. Oh my god, if this play works out, this would be insane. For the win!
Pretty close though. Good effort, I think. Recognized his best chance to win, which was not killing his opponent's minions, and just, going for the face. Trying to get lucky, had 2 draws to draw 1 up.
Half-court shot ends up missing there, as now Hype does have the combo damage to end it with Leroy. And Sevitz had a small opening, but it was very small. He tried to draw 2 cards and was not unable to do it. So Hype takes game number 1, and he defeats Handlock with Miracle in a very important snipe here in the series.
Yeah, definitely. And the fact that Sevitz had the 3 cards from the left, the Owl and the 2 Molten Giants, were in his hand for basically the entire game. He was effectively playing with 3 cards last this whole time, and that really hurt him.
Well, I guess the good news is after that game-ending turn, his Molten Giants are free. Troll.
Yep.
All right, now Sevitz has his Druid deck to go up, and we've seen that it performs pretty decently against Miracle.
Yeah, he has beat a Miracle with it before in this tournament already.
Yep.
Despite having a Black Knight instead of a Force of Nature. So, has it hurt him before? Probably not hurt him again.
Okay, and Hyped, in the meantime, will have a little bit more to do. He's got Double Fan this time around, so Double Fan will allow him to clear a lot of the smaller tokens. He is only running 1 Farseer, which makes it difficult to go for healing outside of the combo ranges. So there's a lot of small intricacies of this matchup based on the cards that might be a little bit difficult. Also, Assassin's Blade might be a little hard to kind of get good usage out of it. It might feel dead sometimes, considering that by the time that you're using your Assassin's Blade to trade and do damage, you might be taking way too much. Who knows? Maybe it can be a really slow and bad start for Sevitz, like we kind of saw the Handlock game. Kind of felt bad for him. His RNG was not very strong that previous Handlock game.
Yeah, and even though the Assassin's Blade is not great at attacking minions, it could be what wins you the game in combination with Deadly Pleasant and Blade Flurry. Because, one of the strongest things the Druid deck can do is play Spectral Knight and taunt it. And then, having a Blade Flurry with spell power and things like that could be your only way to actually win the game. So even though the card is not great, it could potentially be the card that wins the game here.
All right. Well, let's see what Hyped is able to do in game 2, and will Sevitz be able to climb back with this Token Druid deck that's normally very aggressive, and even has some superstar cards like the Spectral Knight and Lotheb.
Yeah. So he does Mulligan away those Wraths that, could potentially be good to kill a 3 power guy, but, a 3/3. Doesn't really care about that, especially since he has the coin, so there's not going to be an SA7 coming down turn 2 to hit his 2-drop. And a pretty slow start by Hyped, who doesn't have a decent play until turn 5 at least, with this particular hand.
Yeah, he can go for a clear. With Fan of Knives over the course of 2 attacks.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty good for him. And he also drew a 4-drop, so shipping it a lot better than short turn it is.
Definitely. Now, Hunt Creeper is like one of those things where if Backstab comes into your hand, that would be the dream.
Yeah, you're still pretty happy with this. Just leave that 1/1 Hunt Creeper there.
All right. You have Blade Flurry, which is good.
Yeah.
Very important card. Sevitz, in the meantime, has a pretty nasty curve. After turn 1, 2, 3 small minion drops, it accelerates with turn 4 Cairn. And a Hype has to kind of use something like Sap in order to answer it.
Yeah, that is true. But it kind of dries out after that. After that you have all removal spells and no more threats. So if Hype can deal with that, though it is a pretty good minion to be your last minion, so this is very hard to deal with. I imagine he has to play Nomish Inventor here. He could play a big Edwin Vanquish, but that...
Wow.
I don't love that.
That's really creative to go for an Edwin.
And Shadow Step Edwin again, but it's not even that big. And if your opponent has Keeper, you just wasted not only a Shadow Step, but also your turn.
I think he's really afraid of Defender of Argus, though. Defender of Argus makes Gnomish Inventor feel pretty weak.
Does it? I mean...
Or even swipe and press for damage.
Yeah, it could be, but playing Vanquish just does not seem like it accomplishes much. Even if it doesn't die, it only picks off 1 minion at a turn. Ooh, he drew a 5-drop here. That's huge, because even if he got sapped, now he has a play for next turn.
Huh. Well, Hype. The good news for Hype is he picked up Auctioneer. In fact, double Auctioneers all around.
So immediately swiping it, sapping it, and just putting a 4/4 out there. Doesn't need to be much bigger. But yeah.
Well, now Sevitz has the board to play Spectral Knight.
Yeah, he could play Swipe and clear the board, but playing Spectral Knight here is probably just better. So he does lose his Spectral Knight, which is one of his best cards. But yeah, it would take his opponent's whole board to deal with that, so I don't think he cares that much.
Hatchet's Hand actually doesn't do much in this spot.
No, he has nothing he can play. Though he did pick up a Assassin's Blade to go with his Blade Flurry.
Oof.
We could see Assassin's Blade coming up with Edwin to kill the 4/6. And then maybe a next turn Blade Flurry. Or the alternative is, I guess, just Gadget plus Shadow Step. I think I like Assassin's Blade a lot. Not a lot, like a little bit more. But you also take a lot of damage from that. And you are not a very high life total.
Yeah,
so
you don't want to just
tough
die to Savage Roar. This is very tricky for Hyped because also he has to take these threats very seriously because of what could happen with Defender of Argus on that. So you might want to go for like a trade on the minion, but like on a Harvest Golem. But I feel like you want to also kill off the Spectrum Knight. Ugh, it's tough.
Yeah, I think... Okay, so chooses to let the Spectrum Knight leave. Thinks he can just kill it next turn. If it comes to that.
Alright. Well, he is getting kind of low on health, that is. And this allows Sevitz to go for a swipe, clear, and press for damage. And this is one of the scenarios where having Assassin's Blade is cool, but you're taking a lot of damage if you attack into the Spectrum Knight and Blade Flurry.
Yeah. You kind of have to, I think.
Oof.
Ooh.
Ah, but
he's 1 mana short of doing Azure Drake, Deadly Poison, Blade Flurry, which would actually wipe the board.
I got the best deals anywhere.
All right, well, maybe preparations can help him.
Okay, just to wait for it,
But I believe this is just game right here because Sevitz has Force of Nature to just kill him. And this is the whole point of the aggressive Druid deck, to be able to accomplish a lot of aggression early on. And hopefully the fact that Rogue often has to use her hero power in order to clear your minions early on can just start racking in damage really quickly. Because just look, it was a turn 7 kill.
Yeah, no, that's pretty interesting. In a turn 7 kill, and Hype didn't have any hopes of killing him, even if he had survived a couple more turns. You know, his hand was so low that game. He had all his 5-drops and nothing to do with them. So picks up Mage. Again, my favorite deck in this tournament, his Mind's Gauge. And I suppose... I don't know how it matches up against his Druid deck. Because the Druid deck is capable of some very fast draws, but it's also very vulnerable to Flame Strike. So it's going to depend.
I guess I look more at Molten Giant and the fact that Ice Block can stop it, and then if Druid overextends and doesn't have enough answers to the big threats, it can be kind of like that hand lock scenario. The only problem is that you don't have taunters for Molten Giant, so there is a scenario where you can just ignore it.
Yeah, instead of taunts, you have Frost Novas, and hope to kill your opponent with them before they can react. I think I would give the edge to the Mage deck here. But again, with this Druid deck, it's always possible that they come out of the gates very quickly, like so he did last game, kind of. And they could just, if he kills turn 7 again, that's before Flame Strike can come out.
All right, well, game 3 is about to start for Sevitz versus Hyped. I don't really know who to say is the decisive favorite. This Freeze Hyped Mage is still so new that the matchups are very relative. But I know Hyped actually released a guide, and I've been meaning to watch it, but for the life of me, I don't like playing Mage right now on ladder. I just don't enjoy it, so I'm always like, I'll watch it as soon as September 23rd comes around.
Yeah, that would change a lot. Yeah, I was just thinking whether he wants to keep Spectre or not. I think generally you don't want 5-cost minions in your opening hand, but he thinks it's so strong against the Mage deck that it's worth keeping. And I'm sure he regrets it now because he drew another 5-drop minion. But he does have the coin, yeah, so he can actually just run that on turns 4 and 5 if it comes to that. But that means missing a turn 1 play.
Well, if you turn 2, drop, turn 3, use one of the Haunted Creepers probably, and then turn 4, coin, turn 5, play minion, I think your curve's actually kind of okay.
Yeah, I think that's better. Not using the coin here as the turn 1 is definitely good to guarantee you're going to have good plays on turn 4 and 5.
All right, well, Hyped, by the way, gets a pretty decent start with Mad Scientist.
Yeah, his best start, I think. Best thing that I can do is a turn 2 Mad Scientist. Though it is kind of awkward because he doesn't want to duplicate Mad Scientist now.
Right. He doesn't want to have the trap, or the secret rather, pop, and then he has 2 more Mad Scientists to grab the one other secret here. So, yeah. Good choice.
And now he hopes it's Ice Block.
Yeah.
It is not, it's Duplicate.
I think he's still okay with Duplicate. Oh, it is Duplicate.
Yeah.
Alright. Why Drake isn't bad, because even if he has Keep with the Grove, you get 2 more, and it comes back a little bit stronger.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Though he has to hope his Mad Scientist doesn't die, basically.
Well, Sludge Belcher following turn will be a good way to challenge the Spectre Knight. We talked about how Spectre Knight is really powerful, but Sludge Belcher is one of the cards that can actually outvalue it because head-to-head, it ends up surviving.
Yeah, and this is not the normal Mage deck, that would be relying on Fireballs or something to maybe kill that. If it came to that, this can actually just play minions and fight it in combat. And Hype here attacks with his Drake. No doubt because he doesn't want to get, punished way too much by Keeper of the Grove. So now it's only 2 toughness anyway. So if he does that, it's not even good. So he could always Keeper the Belcher.
So Sevitz does have Defender Vargas to basically push back, but it's going to be still a little painful here because he is going to lose his Spectre Knight. At least you just gotta do what you gotta do.
And he gets 2 Sludge Belchers back.
Alright, not bad.
No, not at all.
Dare I say that's pretty good. Oh, and Hype picks up more ways to freeze the board with double Frost Bolts and Frost Nova. You can save that for now.
Yeah, probably just playing a minion here, not playing those boats. Probably deciding between Karen and Sledge Boucher.
Do what to do.
Oh, no. I guess not.
Wow.
Yeah, this is a bit weird because it means that, for the next many turns, he's only going to be able to play one spell a turn.
Yeah, that was really
whereas,
interesting.
whereas those Frostbolts, really fit well in your curve, letting you play, 2 things a turn for the next 2 turns. But yeah. Well, I guess it paid off because he's, the biggest issue would be if Sevitz used his hero power to finish off the Drake. But that would mean spending his entire turn. He has no 4-drops, so he gets away with having a 1 toughness minion.
Yeah, I think he's kind of okay with that, considering, generally speaking, that deck doesn't have much good stuff to do with 4 mana. So if he dedicated to it, you're okay with losing the Drake and having a turn pass.
Yeah, definitely.
All right.
We have a lot of options here. Could attack and hero power to finish it off, but then he just gets another one. But at the same time, if you pass, if you don't attack the Karen right now with your Drake, you're probably never going to do it. So he does have Sledge Boucher to prevent the hero power from killing it, so perhaps the best play is to just send everything to the face and just play Sledge Boucher. Okay, decides to not expose it to a swipe, for example. It wants to get value of it before it dies.
You're expecting like an Ancient of Lore next turn anyways, of some degree, and then from there you have the option of using like Frost Nova and dropping Sucking Sludge Belcher or something equivalent to that. This is Ice Block too, because Duplicate has been used.
Yeah, he could just play, Sledge Belcher and another Duplicate next turn.
Oh, wow, look at how much damage Sevitz has. He has double Savage Roar and Force of Nature. Which means he has 22 damage from the hand.
So here I have to wonder, would it be better to heal his 4/5 instead of... no, it wouldn't help because he would just trade with the hero power and the 1/2 token anyway. I guess a drawing 2 cards is definitely better. Yeah, he does have a lot of surprise damage. Most people play around one part of the combo, they don't play around double Savage Roar because that takes so many more cards. But yeah, he does have all of it. Unfortunately, he's facing potentially 4 more Sledge Belchers before he can send something to the face.
Alright, well, Hype slow playing it and take his opportunity to develop Karen. It's very clear your opponent didn't have Keep with the Grove. Sevitz has a full hand practically. Probably wants to develop some of his other minions before he starts threatening the opportunity to go for huge damage.
Yeah, and he knows he's probably going to want to hero power that guy anyway, so he just does it now, because 1 damage to the face doesn't matter at all, and he even has Alexstrasza for that. So definitely better to just hit the 5/5 and turn it into a 5/4.
Sevitz also might be cautious with how he does this, because the hero power on the Ancient of Lore also makes you slightly more susceptible to Flame Strike, so you don't want to just flood the board for no reason and then open yourself up to a Flame Strike ping and then you lose everything.
Yeah, and Sevitz doesn't know that this is an ice block. For all he knows, they could be a duplicate. So maybe he's thinking, yeah, do I want to risk giving him 2 more Sledge Belchers? But yeah, apparently he decides he has to.
Or
better
if
Sledge Belchers than
Mirror
Karen's.
Entity.
Yeah.
Well, I guess actually it's been up for a little bit, so it can't be Mirror Entity, excuse me. Mad Scientist came before that.
He did draw that Keeper of the Silence from the raft, so he can silence the Karen. I'm not sure how much good this is going to do for him, though. Yeah, prefers to just playing low tab.
Yeah, the low tab shuts down the ability to play spells, but now Hyped has an interesting choice to be pretty aggressive here.
Yeah, he didn't want to play spells anyway, I don't think. He can either play Alexstrasza or the 2 other minions, and both situations are really good. Yeah, he's still, still not threatening the double combo, but he has to think Well, he still has the ice block, so he's not gonna die to the combo anytime soon.
But if he did have combo, he would. If he left everything up, this ice block would get popped. So if you Alexstrasza, you probably have to trade into Ancient of Lore.
Yeah, but I don't know if you care it's gonna get popped. Yeah, I think so. I think if you're Alexstrasza, you might trade regardless. You probably do want to trade regardless.
All right, back over to Sevitz. Oh my goodness,
okay.
double innervate. Jesus, he's got 13 mana this turn.
Yeah, that's a lot. Can he kill his, can he pop Ice Block now?
What to do?
Good question. Let's see, if you double Savage Roar, you'll have 6. You can attack with Hero Power.
Yeah, the problem is that you have
9 plus 12, that's 21. No, I think you're going to be short a little. You overkill too much.
Yeah, you have to send 10 damage at that Sledge Boucher. The only issue here is, not big concern, but now you are out of Sledge Boucher, so you lose the chance to duplicate them, and I think they're your best target at this point. So that opportunity is gone, but you're still happy with whatever happens here.
There's a lot of calculations going on. The game has slowed down so much.
Yeah.
In this scenario, because there's a lot of meticulous planning of how to actually go about this turn. It seems like Kibler the Girl is being reached for to silence his minion.
I must safeguard the land.
All right.
Okay, he goes for the face here.
But he's gonna play Druid Claw in defense mode. Or defense mode. God, what game is this? In talk mode. It happens.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting situation here.
Okay.
So he sets up for a lot of damage next turn, so he can potentially pop Ice Block and get rid of his opponent's board.
Right. This is kind of clever because even if the board gets dealt with, Sevitz has a way to pop Ice Block. Because he's got 22 damage with Savage Roar and Force of Nature.
Yeah, well. And his opponent does not have Flame Strike. Of course, he doesn't know that, but yeah, pretty good. And sitting at 30 life himself and knowing his opponent cannot play Alexstrasza this turn, unless they don't get rid of the board, you're feeling pretty comfortable to just put your opponent in 1 life.
Okay.
So it will be devastating. It will be devastating if he uses his entire hand and board. His opponent just plays Alexstrasza and he goes straight back to 15.
Yeah, you're right. Has to kind of be mindful of it.
Yeah, should probably just, try to clear the board as much as he can. Maybe he doesn't even need 2 Savage Wars. Ooh, Frost Nova.
I wonder how much it is merit eventually as you play against Hype's deck that you want to save Keeper the Grove for instances where you want to silence your own minions. By the way, oh my god, I just realized what Hype did with this. I was like, why didn't you attack the Haunted Creeper? It's because he can't load the board up with 3 tree ants now with Force of Nature. There's only going to be 2.
He only gets 2. That's pretty smart.
That is brilliant. And now Alexstrasza can go and attack, and you can do 10 damage. Are you afraid of a clear, though? Either way, that was a really clever turn from Hyped. He even played around double Savage Roar Force of Nature. That's pretty sick.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
At this point, his opponent has had those cards for a very long time and hasn't done anything. So you have to be thinking, what can they be? And he came up with, well, they could be Devil Savage Roar and Innovative Force of Nature, and they were. So really good job.
I wonder.
But now he has to be thinking if they are those cards.
Well, now it's on the pressure to Sevitz to clear here. He has to pop Ice Block and clear.
Oh, he doesn't have to if he just clears. Because, it's not like his opponent is running Fireball or something like that, so his opponent has to kill him with minions. So if he just clears the board, he could have, 2 more turns to kill his opponent. But there is a duplicate.
Know that, though, for sure.
Yeah. There is a duplicate, though, so he has to be mindful which one he kills first. Probably not this Ledge Boucher.
You know what's awesome about Hype's Mage deck when I think about it? Is that he can just rotate cards in to really throw off the scent. Like, he can just take out one duplicate and put in a counter spell eventually. Or he can, like, rotate in Antonitis and get some extra damage, or even maybe just one Fireball. Like, you never know. And then this Mage deck always has, like, this element of, well, am I doing this? Am I not doing this? And
yeah,
eventually, like, you can't feel like you just know his deck. It's kind of hard.
Yeah, you could take out a Cone of Flame, a Cone of Cold, and, add a Blizzard or something, which, even though it plays a very similar role, is a completely different card to play against. Ooh, chooses to not go for the combo here.
You have Savage Roar. I think it accomplishes pretty much the same thing. And the most important aspect is that Force of Nature is damage from the hand anyways. Also
okay,
clever
so
to use duplicate.
Yeah, chooses to give him Water Elementals.
Oh my god, wait, does he have enough time? He's running out of time. The rope's burning down.
How much mana does the token from Cairn Bloodhoof cost?
It costs, I want to say 4 mana. But that's a good question, because I don't ever get the chance to really see.
Because if it costs 6, then perhaps it's better to bounce that one instead, to give him 2 of those with duplicate, but if it costs 4, then you'd rather give him the Water Elementals.
Sure. Alright, now the Cone of Cold will stall it out, and Sevitz used both of his Savage Roars here in order to clear the board, but he didn't pop the Ice Block. And he's going to try to see if he can search for answers.
Oh, he drew,
Maybe if he Wraths and get Keeper of the Grove. No, I can't. Never mind. There's the problem of you might just die to damage. So
yeah, he has to kill that Molten Giant, so he has to Wrath plus Force of Nature. That's a very, very ugly use of Force of Nature. Playing it to not even kill a minion.
For sure.
6 mana execute, but I think you have to do it. What's your alternative? Trying to draw a card. What are you hoping to draw into?
I don't know how Sevitz can pull out of this one. The Giants Mage here from Hyped has completely sucked away the power of Sevitz. He's used both Savage Roars and a Force of Nature. Now Sevitz is left with just an Innervate. And Hype still can't kill him, though. That's kind of what the humorous thing is above everything else.
He's probably going to Innervate Hero Power here. Oh, chooses not to. Okay, he's hoping he draws Ancient of Lore. So that his Innervate will be able to, let him play another card that very same turn.
Alright.
A lot of elementals.
Yep. I thought you said you couldn't play Arena in constructed mode, but I guess you can. 3 Water Elementals.
Yeah, so it pays off to not have used the Innervate. It's probably not gonna matter, but now he can Ancient Floor and draw into Defender of Argus.
Yeah, if you heal though, I guess you can also put on some pressure, but you still can't pop Ice Block. That's the biggest, most painful thing of all.
Yeah.
You can barely survive by 1 damage, but how do you win?
Yeah, I think he had to try to draw.
Wow.
Into Defender of Argus. I don't know if he has any left in his deck. But yeah, this game is pretty bad for him because his Well Tap is going to die to the Hero Power. Oh, or not. Yeah, I guess if it's frozen, you don't care about killing it. Just put your opponent to 1 life.
Alright, well, I don't see a way for Sevitz to kind of do anything at this point. It looks like Hype's going to jump out 2-1. And well played.
Yeah, definitely.
Very nice heads-up play several times, as Hype will be able to Flame Strike and push through. And now take another game yet with his Mage deck, which consistently shocks me to like how it's able to work well enough. But it makes sense, you ban Hunter, so that way the players won't be good against it, and you just try your hand to see how it fares against the rest of the field. So job well done, and now he's 1 game away from going to the top 4.
Yeah, definitely, and it'll be interesting to see how Paladin matches up with that. because again, it will hinge a lot on Savitz's ability to use his equalities as best as he can. Because there are only 2 equalities, and there are a lot of big minions in Hype Stack, including Duplicate. If you use equality to get rid of a Mountain Giant, and 2 of them come back to Savitz's hand, then you actually don't have any other ways to kill it. So, yeah, really an interesting match.
All right, game 4 starts now. Sevitz needs to win this. He's on elimination match, or on elimination game, excuse me. And the Paladin is pretty good though against the Mage because it can heal, it can taunt, it can clear boards. Giants are no problems. It's gonna be tricky, I think, for Hype to do this. I'm leaning heavily towards Sevitz's deck, but you know, who knows? Every time I say that against this Mage deck, it always ends up winning.
Yeah, I will take Hype here, but I have not played this particular matchup, so I could be extremely wrong. But yeah, it seems to me like he just has more threats than Sevitz has answers, and Sevitz is not fast enough to pressure him into having to do anything. He does have his first equality here, which is pretty good.
Yeah, quality, of course, super important in the control matchups. Being able to get the full board clear against the Molten Giants will be huge. I think the real key card here is Duplicate for Hype. How does he use this card so that way he gets multiple iterations that cards become really problem of clearing? If you get multiple Twilight Drakes or multiple Sludge Belchers and like equality clears won't fully clear it because he's just going to reload.
Yeah, definitely. As long as he doesn't get multiple, Mad Scientists or Doomsayers, I think he's fine. All his other, maybe Water Elemental, he doesn't want many off either. But, he's fine with Drakes, Belchers, any of the Legendaries, and Molten Giants.
I guess multiple Doomsayers is like his own quality in a sense. Set the board.
Yeah. And Sevitz has 2 Legendaries that, don't actually do much. Harrison Jones and Black Knight. But Black Knight, well, there is Ledge Belcher. So I'm sorry. It doesn't do as much as it does against Handlock. Because Hype Stack has no taunts. No taunt givers. So the best thing you hope for is Ledge Belcher. Which is probably coming next turn, so...
Yeah.
Or maybe
I
not,
think
he
so.
wants to finish off. Yeah.
Make it pretty strong against whatever the board can do.
And no
Still a
attacks
little
here.
early.
Yeah. And does have the Duplicate there, so if he does play Black Knight, he will scoop up 2 more Sledge Belchers.
Alright, so back over to Sevitz. Do you want to coin out the Black Knight? I mean, this is probably the best target to do it. I think it's important
Yeah.
too. You put it 4-5. It's way before Flame Strike. Even
Yeah,
though
I
it's got
think-
5 health.
Yeah, I think that's definitely fine. And so, you might be worried about Duplicate, but that's going to trigger some point. You can't stop it. So,
Being 1 mana off Flame Strike actually does kind of sting here.
yeah. And he's also 1 mana off being able to, play as Ledge Belcher and beating the Black Knight for 1. Because now both the Black Knight and the Shade will have 5 toughness.
Well, Sevitz does pick up True Silver Champion.
Yeah, but the question is, do you want to expose your Shade to Flame Strike here?
No.
If he doesn't attack, yeah.
But then something as simple as oh wow, by the way, Polymorph on Karen is excellent. Something as simple as Frost Nova Doomsayer though is always like one of these situations where you're kind of sad because you might not get some value off of that. Either way, I think Hype's still he's kind of like pacing himself pretty decently. He does have Ice Block in hand, and it seems like Sevitz can now start taking the aggressive stance with this the Shaded X-Ray. This Curse and X-Ray.
Yeah, this shit is definitely going to attack this turn. I'd be very surprised if it didn't. Oh, it doesn't. Wow.
He holds.
Okay, super conservative play here from Sevitz.
Alright. Hyped puts out Mad Scientist, so hopefully that can pop. Well, I guess Ice Block in this case. You don't really necessarily want to duplicate the Water Elemental as much, I think.
He could control which one he gets, you know, by playing the Ice Block first if he really wants duplicate. Or if he really wants Ice Block, then he can't control it. But yeah, I'm thinking he's probably fine with either.
Ooh, Kodo. Now, if you know your opponent runs Giants, do you want to use Kodos aggressively? I guess you just want to pressure the board, though. The 3-5 body, I think, is more valuable than...
Yeah, and he has to. So, you know, he would need... Which... Oh, it was Ice Block. Okay, so he tried to duplicate. Yeah, so
wow,
he would need...
How scary is this Shade of Next Ramage? Jesus Christ. Just continue to grow.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's not doing anything. You know, is he going to attack now? Probably not. You know, no matter what, it's probably going to attack once. So I guess you might as well just wait for it to be as big as it possibly can be. So, if you run like Straza, you can maybe wait for it to get to 15 and just, you know, one-hit kill. But I don't think it does.
This Shade just keeps getting bigger. I think there needs to be like a betting pool of when this Shade will attack.
Yeah, or who can get the biggest Shade in the tournament?
I suppose so. Rekful would be in the running for the lead for sure.
I wonder.
Yeah, you know, lots of alternatives here. Well, not lots of alternatives. You know, basically either Cairn or Sledge Boucher, and you know, does he want to run Doomsayer into basically its demise?
What to do?
Just to absorb 7 damage.
Well, yeah, basically the most important thing is he does have
Perhaps if
like
he plays... Right, go on. But perhaps if he plays Doomsayer and Sledge Boucher, he forces that Shade to at least become alive. Because it has to come off to kill the Doomsayer, I think.
I suppose that is true.
So he does have a Kodo in his hand, so he doesn't actually have to do that. He just Kodo and that will kill the Doomsayer.
This Water Elemental doing work, by the way, disallowing the True Silver Champion from ever being able to attack. Alright, will this be the turn that Shade of Next Rammus attacks? I'm saying no, but
yeah, I think
I'm
so
willing to
too.
be proven wrong.
I think no, because Danny would be exposed to Flame Strike plus Hero Power, and just doesn't want that to happen. No, he could Holy Light it.
Oh, you're right, in case it ever heals. Oh, it does attack!
Yeah. Ooh,
Yeah.
there's the Holy Light.
Oh my
Okay, but
goodness.
now the Kodo is gone. So if he does play Doomsayer and has something like a Frost Nova, then that's gonna be trouble for that Shade.
Alright, well, Hyped gonna go for a removal play, and hopefully this freeze is long enough. Meanwhile, he still has Frostbolt. But if he Frostbolts next turn,
It's
this
just gonna
Shade actually
grow.
powers up.
Yeah, he has to kill it now.
Oh my
Oh, he
goodness.
can't kill it now. Yeah, he can't kill it next turn either. So it's always gonna, it's always gonna be staying at 4 toughness if this keeps happening.
Another Shade of Next Rammus.
Yeah, no, both Flame Strikes are gone. So he has to draw a way to freeze on. Oh, there it is. A way to freeze all the minions, and then he can play the Doomsayer.
Hmm.
And there's actually no way for Sevitz to remove it other than casting Equality.
Equality on a Doomsayer. And
Yeah,
then
but-
Hyped can still deny it by
With-
Frostbolting the face, and then forcing
Yeah.
his opponent to have Wild Pyromancer with it.
Which would be the exact same as Doomsayer happening, so...
But how do you read this? Like, if you go for a Doomsayer Frost Nova play, then you're basically saying that I don't think you have Equality Consecration, which is kind of likely to happen. So he's hedging his bets here. Okay, I like this. It's just saying you probably don't have it, but just in case you do.
Yeah, no, it's definitely, late enough in the game that he could have Equality Consecration. and he hasn't had a chance to actually use those cards. Though if he does cast Equality, then you can at least start machine gunning his minions with your hero power because it'll all be 1 toughness. So you wouldn't even bet that bad then.
Oh my goodness.
Super strong turn
Duplicate
here.
on the Cairn is going to be pretty nasty.
Yeah, he does have that Peacekeeper, but you know, yeah, if he has a Peacekeeper, there are no taunts in hype stack, so he can just ignore that 1/5 and never attack it.
That belongs in a museum.
He chooses to go for Harrison Jones instead of playing Guardian of Kings.
Well, I guess it contests it in the same way. And Hyped also can draw a lot of cards this turn.
Yeah, he can.
Oof.
So what
Alexstrasza
happens
is
when you
actually
have
so
multiple
powerful
minions?
in this matchup because Paladin can't really burst. So if he ever gets to a scenario where you put yourself back at 15, it's kind of another grind for Paladin to get you down.
Yeah, definitely. But what would happen if you have multiple minions and they all get cleared at the same time and you have duplicate? Do you get back, the first one that you played?
Right. If you're talking about like a quality clear.
Yeah.
I believe it is the first one you play in the order, but sometimes there's like weird triggers and sometimes it's like Blizzard might say it's a bug or whatnot. So I do advise people to try it out and report if there's any kind of differences. But for the most part, as far as I recall, it's usually the first minion that's played.
One's out on me.
Okay, so at least that 1/4, 1/5, not 1/4 is gonna, do some work regarding those tokens.
Yeah, it's relegated to janitor duty. Sevitz picks up Acolyte Pain, which might be another reason to keep this Cairn alive, actually, so you can keep drawing off of it.
Oh yeah, just keep grinding it.
Then all of a sudden, Hype's kind of okay with Molten Giants being duplicated too. That's not too bad.
Oh yeah, I certainly wouldn't mind getting multiple Molten Giants.
Sevitz, by
Thinking
the way,
about
in a
that.
very loungy position.
What do you mean?
He's got his feet up,
Oh, I see, yeah.
chilling.
Pain, speak to me.
Yeah, that's how I
Still
am
can be
too.
pretty tiring on the lengthwise of the game.
For duty.
Oh my
Ooh,
goodness.
Sylvanas.
I bring life.
Man, you duplicate your Alexstrasza's. I don't know. This is starting to get a little funky here. Hype
Yeah,
also
but if he
trying-
does clear, yeah, if he does clear the board, you will duplicate the Cairns, like Strazes. So
Sevitz leans forward. He says, "This is starting to get serious. Oh man, he's actually trying to kill me." You might get duplicates Alexstrasza's, and then Paladin will keep hitting you down, and you're gonna keep booting yourself up to 15.
yeah, it would be interesting.
Follow the rule.
Second equality comes in the hand of Sevitz. That's gonna be really good against the impending giants.
Yeah, for sure. And he does have 2 Pyromancers and a Consecration, so he can clear the board.
Now he knows that this is duplicate, I think. So he's also being really cautious of like what he gives his opponent. And he recognizes that as much as Alexstrasza is a giant, it's a little bit trickier to try to play these 9 mana cost legendaries. What?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Just flooded with many cards that he cannot cast. So definitely a good thing to give him those multiple Alexstrasas. Though it is gonna work. He gained 1 life, so
Sure.
it's not useless.
It's not useless, but it's kind of just doing nothing but putting out threats. And he wants to bait out some removal that he knows the Paladin has, where he has the ability to go for equality clears.
Yeah, now with the Sylvanas, he could, Sylvanas Equality Pyromancer and steal the 4/5 that comes back from Karen.
That is one
But then-
possibility, for sure.
But then how is he going to deal with the next Alexstrasza? I guess he just
Right.
goes Equality Consecration.
He has double pyro, double quality consecration, so he's got lots of ways to combine it, mix and match.
Yeah, none of them seem incredibly good for him, though.
Sylvanas might be a play, but then if the next Alexstrasza comes out, you have to play Sludge Belcher to stall.
Yeah, even if it doesn't, you know, you're taking a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Okay, so he pulls the trigger here.
This seems like the most fair play to me, just to kind of use a quality here and try to take out a minion while putting out a board.
Yeah, it makes sense. You know, he knows Hype is out of Flame Strikes. He does still have that Cone of Cold, which could be pretty good if we get to a point where he again equalizes his board. Just leaves
Sevitz
everything
played
to
around
one
Cone of
toughness.
Cold. I
Yeah,
don't know how intentional that is, but he did. Cone of Cold, Doomsayer, does that improve anything? Does it set up the way for something else to be successful?
What to do?
doesn't seem like it. You know, he could just. Problem is that he could just play Cone of Cold Sylvanas. You know, finish off the 3-5. You leave his opponent with two small guys.
I think playing Sylvanas though on a board that you don't have anything to really truly contest it is can easily get removed, and he's just willing to give you like a 1/1.
Well, it's not that easy to remove.
If he has a second Truce over champion, he just kind of like puts out the 4 damage.
Yeah, true, but I would, yeah, maybe just play this Ledge Belcher here.
Right. So the game again slowing down for a lot of time to think, and hopefully there's a way for Sevitz to kind of pull himself out of this spot. The Guardian of Kings does present a strongest minion plus heal up a little bit, which is nice. And you know, Hyped of course has something prepared for that situation too. Guess what? He's got Alexstrasza number 3.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Doctor ordered. No, he does have that humility now to at least shrink to Alexstrasza, the final Alexstrasza.
It's just like a boss of a video game where after you kill like a big creature, it just keeps coming back over and over.
Yeah, that is the last one though. No more duplicates, no more Alexstrazzas.
Oh, it's coming down to fatigue too. 4 cards versus 6 cards. Ragnaros gives you a shot to maybe snipe this this Guardian of Kings, but you just wanted to hit not the face? Alright.
Yeah, not the best target, but...
Oh my, Sevitz finally gets Tyrion. But is it time to use something else here because you want to use Sylvanas to potentially grab control?
Reporting for duty.
This game is starting to develop into a very weird scenario because now there's just battles of legendaries and control. Hype's second Sylvanas could potentially steal whatever comes out here, but I think you want to save that for Tyrion.
Yeah, it's just that you don't have a way to kill it. But yeah, I guess.
Oh man. You really hope this doesn't hit Sylvanas and steals Ragnaros. But if you do, you also have Doomsayer and Frost Nova. Oh no!
Ooh, okay.
What's the moment of truth? Oh, it takes the mad scientist, so Hype dodges a big bullet here where he was going to be in a disastrous situation where his opponent grabbed the legendary.
Yeah, now it was actually pretty good for him. Yeah, got rid of the Sylvanas for almost free.
Alright, now he's used Consecration to clear, so he's starting to play his Sludge Belcher. And now this might prompt Hype to once again play a pretty big creature.
Yeah, he can finally cast the Molten Giant.
There you go, 10 mana.
Life. Yeah, that took a while.
Now, it's important that Hype realizes his opponent definitely has 2 copies of the quality, and it's most certainly going to be coming out soon. So he doesn't want to overextend too much into the board. Meanwhile, he's almost running out of cards. This game is starting to get kind of crazy.
Yeah. They're both almost running out of cards, right?
Yeah, I think Sylvanas does come down, though, because you want to try and contest Tyrion and disincentivize him from using equality too much. Because that's one of the final ways that Paladins can do damage. Paladins can do damage through the weapon of Ashbringer. But then it does come down to a risk of his hero power, and you'll be able to take something a little bit more useless. This is kind of tricky.
Interesting play here.
Wow. All right, now Lay on Hands is actually kind of just an 8 mana heal, but at this stage in Fatigue, it's guaranteeing you closer to taking damage. So this is a tough spot. Sevitz also has a choice. If he doesn't want to deal with this, like equality just gets saved, he can drop Haunted Creeper and put 2 1/1s.
Yeah, but he saves equality here. You know, is whatever his opponent's gonna play better than his own board?
Oh, wow, just a pass. Sevitz just gonna give it up, and there's gonna be a 5/3 Ashbringer coming in.
Okay.
And Hype's out of cards.
Ooh.
And this, I don't know if he can actually defend against this onslaught of the Ashbringer, which is partially why I think Sylvanas might have been the better play, unless he can use Alexstrasza defensively. This is his plan. His plan is to play his creatures like Twilight Drake, Water Elemental, but then his opponent will force out a second equality, and then he uses Alexstrasza to bounce himself back, but he's starting to take fatigue damage. So eventually, all Sevitz has to do, is just hold on to equality until his opponent feels rushed to fill up the board here.
Yeah, and you know, because he's dying to fatigue, those ice blocks are not actually going to do anything. You know, he's just go to 1 or 2 life and just die in his turn anyway. So that's 2 of his cards that he's not going to get a chance to use.
Okay. He doesn't want to overextend into equality because the Water Elemental actually does stall out the Ashbringer, but he's got to give him incentive. Oh, although Sevitz is on 2 cards, I thought he had a little bit more than that. What is going on? Oh man, Spellbreaker. He doesn't even have to use equality now. He can just disable his Twilight Drake really easily. Alright, he's filling up the board.
Yeah, not gonna use it, it seems.
Alright, there's gonna be a scenario where he can't Alexstrasza and Ice Block again, so Hyped also has to make a really tough choice when to play Alexstrasza. This Giant is still, even though it's free, it's just the case where
yeah,
you don't want it to go into equality.
Yeah, but again, Ice Block, what does Ice Block do him here? You know, if you can pop it on your turn.
I guess Sylvanas comes down now. You have to start playing out these bigger cards.
Yeah, and this is a pretty interesting scenario because both players have pretty much perfect information. They should know the contents of their opponent's hands pretty much by now, based on average deck lists and stuff. So it really comes down to who can outmaneuver the other.
Kind of want to remind people that this is an elimination game for Sevitz. So if he loses this game, which I don't feel like he's going to. Like, based off this information, I think he can get out heal, but then, like, lay on hands, what it's good for is making sure that you're kind of outside of range once Alex Straza is used. But most likely, Alex Straza is going to go down unhyped.
You know, there's a decent chance that drawing 3 cards is just more fatigue damage than the 8 damage, the 8 IQ gain.
Back over to Sevitz. He draws his last card, and he's going to use a Spellbreaker on the Water Elemental instead wisely, so that way he can't get denied from using it. And I think if Sevitz was counting, this is a very clever thing to hold for. Now, this is where not having direct damage really haunts Hyped, because if he was able to put his opponent at, let's see, 4-3, 8 HP, that's really close to kill, and he has double Ice Block to get the bird, but he's running out of cards here.
What to do? What to do?
Well, he has to heal himself now, right? Otherwise, he's just dead.
I wonder.
Man, what does Hype do from this spot, PV?
I don't see a way out. I mean, you know, if you don't heal yourself now, you're immediately dead, right? Because your opponent just puts you to, you know, just pops Ice Block with you at 1 and you die when you're supposed to draw a card. Unless I don't know how Ice Block actually works. Like, you do die, right? It just makes you win that turn, and then you die to fatigue on your turn.
Yeah, precisely.
Yeah, so
You're not protected on your own turn. That's the whole thing. And he's going to go for Alex Draws on himself because he realizes this is his best chance right now. And now you have to kind of dictate. You have to trade a little bit. And then this forces out equality. And then you take a little bit of fatigue damage. Molten Giant and Sylvanas will be your last answer.
Yeah, which don't think it would be enough. You know, you're gonna take 8 damage now.
How much fatigue damage is he on?
It will be 3, I think.
3, so the Consecration doesn't pop it. Wow, so Sevitz attacked really fast because he knew that this is what he wants to do. Like, he needs to kind of get Ice Block popping. Can he get away without using equality?
But if he just uses equality, like, he just wins next turn. Right? Unless he miscounted and is not sure if your opponent has another Alexstras, that there were so many this game, but... Now just put his opponent to 7, then to 5 with Consecration. And then next turn you play True Silver Champion and put them to 1. Or whatever.
No, you're right. So that way he doesn't get an extra health because you couldn't kill him. Alright, so finally the equality comes.
Oh, he still has a charge. He doesn't even play the True Silver.
Just goes for as many minions as possible. This is where Hype's just going to play the rest that he has and start doing hero power to the face. But I think he realizes he can't actually win from here because the secrets don't stay on your own turn. So with that, Sevitz has properly cornered Hyped, and he is going to drop this game, which means the series is tied and goes to Game 5. All right, well, pretty intense, man. That was pretty long and a lot of thinking, but for good reason. This is the match and the game that determines who goes on to tomorrow.
Yeah, pretty fantastic way to finish the day. But, you know, a match for the elimination, basically. And how do you think this matchup should go?
Yeah, you're right. Now we go on to Warrior versus Paladin. Now, this is a matchup that can go into fatigue, but I feel like this favors Sevitz here. The Paladin hero power can give Warriors the same problems for the similar reasons as Shaman. So as the late game goes later, Sevitz will be able to get an advantage. Also, interesting that Sevitz named this deck after ECOP, as it's probably a deck that he got inspiration from, as well as maybe just copied it directly from him. Depends on what he's thinking. And I think it's performed pretty well because Paladin was a deck that ECOP always used to perform pretty well when and surprise people. Like, people didn't think he'd play it that well, but it's a pretty solid deck overall. I like the Shade and X Ramus flavor. It's cool.
Yeah, no, it definitely is interesting. Yeah, I think I agree with you. I would give the edge to the Paladin deck here. Decks are pretty similar, but the hero power is just better suited to what, to what this game's gonna be about. And this is gonna be a game about late game. There's no way this finishes early or is about anything other than who has, the most powerful last minion standing. Or, a bunch of small minions in the case of the hero power. And just gaining 2 armor doesn't help with that. And whereas putting a 1/1 could.
That's right, and I think the 1 threat per turn is easily answered by Paladin on the Peacekeeper and Humility end of things. Let's go into Game 5. No more waiting. See who goes into the next round of VGVN3 between Hyped and Sevitz. These guys have been pretty even so far. As the series started off really quick, but the past 2 games have taken 40 minutes or so. And for good reason, they're trying to think very in depth of all these kinds of play possibilities. And this is partially why a lot of people favor control as a measure of skill, because they're like, whoa, it's much more complicated than just go to the face or not go to the face and try to protect my minion that wants to go to the face.
Yeah, I think in general people tend to underrate how much skill it takes to play an aggressive deck correctly. Because it seems very easy, whereas control nodes all those long, complicated games. But your small decisions matter a lot when you're playing aggro, because you don't have that many of them, but the few that you do are very important.
Oh yeah, it's been discussed a lot amongst the pros, especially how aggro is very underloved. But everyone's always gonna whine about stuff like that.
Yeah, we see Sevitz keep is very interesting. It's a keep that he wouldn't have made against any other deck. He kept Black Knight Sylvanas Interior all his opening hand. So clearly he knows what this game is going to be about, and it's not going to be about a fast start.
It's going to take a while, that's for sure. Hope you guys are comfortable, and hope you guys have been enjoying these games. And with Unstable Ghoul out, which means a lot of armor gain, and Warrior's going to be stacking up for quite some time.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. He's just going to use Consecration. Alright.
Good use of Consecration. It's not going to get much better than that. It does pair well with the quality, but you have other choices for that.
Sure. Alright.
But he does have the Harrison Jones in his hand too, so very important in this matchup.
Oh yeah, definitely. Harrison Jones can get the card advantage early on and seize the board while disabling your opponent's weapon. So it's a really big tempo swing for sure. Not to mention it gives you some cards as well.
Yeah, and this hand is worth a lot of gold, or a lot of dust rather. It's all coming out in the following turns.
Oh gosh. It's a lot of dust at the moment, so it's a very valuable collection. You should be very proud.
None.
Alright, Black Knight on the Sludge Belcher is probably the ideal target. There aren't many taunters in the Warrior deck, so now is the time. Pretty systematic.
Yeah, for sure.
It's about lining up all the controls. This is, as much as it might be jockeying for position, a lot of these things are just back and forth. You don't really expect too much of like heavy board swings to pressure and kill.
No, I don't think so. And here he smartly attacks his 1/1 into his opponent's 1/2 to deny him a card of Acolyte, which would effectively be a free card. So better just suicide that guy than give your opponent an extra card.
Alright, ow. Oh man. He doesn't play around the Stampeding Kodo, so Kodo can now kill off this Acolyte and deny a draw. So Hyped, of course, wants to play as if his opponent didn't have the possibility of having a Kodo, but he ends up paying for it. And this is really good start for Sevitz overall.
Yeah, definitely. And, it's a good start. His hand is very, very good.
Oh, wow.
Let the pain
Guess what? Acolyte number 2 comes out. Weapon of Deathbite pops, kills off the board, and Harrison Jones won't get value, at least right now. He's going to have to wait.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, but, that guarantees at least one card off the Acolyte. But, again, I don't feel like that's a huge deal. He does have, 2 Shield Slams as an execute, so he has good answers for the cards that Sevitz has.
Put your faith in the light.
Alright. And one of those cards is going to be Tyrion. I was going to say Harrison Jones. Tyrion does come down, and Hype can shield slam it. He can even draw an extra card or two with his cool Taskmaster on. What's it going on? Oh, I forgot about Sylvanas in the place. He can actually shield slam and steal it.
Ooh, that's devastating for Sevitz. He doesn't have his silence. He does have Harrison Jones though. So if he managed to kill that, then he can Harrison Jones away the weapon.
Right now, what this does effectively is remove Shield Slam and Sylvanas as 2 options of removal. It's just kind of one removal that he used to disable it. But then, hopefully, Hype can get value out of Tyrion and be able to try his best to get his damage in as quickly as possible, get a 5-3. Now, what's interesting is if Tyrion comes down, Sevitz can kill him and then use Harrison Jones on the 5-3 Ashbringer, and then resume as planned. A Faceless Manipulator comes down. Faceless Manipulator,
Man.
and then cool Taskmaster and Shield Slam and steal his second Sylvanas.
Yeah, that sounds like a good play.
Wow,
You know,
but then you're extending
equality.
it to equality. Yeah.
Yeah.
But imagine all the Sylvanas plays you can do.
Yeah, probably better to not ascend to equality there. It's an interesting situation. He had to Peacekeeper the Tyrion that he might hope to steal. So he basically be Peacekeeping his own Tyrion here, but yeah, definitely have to hedge in that spot.
Oh my, he is going for it, taking the Sylvanas. Alright, well now he's kind of again trying to hope that his opponent doesn't have the equality, but Sevitz doesn't.
Here, so his Acolyte of Pain was a 1-2, right?
Yes, it was.
So it would have been better to just scroll Taskmaster the Acolyte of Pain, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would be.
So you would keep your Divine Shield, you would draw an extra card. Yeah.
You are correct.
I think a little bit of misplay here by Hype, unless I'm missing something.
Hyped might have actually overthought that play a little bit, try to get fancy. Or maybe he doesn't want the card. Maybe he doesn't want to go into Fatigue. Maybe he learned his lesson from the previous game, saying, I don't want to go into Fatigue Wars.
Yeah, I don't think that should be, a very big consideration. Generally, you lose Fatigue Wars because you run out of things to do, not because you run out of time. That's at least most of the time the way I see things. So if he has access to those cards early, yeah, he can win a game before he comes to that. But also he lost his Divine Shield, which is super important because he could have made him lose his Tyrion to an equality consecrate.
That is true. Now there's like a weird thing where do you actually Harrison this, or do you wait for the Harrison on the Ashbringer?
If you... It's only one.
Oh, why don't you kill 2 birds with 1 stone, actually? Oh my goodness, you can kill off half the weapon and Harrison Jones. That's almost too sick.
Off half the weapon, what do you mean, sorry?
So if you attack the Ascension Shieldmaster into Tyrion, it'll give it equip a new Ashbringer. It'll kill off the 2-1 cool Taskmaster, and then you Harrison Jones.
Yeah, no, that's perfect.
But before you do all that, you right-click on Uther and you say "Well met."
You don't even lose your Taskmaster for that. Yeah, wow, that's a pretty big turning point here. Almost makes us glad that his Tyrion was stolen. Not really, but...
Okay. And Sylvanas still exists, though. But now he can start building up minions to be kind of resilient against it.
Yeah,
he's holding on to Hunted Creeper.
Yeah, Sylvanas won't even be able to do anything now, because it's conveniently a 1-4 that has to attack into a 3-3.
Oh, man. Poor Hype. He spent so much time trying to build up a Tyrion and Sylvanas, and just Paladin did everything to do to slap him down. Like, He just basically got hyped in a noogie. Alright. The hypes from here... He doesn't have Brawl either, by the way. This is like... Sevitz also wants to be careful, because as long as Sylvanas is on the board, Brawl becomes like this trump card that Warrior can have, because Sylvanas will either live or take whatever's alive still.
Yeah, Sylvanas Brawl is a pretty sweet combination. Sylvanas always effectively wins the Brawl, even when he loses.
Definitely why I was happy Sylvanas got bumped up a mana.
Oh yeah,
Sylvanas Brawl in the same turn, which is crazy.
Save your coin. So yeah, not looking fantastic for hype here. It doesn't seem like he has a lot of great options.
Ragnaros is certainly one.
Yeah,
And if
his
he
opponent
wants to
has
hit
no way
something
to
like
kill
Harris
him.
and either of the minions... Oh my god, this keeps happening!
Yeah, but his opponent doesn't have a good way to deal with it right now. You know, he can deal with it. He can just attack it, for example, but it's not like, you know, he doesn't have a quality concentration or something. So
I think you're happy to not use a quality consecration, honestly. Oh man,
yeah,
this is
and you
really
get to
bad
kill
for hype.
Sylvanas. Yeah.
Oh man.
Ooh,
Full
I get
board
to kill
clear.
the Taskmaster too, yeah. So you regain the board advantage, and you know you got rid of your opponent's two most problematic minions, which were Sylvanas and Ragnar. So a great turn for Sevitz here.
Okay. Still not over by any means. Hyped has cards like Ysera in his deck, but it's gonna be hard. Now that Sevitz has the board, the most important aspect isn't necessarily the card advantage and whatnot. It's the fact that he has board and he can start hero powering down whatever Hyped has. It's going to eventually be met with a bunch of tokens plus smaller creatures, so that way he can pick up really good trades and not even have to use equality unless it's absolutely necessary.
Yeah, and it's not even as much about you know, card advantage. It's a lot about card quality. You know, Hype has 4 cards in his hand, but they don't do anything. You know, Armorsmith, Big Game Hunter, and Stable Gold, those cards are, you know, suboptimal for this particular position. Though luckily
well-
for him, Sevitz has to play around Brawl, so he's just not gonna, you know, play his whole board here.
That's true. As long as Brawl exists as a possibility, he has to be careful. Wow, showing so much restraint.
Yeah, you know, I wouldn't mind losing that spider personally, but
Alright, Hype picks up his Gromosh. Now, I'm looking at the health of Sevitz, and I don't see a way for him to end up getting killed here. But I also remembered, that also made me remember that Hype still has yet to play Alex Straza. So, there are ways for him to still win in multiple formats, but it's just, you have to draw in the right order here.
yeah, and also he has a lot of ways to you know, pump his Grommash. I don't think he has any more Taskmasters or Death Spites. He could Shield Slam it if he has any of that left.
No, he uses Shield Slam to kill his Sylvanas, both of them.
Oh yeah, so you know, I don't think he actually has a way to make this Grommash, you know, threatening the very same turn he comes into play. So that burst is not possible.
Alright, now if Hyped plays Unstable Gold and Armorsmith here, and then like uses Execute, then he kind of deals with the board a little bit, but it's going to be really weak. So his option is to play Gromosh. Alright. And he chooses to go for a defensive approach, try to force his opponent to attack into it and sacrifice minions.
Yeah. Which, you know, stalls the game a little bit, but it doesn't do anything towards winning the game at this point. You know, just stalls it long enough that maybe he can draw Ysera, for example, and hope his opponent can remove it.
Yeah, definitely not. Sevitz also has the opportunity to answer this Unstable Ghoul and drop his Acolyte to draw. And continue stack his card advantage, which has been floating at a very healthy number the entire time. Alright, well I guess he doesn't want to draw. Instead, he might want to play a big creature in hero power, like
But you want to play, yeah, I think you want to play Consecration here, so you don't have to attack into 10 damage.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Reporting for duty.
Doesn't want to drop that card, apparently.
All right, well, back over to Hyped. He's still has to deal with the True Silver Champion that threatens his every waking move, his Armor Smith. And Shield Block will try to see if he can cycle through a more useful card, and Sludge Belcher is certainly a more useful card.
Oh yeah,
Hopefully
for sure.
we'll exhaust his last charge here.
Yeah, I think it definitely will. And, you know, he'll even, the 1-2 will even survive for his troubles.
Do you care about this Armor Smith to gain you armor, or and would you rather have the healthy Sludge Belcher and have the Armor Smith absorb the True Silver Shot?
You mean you want to play the Armor Smith now to bait the attack, and then next turn play Sludge Belcher?
Well, it seems to be some kind of debate that's going on inside of Hype's head.
Yeah, that seems reasonable.
Armor made to fit.
Yeah, I think that's a good play. You know, I don't think you care about the armor at all.
For justice.
Oh man.
And-
well, that's a little unfortunate
effort.
because well, it was worth considering. That's
Yeah.
for sure.
It's interesting because you don't care about the armor, and Sevitz certainly doesn't care about the armor either, but he does care that you can start picking off his 1-1 tokens. So he has to use the weapon charge. And it seems he's saving his Guardian of Kings for either post Brawl or post Alexstrasza.
Yeah, definitely post Alexstrasza. Hype draws Black Knight. That's another card where gonna have to wait and see its value. I liked also that Sevitz didn't equip True Silver Champion on the offbeat case his opponent has Harrison Jones. It's a very smart thing to do, so that way you don't give your opponent 2 charges of draws, just maybe 1 at best.
Yeah, and now he doesn't know you have it, so he might make plays, might make different plays on the assumption that you don't have the second one. You know, it's
Such
not
as
late
the
enough into
Sludge
the game
Belcher.
that... Yeah.
I wonder.
Sevitz doesn't run Ragnaros, by the way, right? So Hype is holding this BGH for a good cause in his mind, but we don't actually think there's any targets that he can use it on, right?
Well, he should know that. He saw his opponent's entire deck game one. You know, they both went to fatigue. If he had Ragnaros, he would have played that for sure at some point, I think.
What now?
Yeah, he did. That's true. He did see most of his cards. He held a few at the end, but I suppose Ragnaros would have come out a few other turns, so it is likely.
Yeah, and he doesn't have an equipped Taskmaster. He could pump his opponent's guy and be game hunted if it came to that, but I don't think he has any of those left in his deck.
Battle.
So that BGH is just not gonna kill anything ever.
Alright, Sevitz doesn't want to risk his Acolyte accelerating him to fatigue. It's starting to get to the last third of his deck.
To battle. To battle. To battle.
This is where the Paladin hero power really shines. You can just start to hit it every single turn, and you have the trades that are really strong as the damage racks up. The
Yeah,
longer
it's
you
like-
wait.
Like addictive versus multiplicative, or whatever that's called, you know? It starts with, the person who's adding gets ahead really quickly, but eventually gets overtaken by a lot.
Ooh, oh man. Hyped hover to execute over. Oh, I wonder if that's a bluff. I wonder if he's making it think like he has cool Taskmaster or something. But Sevitz has probably been keeping count. I think there's been 2 played already.
Yeah, I think so too. But yeah, this is the point where this doesn't have to commit anything else to the board because his hero power just keeps giving him pressure and more damage every turn. So it doesn't need to expose himself to Brawl.
Yes, and this is where Hype really needs a legendary. Okay.
There's one. And that one is just gonna die.
It's gonna die, and then Sevitz can just heal back up to a higher health than he was anyways. Again, he's got all of the tools and answers. This is what Paladin's great at doing. Answering things one at a time.
Yeah, for sure. And he will still have both the equality and the silence guy for his Zera, which I think is, perhaps the last big threat in Ragnaros, I guess. Is that? Interesting spot. I would not like to be in Hype's shoes here.
No, there's just so much pressure that can come down. It's not like Paladin is under amount of pressure with any kind of fatigue, so he can just keep doing this. And you're in this situation where whatever card you put out even gets picked apart pretty easily. I mean, there's 7 damage on the board, so this Alex Straza could just die.
Yeah.
Or sorry, there's 8 damage on the board with the Shade and Extramus. Alex Straza can die without even using removal, and just kind of kill off a legendary by just trading Shade into it.
I bring life.
Yeah, you know, at this point, I don't think he actually cares about attacking with the weapon. He's not gonna get bursted out. Grommar's already gone. We would make him more vulnerable to what fatigue were.
The battle.
Yeah, this makes Sevitz really open to Baron Geddon.
Yeah,
Which
but
could
again,
do-
he saw Hype's whole deck, so he knows he doesn't run it. Oh wait, he didn't.
No, that was the mage deck.
That was a
you're
different
thinking
deck.
about.
Okay.
Right. So if
Yeah.
Hype was playing Baron Geddon, then this actually shuts down the board.
Or Whirlwind.
That is true. Whirlwind also would be the case. But also in that scenario, Sevitz also has the 1/1 tokens remaining from the Haunted Creepers, and that would allow him to use True Silver Champion to trade and also heal up. He's got Lotheb. The quality of cards that he's drawing at this moment are phenomenal. He can just shut down and heal back all the way up to basically 30.
Yep. And you know, I think Lotheb might be what forces a brawl here. Which would leave him free to just play that Guardian next turn.
The battle. The battle. Reporting for
Alright, so Hype's gonna be coming up on tough decisions where he's looking at 10 damage on the board every single turn from these 1/1s.
Yeah, those will probably force, you know, attacking the spider with the weapon and playing a brawl, I imagine.
Yeah, I think so.
You know, yeah, he's basically brawling away his opponent's hero power.
Yeah, I guess you brawl away mana worth of cards, or minions, but not really any cards in your opponent's hands. And guess what? Surprise! A 1/1 survives. Paladin goes up to full health and starts the process all over again.
Yeah, he can just play his minions now if he wants to, because his opponent is out of mass removal. But you know, making tokens is also okay.
This is what the people wanted, PV. People said Paladin was not a very viable class for a long time. And now with Naxxramas, they get these Paladin games, which are... It's pretty much this. It's just grind your opponent out.
Yeah, is there even, you know, any card from Naxxramas other than those Ledge Bouncer? Oh, that's the Spider, I guess. Yeah.
Spider, Lotheb. Oh man, he silences Karen. That's pretty rough.
But now he's finally out of answers to his error. You know, he's used his equality, his silence, and he doesn't have enough damaging play to kill it.
Yeah, but Hype's almost out of cards.
Where is the Xera?
Probably his last card of his deck.
Does he run one? He does, right?
He does, and it is the very last card in his deck. But it's okay, because Black Knight was coming out this turn anyways. And looks like BGH will come out to try and contest. And then this allows Sevitz to basically push out... Oh my goodness, I forgot about Karen. Allows him to push out minions and start threatening his opponent with damage. I think if you just like Alder Peacekeeper and start shoving.
Geralt, you are not fit to rule the Horde.
Yeah, I mean, his opponent's super low.
Yeah, I like the push for damage. Your opponent's at 6
I
health,
did
he's gonna
too.
start taking fatigue. He has to win with his next card. And the card that people always say that Ysera can bring a comeback is Ysera Awakens, but you can't use it if you're gonna be dying the next turn because of fatigue damage. There's no way for Hype to win this in my opinion, but
No,
I
he might be
think,
just dead now.
well, I think It's kind of safe to say it from here on, but Hype's going to try to see what card he draws, but it looks like this is it. Hyped will be out of the tournament, and Sevitz will move on in second place, as Hyped will concede, and Sevitz's last card drawn will be equality. He had a way to deal with Ysera after all. Look at that.
Yeah. Alright, so what a grind those games were. You know, both of them kind of going to fatigue.
All right, and Sevitz, the open bracket player, gets through to the top 4. Yet another case for open bracket players, right? For them to make a name for themselves. I think this is also important because this is an opportunity for Sevitz to redeem himself in the previous tournament where he lost to Amaz in the semifinals. And so perhaps he is able to finally get a championship with this tournament series under his belt. Let's go to the brackets and show what we're going to see tomorrow. So you guys can check out what we're going to have. Colenso versus Sevitz, and then Naria versus Fake. And then we're going to have the grand finals. I believe it's all going to be best of 7, which means we're going to be having an additional deck added for each player. Should be a fun time. Tomorrow will be at 6 p.m. Eastern to start. And we'll be here on the stream, so make sure to hit the follow button. PV, do you have any last words you want to say before we sign off?
Yeah, just thanks to everybody. I hope you enjoyed it. We had some very interesting games this series. You know, particularly Naria versus Hyped. So if you didn't catch that, make sure you do. I think the VODs are already up. So yeah, thanks everybody, and I'll see you tomorrow.
That's right. Go ahead and type YouTube in the chat. Go ahead and type giveaway in the chat too, and find out how you can win the Zeus Mini PC that's being given away at the end of the tournament. It's going to be basically free to anybody who's eligible to sign up from the United States. All you have to do is find out more information about the Video Games Voter Network and all about what they're doing to try to promote healthy representation in the media of video games. You'll find out more at the link as well as the bottom of the Twitch channel. Just go ahead and look and support our sponsors for this wonderful event. From Frodan and PVDDR and the One Nation of Gamers production crew and Liquid Hearts, thank you so much for watching day 2 of VGVN3. We'll see you guys tomorrow for the semifinals and the conclusion of the tournament. Have a good night.
See you.